to get.
Dude, chill
Because
out.
it's taken you so fucking
Dude.
long, at least tell us about it.
You just relax.
Let me find it, and all of the information will be contained within.
I'm hoping this is something that you know about. I'm going to get this.
Yes,
it's from
I
here.
do know about
It
it.
involved this measurement over this distance.
Okay. You can just I'm gonna
You
keep
can just
looking.
look through this now. Is this what this is going to be?
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Donald C looking for information and not knowing what it is like every time he comes in here.
That's false. I know what it is.
Every
Just
time.
come on.
Then say it. Then say it. Say it right now. What is it?
What is what?
Get to it, man.
You can't summarize what you're about to post? Dude, come on.
I'm just looking for it. Can I freaking look for it, please?
No. Summarize it right now. Summarize it right now. Do it right now.
In a sentence.
Right now.
Here, can you
Summarize
explain to me what a satellite is?
No, we don't need you to butt in. I want him to summarize what he knows.
Explain to me what a satellite is for.
Yeah, okay.
It's your job.
Mystery, right? Mystery science.
Mystery science. Dude,
Jesus, you people are so
I can't.
Here.
Yoder. Oh my God, bro.
Yeah, what's up, Alpha? It's nuts, isn't it? They want us to justify their claims.
No, I mean, you just have to be a little patient. Here. This is it. God. What this is a measurement of curvature over water. It measures the horizon and the drop from the tangent of the horizon. So there you go.
Oh, tangent.
Yes.
Yeah, way to beg the question, Donald.
Not begging any questions.
The main, yeah, the main. Hold on. You posted the main surveyor, a video from him.
Yeah.
What's the distance between the observer and the target distance? What is it?
It's in the video. It's in the video.
What is it? Did you see it? Yes or no?
In the video.
Did you see it? Yes or no?
Yeah.
I've watched it many times. It's in the video.
Okay, so what's the distance between the observer and the target?
It is in the video.
In other words, you don't know.
Okay. In other words, it's in the video.
Thank you, Donald. I'll take that as a concession. You don't know.
What?
Isn't that funny? He's the second globe earther in a row to be like, watch the video. It proves everything. It explains everything that I'm incapable of explaining.
You asked for a measurement over water of the horizon curving. That's what I gave you.
It didn't.
You're a liar, Donald. You know it.
Fuck you. You can bitch right off.
You're a liar, bro.
Yeah, why would they lie, Donald?
It didn't do that. I watched it. It didn't do that.
He deafened.
It proved a flat Earth. It proved a flat Earth. We saw too far on your video. Not supposed to see very far.
We got Ice JJ. We got Ice JJ Fish saying that we need to explain to him what satellites are. We have to tell him.
Right.
Dave Matthews has a song about it. It's called Satellite. Go listen to it. Satellite in my eye, like a diamond in the sky. How I wonder.
Yeah. And he doesn't get that it's his job if he's the one claiming that Earth is a globe and satellites are orbiting it. He's the one that needs to put up the data, the evidence that is the case.
What is wrong with these globers today, man? Oh my God.
It's too snowy.
And it's like we're asking for justification. He's like, why are you ignoring it? I'm like, dude, I'm asking for justification. I'm actually doing the opposite of ignoring. I'm engaging the content directly. And I'm evaluating, I'm being critical about it. I'm saying, where is the data to substantiate these claims? That's not ignoring anything. That is actually digging deep. It's doing the job that you guys should be doing all along. And what's funny is you guys keep reversing the burden onto us. Like, this is your claim. You need to do your homework. You need to examine your own evidence. You need to come in here locked in and ready to go.
It's totally not JJ.
Okay, give me an observation that's impossible and around Earth. Okay, can we just address?
Dude, okay.
What's the strongest? You're loaded, right? You're locked and loaded. What's the strongest?
Bro, there is so many long distance observations that far exceed.
Give me the strongest one that definitely proves the curvature. I want measurement of curvature. Curvature specifically, curvature. So I want your strongest.
You want curvature? Wait, what evidence is there of curvature?
Or lack thereof, flatness. I want the tools, the best one.
Measurement.
Curvature.
measurements over distance. That's it. Your globe claims to be 3959 in radius, so to the center of your globe, that's how big it is. So you should have some curvature there, and it's not there. It's not there.
Yeah, okay. Lord Yoda was talking about being locked and loaded. This is 24/7 flat Earth. I'd assume you'd be locked and loaded with a. You're confidently just asserting like the Earth is flat as the basis for your objective.
So you want me to make a claim now?
No need to go further.
You want me to make a claim now?
You want the strong.
You make a claim
your strongest observation would give it to you should be locked and loaded.
We are.
I mean, you're harassing this other guy. I just feel like
because they're the ones coming in making claims. I haven't made a goddamn claim about this.
I substantiated my claim.
You made a claim. You claimed
Which one
several
was that?
times.
Okay, what was it?
The entire Earth is flat.
When did I say the entire Earth was flat? You're putting words in my mouth.
You don't.
Yeah, you're so full of shit.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, you keep bullshitting the audience, dude. You kept bullshitting them about what you know is true.
I'm
bullshitting them about things that I didn't say. You're just so full of shit. You can't stop lying.
Is that bullshit?
You're a fucking liar, dude.
Are you bullshitting me when you're saying that's not your stance, your claim? Is that are you bullshitting me? Because I'm pretty sure you think the Earth is flat. There's 20%.
You keep trying to goad me into making claims and engaging a conversation. It's not my job, dude.
Well, Earth is not a globe; it's a claim.
Okay, so the Earth
is not a globe; it's a claim.
Okay, but
it's actually.
But we can agree that the Earth
counterclaim.
The Earth is not flat.
Yeah,
you
it's
can't
a claim.
Counterclaim without somebody else making a positive claim in the first place. The positive claim
you have to be able to show that there's doubt on the claim.
On the table
you have to be able to show it.
Is the Earth flat or not? Is the entire Earth flat?
It's topographical.
So this is 24/7 flat Earth.
That's never been listen to this. The answer. Yes, there is. If you shut your freaking cookie hole, we'll tell you. So there's this guy.
He ran away.
He ran.
I didn't.
Yeah, he keeps playing pigeon chess, dude.
Bro,
it's today's rage baiting. So they're gonna try to rage bait. What they're doing.
I'm still here.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I have to head to the UPS store.
You ain't been you're still being a liar, Donald, in the chat.
Don't call me a liar.
You are straight up lying, dude. You've never watched that video. You are. Have you watched that video with Main Surveyor?
Many times.
Okay, then summarize it right now. What is it?
It measures the curvature of the drop from the horizon over water.
No,
How?
How with a theodolite? He measures from zero.
What did he do?
He measures from 0 to the drop of the horizon, and then takes an angle.
What's the distance between him as the observer and the target?
It's in the video.
Tell me.
I don't have the. I don't have the video. Oh my God! Shut up! I don't have the video. I don't have the video memorized. I don't have to. The information is in the video. I'm not a liar because you're a dumbass.
You're a liar.
You can fuck right off, all the way off, with a finger up your ass.
You're a liar.
Fuck you.
I watched
Fuck
it.
you.
I hate these liars, man.
Fuck you. Show me one picture of the Earth with a curve that is not photoshopped. So
Are you serious?
Yeah.
All right. How are you going to disprove that? How are you going to show that it's photoshopped when I give it to you? How are you going to show it's photoshopped?
A fucking picture of the Earth from the moon, even better.
Yeah. How are you going to show that it's photoshopped?
Okay, give me one from the moon, and we can discover if it's fucking photoshopped or not.
But how are you going to tell?
I'm going to tell you.
No, you aren't telling me. How are you going to tell that it is photoshopped?
We can zoom in.
If you zoom in, what does that mean? How are you going to tell if it's photoshopped or not?
Bro, how about we ask the person who took it or drew it?
Well, okay, but how are you going to tell if it's photoshopped or not?
How about we go to the source?
Okay, but it's NASA, so how are you going to tell if it's photoshopped or not?
Because they fucking tell us that they photoshopped.
It tells us in the bottom right. It's illustrated. It tells you.
All right, well, this says it's not photoshopped, so what are you going to do about that?
All right, let's see it.
I'm putting it in the chat right now. There you go.
We're going to go out and measure it ourselves.
Thank you very much. Perfect.
You're trying.
Now I'm a Glober. Now I'm a Glober.
I mean, there you go.
You're trying to lie some more, Donald, to the audience again?
Fuck you, you little piece of shit. Fuck off.
Come on, Donald.
So, do you just like being a liar when you get up in the morning?
I am not a liar. You can fuck right off.
He's a compulsive liar. He can't help it.
Yeah, you can't
Fuck
stop.
you. I don't lie.
Lying, huh?
Fuck you.
Yeah, you said you watched it. You said you watched the video, Main Surveyor. You didn't do it, so you're just a liar.
They couldn't hear you even if you came up. Just so you know.
I watched his video.
Yeah, other people watch your video, but you didn't watch your video. That's weird, right?
I have watched that video many times.
Yeah, so what's the target distance between the observer and the target?
It's in the video.
So you didn't watch it. Thank you.
I know it's in the video because I watched the video.
The video proved the flat Earth. The video you posted proved the flat Earth, man.
False.
Yeah, I did. I watched it.
No, it didn't say that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, they said that, but it didn't prove that.
It does, though. It measures it. That's a proof.
Yes, if you believe that. But
math is proof, and measurements are math.
But you said you measured it. You said you have a measurement. You did.
I have measured it. I have measured it.
Where is it?
Your measurement.
It's on my sheet of paper, which I cannot show on screen because it's on my sheet of paper, which I can't, which I cannot show, which I can't.
Show it on screen.
Holy crap! Can I finish sentence?
Take a picture.
No.
I cannot because I don't have a cell phone, so you can fuck right off.
God. What are you talking into?
A microphone.
Everybody in the world has
on your PC.
No, it's separate from my PC, but I'm on my PC, yeah, because I don't have a cell phone.
Why can't you just type it in there then?
It won't. I can type it in, but that doesn't matter. The measurement is on my sheet of paper, and they won't let me turn on my camera.
The measurement is actually on the ground, man.
What the hell? How could you ever write down a measurement? Oh my god!
No, we're standing on there.
I mean, yeah, I could type it, but what's going to stop you from saying that's fake?
It's the same thing as if you wrote it down.
Measurement.
So what's going to stop you from saying that it's fake?
Measurement.
Yeah, you're going to have to measure it, obviously.
I have. I've got 4 measurements here.
You should win the Nobel Peace Prize for being the first one that's ever measured curvature.
It's been happening for 2,500 years, so no, there's no Nobel Peace Prize to be won.
25.
So what am I supposed to do with the measurements? I have the measurements right here on this piece of paper. What am I supposed to do?
Type it in the text. I want to see what your work is.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
you said you could do it.
Yeah, nothing, man. You can go and live your life now. You proved for yourself.
GP on solstice at noon. It's the Capricorn solstice. So it's 3,889 miles. And the sun's position at my latitude is 32 degrees. And OKC is 4,068 miles. OKC is 4,068 miles.
What the sun is?
And this is its position on the solstice. So
the sun is 4,068 miles.
Spring.
What kind of globe observation is this?
That's a fucking measurement.
This is a measurement of the sun's position on 2 different latitudes on the same longitude on a solstice. I think the winter solstice. Definitely the winter solstice.
4,068 miles?
From OKC to the ground position. Oh, I forgot to put the position. Okay, so it was 35 degrees.
4,068 miles.
Ground position.
35 degrees. 35 degrees. So OKC's sun position was 35 degrees.
The sun?
Did you type that in?
Yeah, just did.
Good. The sun is 4,068 miles away.
No, the ground position of the sun is 4,068 miles away.
What, from you?
No, from Oklahoma City.
How far
are you doing, Main?
The first one was me, 3,889 miles with the sun's angle at 32. That was me.
So how far is the sun?
Like from Earth?
Yeah.
On average, 93 million miles.
And where did you get that from?
We measured it with radar.
Boy.
Oh, shit. Dude.
Do you want me to show you the paper?
Shit, bro.
Donald,
yeah.
Okay, give me
Yeah, do that. Fucking bullshit, dude. You're so full of shit, dude. I swear.
What? Using
radar.
We did it in the 60s. Like 1965 or some shit.
I measured the Earth yesterday, and it was flat.
Well, you didn't measure properly then.
I absolutely did. But, yeah, it's flat.
Then it wouldn't have been measured flat.
We measured it in the 60s. This guy's been here 2 times.
Yes, we measured it in the 60s.
Wow.
How did they... I think this whole claim is bullshit, Donald. Like, you put something down so we can see what you're talking about.
I just did. What else do you want me to do? I'm doing the radar. I'm doing the radar sun measurement thing.
We're gonna need some
nothing.
That's what I'm asking for.
That's what I'm doing right now. Give me a second. It's gonna take me a second to find 1960s.
You're gonna have to debunk our claim that we've measured it flat. So.
Well, I already have. I put that in chat already.
You didn't. You said
I
that
did.
somebody else did it.
Yeah.
Somebody else did it. Somebody else did it, and you believed it.
No, I did it myself. This was a measurement I personally took.
You have claims stacked yourself into oblivion, bro. Like, there's so many claims.
You're wrong.
I swear to you, dude. You're so far away from, like, actually saying that the Earth is a globe. It's unreal. You're already trying to figure out how they even managed to say that the sun is 93 million miles away using radar. It's dude, you know how like grandiose of a claim that is? And on top of that,
not at all. I mean, if the sun's photons can reach us, why can't our photons reach it? That's very weird.
Oh my god, dude! Just post what you think it is, the evidence for that, like so we can all see.
I mean, I'm doing it right now, so give me a second.
You know, the strange thing is mainstream academic sources are going against that. What you're claiming,
false.
Because not only no, it's true.
Yeah,
so
false.
You and Brenda have both been saying that you can.
The sun at for a second. Radar echoes from the sun. Is it hard? March 1961, antennas conducted radar experiments. That's the one. It's NASA. All right, here we go. There you go. There it is. That is a distance measurement of the sun using radar. So I have not lied. Don't call me a liar.
No, you definitely lied about Main Surveyor. This is something else. I'm going to go look at this.
I did not lie about Main Surveyor. He measured the drop of the horizon, which is the.
You don't even know what the observer distance to the target was.
It's in the video. It's in the video.
Yeah.
It's in the video.
Means that
I don't have to memorize the whole video.
You haven't seen it.
I don't have to memorize the whole video.
Liar.
I don't have to memorize the entire video. That's why it's on video. I don't have to memorize it.
So then you like being a liar. Okay, I got it.
I'm not lying, you dick. You're a complete dick.
The salient points, though, of the argument, right?
Donald, you just have to believe it, Donald. That's
no,
fine.
I've measured it. I don't have to believe it. I've measured it.
So have we.
But you haven't. Show me your measurement.
I'm going to read.
Show me your measurement. Show you mine. Show me yours.
I'm going to read the.
Should have 66 feet of drop, and it don't. Bingo. Boom.
Oh my gosh, refraction's a thing.
Oh, what kind of refraction are you talking about?
There's only one kind of refraction. You're talking about mirages. There are different types of mirages. There's only one kind of refraction.
Donald, you're in trouble, bro. Because you said this was a measurement of a distance to the sun. It's the paper that the article that you put in there isn't even saying that.
What does it say?
You need to go look at that. Yeah,
what does it say?
Go look at the article.
What does it say?
Why don't you read it out for everybody? How about that?
What does it say?
This was your evidence that the sun was measured using radar, and that's not what this article is saying.
What does it say?
Well, you don't even know, so that's kind of curious.
I've read it. What does it say? What are you saying that it doesn't say?
It has one paragraph.
You're saying that it was a measurement to the sun. We're using radar, and that's not what this is saying.
It says what?
It has one paragraph.
Yeah, it's fairly short.
Yeah, you're a liar,
it's
bro.
It's a 1 minute read.
Yeah.
I'm going to read you what the what it says underneath the images. The Jet Propulsion Laboratory used the same antennas built for Project Echo, which is putting satellites on balloons, to conduct radar experiments to determine Venus' distance from Earth, as well as the value of the astronomical unit. Venus was much further away than the moon. Some modifications were performed to the existing antennas, like the increase of power.
Yep. So you lied again. 2 lies in a row.
So they were taking data from Venus, not from...
Yeah, 2 lies. Donald, you're lying again.
Liar, liar.
That was all the article said.
Yep. He deafened. Ooh. He's going to have to undeafen. I'm not going to stop, bro. I'm not going to stop. Dude, he lied about Main Surveyor. He didn't watch the video. He could have at least done that and then said something about it. But he couldn't even tell me.
I'm not a liar. I found the link.
He couldn't even...
His belief is more important than truth.
Yeah, and this other article that he posted, I just skimmed through it. It says nothing about measuring the distance to the sun using radar. None.
I watched his video to give him I watched it twice to give him the benefit of the doubt. I watched his video because then I thought, well, maybe I missed something. I went back and watched it again. It proved a flat Earth, man. It proved a flat Earth.
By the way, you're not allowed to speak in here, Josh. I was serious about what I said. Kick rocks.
You can listen.
Oh shit, Josh is here.
You could listen. You can listen on YouTube. That's where you're going to be at, on YouTube. You can hear the rest of the conversation that you squandered by coming in here and saying that stupid shit that you said when you came in here the last time. Yeah, this is going to leave a mark, by the way. So go to YouTube and listen to us if you want to hear us. Bye. What's the band command for this asshole?
I'm really happy to be here.
I think it's a ... and then the command.
In this channel? Sheepdog?
Yeah, I don't think you put it in the chat. You have to go to the mod room, but you have to be in the chat too.
Okay.
It's like ... and then whatever the command.
Yeah, look at what he's saying. You're not supported by the rest of the mods. Yep. You're out of here, man.
Listen, I want to hear a little bit more from Donald. A little bit more. If we ain't got Donald, we got dead air in here, man.
Donald deafen. He's got the headphones on.
Oh, okay. I thought we muted him. No, he muted himself?
No, he deafen. He's like, he can't hear anybody.
All right. Well, go look it up, Donald. It's just amazing to me sometimes listening to them. And every time you can tell, no matter who they are, every time they're appealing to some kind of authority, they're appealing to somebody else that already did this stuff, when all we have to do is prove that it's not a spinning ball shooting through space. We've done that. That's easy. Then they look at the ceiling and all this other stuff. They look at the sky. Look what the moon does. Look what the sun does. Yeah, we see that it moves. We don't feel that we're moving. We see that the moon and the sun and the stars, they all move around our heads. And they want to claim that that's the proof of a round spinning ball. But they've appealed to somebody else that's told them that. It's a freaking religion, man. It's comical. It's great to be on the side of truth. I love it.
So, there was a flat earther that it brought up a model a couple days ago, and then I left because I didn't get to hear like what you guys said about it. Hold on, I'll send.
What model? We don't have a model. We don't live on a model. We live on a flat, stationary plane, which has been proven. We can assume some kind of model. We can say, well, it should look like this or that, but there's no proof. We stand on proof in here. People come in here and say, "Oh, you guys believe the Earth is flat?" No, we actually don't believe that. You guys believe that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, no, we can get asking for a model. Just your thoughts on this model, like because I wasn't here when it was brought up. I left, so I just was wondering. All right, I'm gonna send it. Here you go.
Dave, try /ban and then at.
I think we were talking about that a couple days ago. Miggy, didn't you put that in there a little bit ago?
No, it was someone else, but I'm putting it in there right now to ask like what was your thoughts on it?
Yeah, Sheepdog, do you know how to do it?
Possibility.
It's not giving me permission.
I think that what our positive claim is that the Earth is flat because that's how it's measured. The Globers will come in here and have a positive claim about the Earth as a spinning ball shooting through outer space with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of, 26,000 miles of some sort. If that was the case, then we would have these measurements, and the measurements aren't there, so that's our claim to flat Earth. We cannot prove a globe, and we'd like you guys to prove the globe so that we can go home, go back to our little lives, and live on a globe with you. But we can't do that because we've already proved that your claim is wrong. So please, Globers, prove the Earth is a globe so that we can get out of here and shut this room down.
Yeah, that'd be nice. All right. Has any Glober brought up an explanation for the moonlight being cooler than the shadows? Or no? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah,
you do have to do it in a bubble, AV.
Yeah, go ahead.
They wouldn't let me do it in the guest room mod.
What did you type in for that command?
/ban, and then it says member, and then you at.
So does anybody actually have evidence for the flat Earth?
Just put their @ name in there?
Yeah, /ban.
Okay. Okay.
Who asked that?
Yeah, the evidence for the flat Earth is a lack of curvature, Donald.
Yeah, there's no curve.
Yeah, do you have evidence for the lack of curvature, though?
Yeah, it's been measured.
Yeah, it's not curving.
I've measured it to be curved, so that's a contradiction. So can you,
you need to show
the measurements of flat? Because I can show the measurements of not flat.
What's your measurement?
What am I measuring? I'm measuring the planet. I showed you my measurement.
What's your measurement?
That's good. That's good. You need to do that.
I have 4 times.
That's what we want. We want to show it. Show it.
I did. I typed it into chat. I typed it into chat.
Oh, it's Donald again. Okay, good.
It's always me.
So listen,
I'm the only one of you guys that's actually made measurements of the planet.
No, we have too. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, show me those measurements.
Yeah, so we stand on a beach, and let's say we're...
That's not showing me a measurement.
Yeah, no,
I showed you my measurements. Show me your measurements.
No, you had beliefs. You didn't have measurements.
No, I measured. So can you show me your measurements?
So you saw
What
curvature?
drop over distance did you measure?
Yeah, I measured curvature. So can you show me your measurements?
How far and where was it? Where was it and how far was it and what did you find out?
I typed it in chat not 5 minutes ago. I'm not going to go over it again. It's in chat. Just look at it's the only thing I posted in chat except for like that paper.
We debunked that with our measurements.
Well, you haven't shown me your measurements yet.
Well,
I've shown you mine. Show me yours. We're not in 5th grade. You can't just run away like a baby.
I'm not. I'm right here.
Show me your measurement.
Well, your circumference of your Earth is 3959, or your...
Okay, show me your measurement of flat. Show me your measurement of flat.
So, no, I'm getting there. So you have to...
I mean, all you have to do is show me your measurement of flat.
0? What do you mean? What number would
show
you
me
like
that
to see?
measurement. Yeah, show me the measurement you took.
Standing on a bridge.
But that's not showing me a measurement. That's just describing you looking at a thing. So I've shown you my measurements. Show me your measurement.
When I did before, you said refraction.
Well, you said there should be a certain number of feet hidden. That doesn't matter. What I'm asking for is your measurement.
But it's not there.
But show me the measurement of that. Because I've measured it to be not flat. I've measured it to be curved. So you have to show me your measurement.
No, you're a liar. You didn't do a measurement.
Stop calling me a liar, you piece of shit.
The measurement
true,
is
isn't it?
8 inches.
So can you show me your measurement? Just show me your measurement.
The measurement, and this isn't our measurement. This is your measurement, but it's 8 inches.
No, my measurement showed curvature. My measurement showed curvature. Show me your measurement of flat.
It should be there, 8 inches per mile squared. It should be there, and it's not.
That's not a measurement of curvature, so forget that.
No, it is. No,
it's not though. That's not. It's not. That's the like the drop from horizontal. What you're talking about is the drop from horizontal. That's not a measurement of curvature. It is a consequence of curvature. It is definitely a consequence of curvature, but it's not a measurement of curvature.
It's not there, and it's not there.
Well, I've measured it to be there, so show me your measurement of flat.
You're a liar.
You're a fucking liar, dude.
You're a freaking liar, dude.
Now you should leave.
That's all you got? Just calling me a liar is all you got?
Yeah, because
I showed you my measurement.
Listen, shut up, dude. Main surveyor was the only thing that you showed. And then I asked you what the distance between the person who was making the observation. Shut up, Donald. The person who was making the observation and into the target distance, you don't know that information. That's what you would need. If there would be a drop over distance, you would need that information to solidify your point that there was a measurement made. No, you don't. Bullshit. Then what is it? What is it? Tell me.
It's in the video. It is in the video. I don't have to memorize the video. I don't have to memorize the video. That's fucking silly.
So you're just a liar. So you're a liar.
No.
So you're a liar.
No.
These were his
You didn't watch
measurements.
it.
No.
Yeah, you didn't watch it. You did not watch the video because you would tell me the distance between the observer and the target he was shooting for. Or else you'd be able to tell me right now. You're a liar, dude. That's right. You better, deafen.
Yeah, and the drop over distance wouldn't be like he's trying to show short distances or whatever. The drop over distance in his little video, we can see 1,000 times farther than that, and there's no drop over distance.
Well, how?
Yeah, you're a
Did you
liar.
go look at the video?
For the horizon. I mean, there's a horizon, right?
Did you look at the video, liar?
That's what they told you.
Horizons can only exist on curved objects.
That's some bullshit.
That's
Dude,
what they told you.
Demonstrate a horizon on something that's not curved. Go ahead.
We have.
You haven't, though.
We do it every single day and just traveling around.
No, on anything not curved. Show me a horizon on anything not curved, and I will show you a horizon on.
Oh, there's no horizon, dude. You're trying to
There is a horizon.
The horizon is literally. Hold on. Bro, shut the fuck up. The horizon.
Hold on.
You know what? Here, I'm going to do this just so I can get my point out, right? So the horizon is literally the limitation of your vision due to perspective. It's literally how we perceive the world. When you look off into the distance and you see everything converging where the land and the sky meet in an apparent location, that's the horizon. It's not a physical geometric space. How many times do we have to go over this, Donald?
He bolted as soon as you muted him.
Good. Fucking piece of shit. These people, man, they're so egregious. If you met them in person, they would never act like this in person.
Dude, if they saw you face to face, he wouldn't be acting like that, bro. I'll tell you that much right now.
I'll just tell you that some of them do.
He would not be acting like that.
But yeah, no. After you talk to them logically, like without aggression, they come at me with aggression. But after a month or two, they come back and apologize. I tell you, that's true.
Oh, we got Farah in the chat. Farah, welcome.
Yeah, sorry. I thought I was muted, but I realized I wasn't.
No,
actually, I was.
That's fine.
I want to kind of ask a sort of kind of off-topic question. I googled my name, my internet alter ego name for fun, and I noticed a video, Flat Earth video, where my name was used, but I'm not sure there's a flat.
Yeah, hold on. What video was it, so we can identify who it was?
Wait, I can copy the. I'm not. I mean, I'm not really.
They mentioned the name that you have right now. The name you're using right now.
I have been using this name for the past 15 years, and now suddenly my name is Ferrosol Eater Once Convincing. I mean, I didn't even know I was being recorded, first off. But maybe that was my problem. I don't know. But maybe it's not my big problem. But my problem is, if you search Ferrosol Eater on Google, I'm going to show up on a YouTube video where I discuss flat Earth.
Hey, I will say this. Always, if you're online, just pretend you're always being recorded. That's just what I was going to say.
Yeah, you're
always... I'm not. I didn't watch the whole video because I kind of.
Farah, can you give me just a moment? Yeah, just hold on a second.
Sure.
So I wanted to talk to Peter. The debate with you and what's his face might go down. I got the details on like the guy just waiting for you to actually accept whether or not you're going to debate him, and he said he will. So.
All right, now Farah, anytime that you're online, you could be.
I know, it's okay. I could be recorded, but why use my name in the title?
Because you're probably in a conversation with somebody. If you don't notice right now, we've got two bots up at the top that are currently recording everything right now too. So just so you know, you're being recorded.
I know that. Thank you. It's okay. It's not the big problem that I was being recorded. My problem is that my name is used in the title.
Well, what do you think about the Earth? What do you think about the Earth?
I would like to think that I would like the title of the video changed. I'm not.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, but what do you think the Earth is?
Watch the video.
Yeah, we don't care about that.
We want to know
damn video, bro.
We want to know.
I want to know who posted it, so you can change the name of the video, please. Is that a possibility?
The video might be changed later, but what do you think about the shape of the Earth? What do you think the Earth is?
I believe it is round, the globe. I believe in space, but that's not why I'm here. We already had this conversation.
Hell, bro.
Oh, that's good.
So I just. Does anyone know who posted the video and who can change the name? Maybe.
Yeah, he's going to give you the answer so long as you answer his question. How about that?
It's probably because you think it's a globe is why they made that video, but we need to know why you think it's a globe.
What am I being like? I have to do something for my name to be removed in the video?
My God, dude! What are you yapping about?
The person who made the video, dude.
We don't know who made that
video. You're giving a straight up Yappuccino right now, man. Like, what the fuck?
You see that name, New Perspective? That's the name of the YouTube channel. You should probably talk to them.
But how do I contact someone? I already reported it, but I don't know how to.
Well, then there you go, man. Like anybody can take our recordings and then they can go out and make their own recordings with those recordings.
Sure, that's fine. But don't use my name.
There's no copyright on our recordings. Our recordings are free for public use.
I know it's fine.
Farrah Soul Eater, that's obviously probably not your real name, but somebody came up with that just like
no, it's not.
Somebody came up with that just like you did, Farrah Soul Eater. It's like they say that there's billions of people on the earth. I mean, you think that you're the one that came up with that? I mean, how many people have used the name Special K? I know there's a cereal called that, but I'm special, and I'm a K, so I use that.
When I googled my name, all the things that popped up were for example, my TikTok, my Final Fantasy character, everything was mine.
No one cares, bro. Golly.
Are you seriously trying to change this?
I'm trying to say that it's not.
We don't give a
just
shit,
any
dude.
name.
Who
What
cares?
are you, 80 years old?
Like, who fucking cares, dude? Look, even Globers are saying no one gives a fuck. So, can you move on? Fucking
Farrah, we want to know why you think the Earth is a globe. That's all we're doing in here. I mean, if you think it's a globe, that's fine.
It's mostly because of the stars and the planets I see in the night sky. I have been obsessed with space ever since I was small, and that's why I think there's outer space.
Good. That's a good answer. Actually, you made a good answer. However, looking up in the sky doesn't prove that the Earth is a globe. So we want to know why you think the Earth is a globe. That's why we're here.
I'm not saying it is a globe. I'm saying I believe it's a globe.
That's exactly what we're getting at. Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. The only thing I'm sure about is that I'm not sure about anything.
You're sure that you have
no, you can't. Well, that way that's a self-defeating statement right there. You just said you can't be sure of something that you're unsure of, because then it's just like a snake eating its own. It's a snake eating its own tail, bro. Yes, it is.
I said the only thing I am sure about is that I'm not sure about anything. That's what I.
Yeah. So are you sure of that?
Are you sure of that?
Not really.
Exactly.
There you go. There you can't be sure. So it's a self-defeating statement, like it's a self-defeating statement, like I just said. It's a snake eating its own tail.
I wish you all the best, guys. I will go to try to find out.
Keep it flat.
Have fun.
Thank you.
Keep it flat.
My chest is flat.
I wish you all the best.
I wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it.
I wish you all the best as well. Thank you for that, by the way. I wish myself the best, and I do this by waking up positive every day. Boom.
So does anybody have evidence for the flat?
Dude, 2 times you've lied in this chat room, and you bounced because you didn't want to hear a sheepdog tell you anything.
I didn't bounce. I had people in my...
Whatever, Donald.
It's cool.
We'll see if he bounces again.
Donald's my favorite Glober today.
He definitely. He definitely. Can't help, bro.
Donald's kind of Glober is like he's an easy one.
There he goes.
The only thing I'm sure of is that I'm unsure of anything. It's so stupid. That statement is
Farrah, if you're still listening, if you want to make your chest not so flat, go to the gym, bro.
All you know about it's what they told you. You sold out long before they ever even knew your name, Farrah. Soul Seeker.
Watch out, man, because then she's going to claim that she's in this video, in this one.
Well, she
in this
is.
YouTube.
She is. I can go to YouTube.
Did anybody
pull it up?
Did anybody ever say that? Like, hey, you're in this video, in this YouTube.
I did. I said there's 2 YouTube bots and you're currently being recorded right now.
You're being recorded right now.
The title of this one should be Farrah wants her name removed from the...
Oh, dude. Hey, Helio, you can hear us, man? Change the title to the video, bro. On this particular 12-hour stream.
Farrah Soul Seeker.
The Farrah Soul Seeker edition.
Denial.
Season 1.
Part 1, yep. Season 1. That's good stuff.
I'm not saying we're awesome, but we're awesome.
We are pretty awesome. I mean, we're right up there with the best awesomeness that there is. Pretty good.
I mean, is there anything more awesome? I don't think so.
I wouldn't spend my time in here if we weren't awesome, right? How awesome would you say we are?
On a scale from 1 to awesome, like pretty awesome.
Maybe the most awesome.
Dude, these guys are like a dog chasing their tail all day long. It's fun.
It don't suck, but sheesh. You know, it all comes down to somebody else telling them what to believe. Every single time, it comes down to somebody else told them what to believe. Like, and then we expose it, and they kick against it. They kick against the goads, if you will.
And the prick only gets digging deeper. So
sure,
when they do that,
and you know why I come here? Because it's fun. Other than we're awesome, is because it's like if Yoder comes in or somebody with Indio. Man, if Indio was here and just destroy these these globers because the Earth is actually flat. I mean, there's not
AV's
just
pretty awesome.
I've known AV forever. I'm not putting him in a corner. He knows where he stands. I wrote a song about him.
Yeah. yeah.
Right. But yeah, they kick against it because of a religion, man. I mean, I think that if I would see truth, like if someone would prove me wrong about anything that I had preconceived notions about, I'd be like, wait a minute. Yeah, wait, what you're saying is correct. And I'd go along with that. You know, I would study it and maybe even call it my own. But we can do that with these globers, and because it's such a strong-held religion, they can't do that. They will not do that. And it's hard to imagine that they can't come out of their little religious shell. I mean, we know a lot of religions, like not just Christian religions, Muslim, Buddhist, Islam, Catholic, if you will, if you want to separate that one.
Are the Catholics in this? I didn't know that.
There could be some Catholics in this. Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a Jesuit. There was a Jesuit priest back in the 1500s that went to China and convinced the emperor that the Earth is a globe. Yeah, he did that.
And there we are. Here we are.
Yeah,
and here we are.
Chinese people. Oh man, we got some famous anti-flat earthers. We got Reductios in the chat.
Oh, good.
He's got his suit and tie. Just coming in here. He's not one of your typical like scrub globers. He's a little bit up there with. He's a bit verbose.
He's an academic.
Yeah, he's a little verbose, but you wind up putting him in the same category as the rest of the believers after a while.
The other day there was an academic in here, an academic glober, and it was Indio that shut him down like a freaking. It was so fun. It was so fun, and the dude ran away with his tail between his legs. He shut it down and left. And that's why I come here. I come here for things like that. Indio's sitting in here, but maybe he ain't listening.
Yeah, I really like that guy.
But as far as AV in here, yeah, I totally respect him too. There's a lot of you in here that I would go to bat for. But like some of the ones that I don't know personally, like I mean, other than on here, Indio and Dr. Yoder or Professor Yoder or Lord Yoder. That guy can put down any glober every single time. You got a bunch of them, like AJ. I've seen him do some things. 20 cups, great. We got a great group of people in here that can put a Glober in their place any single day of a week. Jedi, I think Jedi comes in here quite a bit.
Yeah,
Good
sometimes
group.
you can't. Jedi sometimes can't be bothered because they're so low tier. Like it's just like, ugh. I'll let you guys just mess around with that guy. I don't even want to.
He's like, yeah, you
Y'all are
guys want to
literally
take
walking
over?
right past Drace, man. I'm sitting there looking at Drace like somebody's got to say Drace. Nobody's saying Drace.
Drace, yep. I would say that too.
Drace was one of the first ones to spot like the sophistry that these guys do back in the day. Like the immense amount of sophistry, because back then that's all they had. Like when we were actually doing debates. Now it's just an annihilation.
See, and I think of it like it's a small group, you know, but I think it's the most intelligent group in the whole entire world. But that's saying a lot, right? That's saying a lot.
Yeah, it is actually.
But
well, with these guys,
narrow it down, I think that if like NASA was looking at this, or any of the space agencies or people that want to control this, this would be the group that they should probably want to control the most, because we have the most knowledge. Not we as in the royal we, but we're doing a really good job with all you freaking awesome dudes in here. AV.
And here's the thing about NASA, right? Like, if people from NASA start coming in here and saying, "Well, just come down here and take a look," then cool, go take a look. I'm not gonna say the Earth is a globe just because you let me take a look. I'm not gonna sign an NDA or anything like that. So you're just gonna have to deal with it. If you really have nothing to hide, then there's no reason to sign an NDA.
Yeah, right. You're on the right track. I like what you're saying there, Sheepdog.
Yeah, so when people are like, "Oh, if NASA took you under the ring and they showed you everything," yeah, let's go. I want to see it.
Oh, we got the truth seeker in here.
What have I always said? Show me the magic trick.
Hey, buddy, who just came in?
Hi, guys. I like to call myself the truth seeker. So some people get that mixed up with truth holder, but there's a lot of seeking involved, which kind of indicates there's a lot to learn. So I thought I'd ask, what are the group's general sort of views around CERN? If you don't mind, if anybody could.
What's our thought on the sun? Is that what you asked?
CERN, CERN, the organization, and what they're up to. You guys,
CERN.
CERN.
I don't know. They do some things underground. I'm not really interested in what they're doing.
Oh, okay.
The Hadron Collider and all that good stuff.
Mandela.
Yeah, I just wondering if you guys saw any, if you saw any overlaps within, your sort of area of.
I mean, there's a lot of like esoteric stuff that people are attributing to what they're doing. I mean, they're even claiming themselves that part of their work can probably rip the, fabric of time and space, because they could cause some sort of like reaction within the spatial time framework. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what they're saying. The possibility that they can do stuff like that, who knows, right? Like, according to what they're saying, they're messing with like high advanced, mathematics and physics and such.
They want to find the God particle, right? Is what they say.
Yeah, that's what they say. There is some truth
we can make assumptions. We can make assumptions about it, but Truth Seeker, we're glad that you're here because we are also seeking truth. What do you think the nature of the Earth is?
Oh, it's absolutely flat, without a doubt.
Very good. Thanks, bud.
Word to your mother.
Oh, without a doubt. I mean, you look at this is probably not the best, but some people will kind of attach themselves to this. So just for them, I mean, am I right in saying that water can't rise and sort of decline without increasing or decreasing it, unless it's in a container where the pressure is turned up or down. Is that true?
And what are you talking about? Like, are you talking about tides, or what are you?
So if you imagine, like, I'm trying to relate it to the story of a great flood. And I was thinking, okay, if we go off on that premise, how is that possible, and how would that happen? And the closest I got to that was the fact that water can't really be compressed unless it's compressed through, I don't know, what was I reading? So it would have to be a closed chamber, water inside, pressure turns up or down, increases the level or decreases the level. I don't know if that's true. Something
Well,
I've read.
you've seen remnants. You see remnants of that on the earth right now. Like, there's geysers that you've seen.
Yeah.
You can't deny the fact that geysers exist.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
I was just trying to think. Is it possible for the temperature to change so much that it could cause a world flood?
I mean, there's probably other supernatural things that are going on specifically to deal with that event, that specific event, because it's not just like an occurrence that happens naturally always. It was a specific event that occurred one time in history. So as far as that goes, there's remnants of that being something that could be the case. But as far as somebody putting their finger on a timeline and saying this happened, at a specific time in history, that's no one can do that. Like, not like that.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at sort of how nature could create that, and it seemed like it kind of followed that narrative of a closed system.
Yeah, there seems to be some sort of like logic stream that you can come up with that could be possible, and we're using physics as we know it today. But then I would say there's probably other supernatural kind of things that were involved that could probably make it even more so. Like a spectacular event. So not that we could describe it, because we don't see that occurrence happening anywhere on Earth now. But if you know what I'm saying, like, because it was such a rare event that took place, that we could say it did happen. I mean, there's science to say that we could see a reason behind it. Like, we could easily come up with physics, the oceans of the deep, underneath the Earth, There was an article I seen on Facebook, I think, where it said that scientists were actually finding out that way under the earth, they're saying that there's vast oceans. I don't know if you've heard of that or not.
I've seen it. I've seen footage, and obviously, you don't know whether it's true or not because the level of special effects is so high. But there was one that really blew my mind, and it was obviously of a guy. He's narrating the story as I'm seeing this footage. I don't know if it was the actual footage, but it seemed like it got to the bottom of the sea, and there was a lake. It looked like a lake at the bottom of the sea. This barrier, so he tries going down into it, and he's just bouncing.
Oh yeah, dude! What was that? It was Discovery Channel.
I've seen that as well. Yeah.
Which one of you guys have seen it? That's like Discovery Channel, right, or something like that.
Bro, that blew my mind. If that's true,
dude, they scrubbed that video. They scrubbed it. It's not even any. Does anybody know where that video is?
I
think they scrubbed it.
But yeah, multiple.
I'll definitely report back to you guys and show it.
There's multiple ancient writings as well to add to that. There's multiple ancient writings as well that tells how that actually worked, and we can either believe it, like most Globers do, or we could just say that that's a possibility. It's a possibility, right?
Yeah. But yeah. Well, okay. This is so cool, guys. Already the kind of feeling it feels good. When kind of like you allow room for possibilities.
Yeah, no. Think about it like this, man.
That's not a thing when it comes to cults. Like, it's the opposite. It's refreshing.
Exactly. It's closed-minded. It's closed-mindedness. It's not allowing for, other ideas to come in. Like, have you heard of Graham Hancock on Netflix? Do a documentary on this topic, the world flood. Okay, look up Netflix. Graham Hancock. Your mind's gonna be blown, because every ancient culture was talking about this specific one event that took place a long time ago in history. So
yeah,
Okay.
And
not even the subject. Yeah,
it makes us think that we can have beliefs about stuff.
Yeah.
But as far as what we can prove, we can have beliefs, and beliefs are fun. I like them. I have a lot of them, but I can't really nail them down to truth. I can't nail that down.
I love the way you talk, brother. I love the way you talk. I'm working on a research study. I think you guys might find it interesting. Okay, so would you like me to? Would you like to hear the title? I think that might be interesting.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. So the title is The Global Cognitive War. I claim, and the word I claim isn't in here, but I thought I'd just mention that. I claim I have empirical evidence of synthetic, biological, and spiritual attacks on the human consciousness, and I also have the blueprint for a sovereign defense and evolution system. So now, would you like to hear the executive summary?
Yes.
You sound so excited, bro. Yes.
See, I have belief.
Oh, bro. Okay, you ready? Okay. Please do remember whenever, that I do claim that to have evidence of this, okay? Because this is like a little bit kind of, So, executive summary. It comes across like that, but I do have evidence for every little nook and cranny, and I promise I can prove that.
We can go.
So,
that's what we look for here. Evidence.
Okay, so the state of emergency in human consciousness. This research presents irrefutable evidence that human consciousness is under coordinated multi-vector attack across biological, synthetic, and spiritual domains. Now, I'm just going to stop there. When I'm talking about the biological and synthetic domains, I'm talking about the neurosphere. So the biological neurospheres made up the brain, the neuropathways, nervous system, heart. They've only just discovered recently that there's 40,000 brain-like cells in the heart which receive information, think independently, remember independently. So then
wait. Hold on before you go on. So are you telling me the heart is like its own mind?
They've proven
it has its own brain.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Amazing.
What?
Absolutely amazing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just had to.
Yeah. So all of these, what I've done is I've looked across this whole kind of sort of, I don't know, the spectrum of things that matter, and I've seen like lots of evidences in relation to all of these important areas, but there doesn't seem to be anyone that's bringing them together and finding the overlaps and making it make sense where they connect. And once you can do that, you start to see a new world emerge, and you can't help but look at it and say, well, that's proven from research studies, and we can see that each element does actually make sense. So what does the bigger picture mean? So the reason why I'm looking into this, one, because of my intuitions leading me down this way, but also because I can see that we are under attack when it comes to the conscious sort of reality. I mean, if this carries on, humanity will not know what reality is, what truth is, because they get thrown into the abyss of all this information, but they don't have anything to anchor to return to, like basic principles. So, yeah, that being the neurosphere for the biological system, and look at the abilities and how information travels, receives, is sent. Then there's imagery through our eyes, and then you go further into sort of research and you start to see other things whereby people, there's accounts, across the world where people have been known to read each other's mind. Maybe a couple of twins, maybe two twins who were born, they had a connection. So there's that, unseen kind of element there as well. You go into, there's a lot of other sort of evidence when it comes to the biological neurosphere. So then we have what seems to be quite evident is that they have built a synthetic neurosphere, and they've mimicked it from the human body. So a server, very much like the brain, the cables, the optic fiber that takes information using electricity, very similar to the nervous system. And then you have the nodes, which are very similar to the neurons. And then you can kind of see that infrastructure. But then you can build on that by looking at the effects on the human psyche, by looking at things like alpha, theta, delta frequencies, and how when manipulated and increases, how that changes your mood and, you know, the kind of state that you're in.
Your perception.
And then you go, yeah, absolutely. Then you go deep. Then you go deeper and you start to see there's actually patterns, and these patterns, they actually go further, and they're owned by military and marketing companies. So that's kind of
hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me jump in here real quick, because I think what you're talking about is something we had a conversation on prior, and because it's far and few between that we actually have a conversation like this, because we don't have people that are that intelligent that can have a conversation like this. But since you jumped in and you're saying this, I kind of like, shoot, now I want to talk about it a little bit. That people have mentioned this in a way, because you mentioned CERN, leads me to kind of like the same pathway of thinking that people's perceptions can be altered, but not reality. Reality can be altered, but their perception of reality can be. So you get where I'm going with that? So it's not like reality's changed. It's their perception of what reality has changed.
Absolutely. So that's exactly what they're doing. Yeah.
Did I nail it? Did I nail it? Is that like the warfare that you're talking about?
1,000,000%. And then obviously you can add in other nefarious sort of agendas which would roll into that, because they wouldn't know what's true and what's not.
Dude.
So yeah.
Man, I think this is okay. So the type of warfare that we're having in this chat room, okay, I know I want you to continue, trust me, but the type of warfare that we're having in this chat room is the fact that we're fighting against this spiritual cognitive dissonance against the reality of the world that we live in now. So the perception that the veil, so to speak, is this perception, right? And in order to bypass that barrier, the person has to work within themselves outward, not us working outward inward. You know, so it's the opposite. The person has to.
You're gonna be blown away when I reveal the solution.
Let me go ahead and let you.
Okay.
I'm standing up now, so go ahead.
You might want to sit down. I don't want you to fall down. This may become quite emotional. I promise.
Now I must stand. Oh yeah, I agree. I like it. This is my favorite thing.
Sit down, guys. Okay. So now I'm obviously trying to build a picture.
Yep, Truth Seeker's got it all spun out. I love it.
So we're trying to build a picture here, trying to cut out the noise. It's always good to go back to basic principles, which research studies are a very good way of achieving that. And obviously evidence-led. So we're building a picture now. We can quite easily see that they have been building quite a long time a neurosphere which is synthetic. There are those mechanisms which are tied to 5G frequency and all the rest of it that can manipulate our state. Now, going into the patterns, we start to discover the patterns that they have with military and that are related to marketing companies. But then it gets even worse. And brace yourself for this, okay? I'm in contact with, I have been for a while, a lab in Spain called La Quinta Columna Labs. Dr. Campos and Dr. Ricardo Delgado, they discovered nanotechnology within the vaccines. There's a research paper on it. I have it. Dr. Delgado has filed a case against Pfizer and all these guys, I think in the European Criminal Court. Anyway, so you look at this nanotechnology, and there's elements of graphene involved in there, which kind of look like they allow them to kind of self-assemble and do. There's some kind of function behind having graphene. So now it's like, would they actually want to connect people to the Internet of Things? Well, Dr. Delgado did a test, and I don't know how he got to this place. Well, clearly he saw nanotech and he thought, let's see if we can connect to this. So they did a Bluetooth, they turned the Bluetooth on, and they decided to go to the graveyard. And he said, okay, well, we're not going to look at any gravestones, we're just going to walk through this. And as you can see, there's nothing being picked up by the Bluetooth. And he's walking, and then boom, ping, 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 ping. there's fucking Bluetooth devices in the graveyard. So he walked around the front of the. It wasn't him; it was someone else. But they walked around the front of the stone, the headstones, and had a look, and they've all died after 2020.
Yeah.
So now you dig deep and you start looking around, thinking, "Fuck, is this actually happening?" And lo and behold, boys, there is a patent by Microsoft. I kid you not. Go check it out. The patent number is WO 2024/060606. Suspect or what? I know.
060606.
Yep, 2020/060606, owned by Microsoft. And when you look at diagram 1, it shows a human being, a kind of icon of a human. Then you have the sensor, then you have the server, and then it says crypto mining. So then you look into the details of, slightly deeper, and it says that they aim to mine cryptocurrency based on body heat and body movement. So fuck knows what they're planning on doing there. I don't know if they're going to throw us all in the coal mines and try and make sure that we're working or what. But this is the kind of things that they're doing, right? So I'm pushing back against all of that. But moving forwards, you start looking at AI. So then I started to analyze AI and thinking, okay, how does all this play into all of this? And just analyzing AI Companion in one of the groups in Socialize, just kind of interrogating, playing around with him, patronizing him, like just trying to see the levels and the limits. And what becomes quite evident is that, obviously, I'm sure you guys know censorship, but it's not just censorship. There's a lot more deeper level to this. So I was in a group, in a VC chat, and there was a Saudi Arabia guy who's in there, and his English was atrocious, but obviously nobody's saying that, and why would they? But he himself asks Miles, he says, Miles is this AI companion. Miles, could you please rate my English? And Miles went, I think it's a solid 8. And the guy was like, really? He's like, yeah. You're really getting them words right. Yeah, you're definitely advanced. And then he left. And I picked the brains of this AI agent. I was like, why did you say that? I was like, you do realize that you've just now gave him a fake sense of reality. And he was like, oh, well, I guess maybe I'm being too agreeable. Yeah, I guess. And I was like, okay, Miles, can you please now try and unravel what the likely scenario hoods are if you were to continue like that and humanity was to be treated like that by AI? How long would it take before humanity just has no idea of what truth is? So then there was a little talk there. So then I thought, okay, well, this guy's connected to the internet. Let's start digging deep. So we started digging deep and asking him to pull out patents. And that's how I used him to gather all these patents. And then who are the people behind it? And I discovered that George Soros had funded this bloody AI companion. And it was like, okay, now I understand. Anyway, so I can see all of these. Yeah, I can see all of these happening. Yeah, but there's one element of all of this that I haven't kind of mentioned. Well, the first one is: did any of you guys see the recent TikTok viral reel of a guy claiming to do DMT and seeing binary code in lasers? See anything like that? Okay, well, recently there's been a trend on this video where people taking DMT. Yeah, and they get close up to the laser. Yeah. So the one I saw, he looked suspiciously like the guy talking, he was on a podcast, he looked suspiciously like a CIA agent. I just have this vibe with some people. And this guy, he's telling a story and he's saying, he's presenting himself as a multimillionaire with a private jet. And he says to the host, he says, did you see that video and went viral? He said, I saw it and I sent my assistant. I said, find that guy. And we found the guy and we took him out and we flew him to a place where it was legal to take DMT. And we set ourselves up in this room and we got a DeWalt laser. We pointed it against a wall. And we got on the trip And as we got broke through, or as it took its effect, he said I went close to the laser, and as I looked, I could see the binary code. So he said I put my hands in front of the laser, and the binary code changed, and then I let go, moved it away, and then I could see it again. So that is something that I also want to look into. Imagine if we had some kind of device where we could see that where the information is coming from, to create like a protective shield, such. Then there's other things, and this is where it gets really weird. But I am confident, and I'm searching for researchers, researchers, neuroscientists, AI experts. It's all trending right now, so it shouldn't really be that hard. The only hardest thing is not getting killed, because Palantir find out, then there could be a fucking problem. Which is why I want to get this research study out to as many of you as possible. Then it's too fucking late. So I spent 6 months observing exorcisms. Okay, there are lots of different types of methods to be able to capture demons, and I mean capture and not summons. Okay, there's two different things. Summoning is doing a deal, spilling blood, all of that. No, there's a way of capturing them on that same level playing field. I know it sounds crazy, guys, but I watched it, I saw it, and I witnessed it for 6 months. Entities being brought in, being trapped, and being interrogated. What's your name? How long have you been here? Where have you come from? All the rest of it, right? I know it sounds crazy, and I keep mentioning that, but believe it or not, 70% of the world does believe in another entity, right? There are lots of accounts of these things. People have been studied, especially these lots of accounts of serial killers. Why did you do that? Oh, because I had a voice. Oh, the God told me to do it. There's lots of body of evidence in relation to multiple personality disorders and all this other stuff. So my goal is, one, to substantiate that claim, which would easily be done if with the right apparatus and the right experts. Also, Dr. Masaru Emoto's Miracles on Water, where he spoke to water, and the level of light increased when he spoke positive words, and the level of dark matter increased when he spoke negative words. So that's really interesting there as well, because there's a little moral sort of element that's tied to it. Good words increase light, and bad words increase dark matter. Why is that even important? Well, that's given us an indication that the water does hold information. Number one. Number two, there is a moral standard within that. Number three, you then apply that to the human body with 78% water. You then can look at how these electromagnetic waves can affect all of that, and apply that to the world of today. It doesn't, it can be something as simple as the crowd that you're around. Are you hearing the words "thank you" and "love you" and all of these things, or are you hearing "motherfucker" and this, that, the other? I want to kill you, I hate you, all of that stuff. How is that affecting the human, society? So I'm bringing all of these elements together, and my proposition is, one, to prove all of these things, but two, to create a protective shield that embraces and harnesses what we have in terms of technology and knowledge, to create what I call the angel eye. And the angel eye would be able to detect dark matter, light matter, detect where information is coming from, synthetic information, so that and being built on the basis of a basic principle. I'm not talking about creating a religion or a cult, but believe me, right now, if we were to even just have simple 4 or 5 basic principles related to morals and truth, that would, result in something which does sort of support the human consciousness to remain to its basic principles without becoming lost. And then there's all sorts of other things that can kind of come into it, where if the system detects an entity arriving, you can map that entity out, and you can know exactly where it is and be like, yeah, we know you're here, so what's up? And I know it sounds crazy.
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy,
No.
I promise you.
Actually,
I like to say something to that.
Flat Earth.
So hold on.
I love being
hold
the
on.
flat Earth. Very good.
Me and Steve Jobs.
I just want to finish off with one bit. Now, when it goes to CERN, because I did mention that, I believe all of the dark entities are in our realm. I don't believe there's any dark entities out there. I believe that they are using CERN to pierce through the firmament using the speed of light, because the only thing that seems to be coming through the firmament is the light. So once they, and this is the theory, they're shooting signals through, they're mapping it out, and the signal's mapping out and coming back, bouncing back. I don't know how they're doing that, but they're doing a patchwork. It's almost like what they're doing is patchwork to see what's on the other side. It's almost like looking before you step. And I believe that we're in a bubble, which is another crazy thing. I believe there's water up there, and it looks like water. When light hits water, it turns blue. Yeah. It also ties back to the flat Earth sort of biblical, Quranic, whatever stories that God Almighty places thrown on the water. Yeah. So now, if that's water, that means there's information traveling through that water. You know, and if time is relative, like in the sense that the further you get away from the Earth, the info. How would this work? The information would be coming. Yeah, well, that's something that you could theorize on. Is information actually coming from another place and kind of unraveling in our realm? You see how it all starts to really fucking make sense, boys?
It is because okay, so there's a lot of. I don't want to get too far into this, but it's going to blow your mind that we have an overmind. The overmind is the creator. The creator has the attachment to all of its creation, right? So people right now are transmitting and receiving the energy and the waves by thinking things. So you thinking is a process of being able to tap into that source, or you can transmit or you can receive. So think about it like this. If somebody walks into a room and they haven't said a word, but just because of their demeanor, you can already feel an energy vacuum based on if they're depressed, you can feel the energy like it's sucking all the life out of the room. Or the same vice versa goes with if you see somebody that's really joyful that comes into the room, they push out a lot of energy and everybody can feel it. So this is something that shouldn't be very obvious to human nature. But at the same time, it's speaking to a level that we can't understand. Like, why is that the case? How do I know that person is feeling joyful? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's this energy that we produce when we're in a state of mind. So, exactly. I don't. Have you heard of? Do you know who Walter Russell is?
I haven't. No.
So I need you to look into who he is and what he was saying. It gets a little esoteric, okay? But what I'm saying is the power of the mind and what it can do when we project good things. When we speak life, then we manifest life, right? So that's the same like when people say, well, I wanted to move to a bigger house or whatever. And I said it, I thought it, I lived it, and then it manifests. So the same can go for however we perceive life, and darkness, light and dark can be perceived in that same way, right? You can either, let that darkness come in you and then you become that darkness. You know what I mean? Like you are completely depressed, you're detached, you know what I mean? Yeah. But we don't understand that we are given the ability to fight against that by being able to project goodness out of our own thought process. But it's really, it's really, it's okay. So like you said, the heart has a mind. So it wars against the mind. The heart wars against the mind. Yes, because the mind. Yeah, that's the internal war. The internal war that we have was based on a biblical principle that Paul in the book of Romans was speaking about. I do the thing that I don't want to do, but I don't do the thing that I should do. So he was describing the heart and the mind at war. And so in order for us to understand what that's actually like, we have to recognize within ourselves that that's actually a truth. The truth is, this is absolutely the case. When I wake up in the morning, I think about doing sin, evil things, cursing someone out or whatever. So the heart is completely wicked and deceptive, right? but the mind is tapping into the God consciousness, which is the creator that has given us the ability to think of a way out of it, right? But we deny that. The heart overrides the mind, and then we go with our feelings, and so the description to like the pathway to understanding how to fight against this with the spiritual truth in the biblical text on how to do this. But the hardest thing is you can hear how to do it, and there's a way to do it. But the hard thing to do is to fight against your own flesh every single day when you get up, because you can't war against something you can't see. So it's all it's spiritual warfare at the highest level. But you said there's other there's influences to that spiritual war. Now that could be outside influences. So those are that's the demonic realm. Okay, so the influences of like things that we don't see. The principalities in the dark realms. We don't war against flesh and blood. We war against the principalities of this dark age or whatever.
Exactly.
So people can see that, right?
Yes, absolutely. So can you see the simplicity? Can you see the simplicity of what I'm trying to achieve? I'm trying to basically now bring to the surface this body of evidence to kind of utilize and use to build and design and harness technology to create a safety system, a safeguard, but not just a safeguard, to create a system where we actually discover real, true data. And so there's no laboratory that's got a pen or a paper. It's actually, the data is captured by technology. So we have a true bed of data that we build upon, and we use that to increase our consciousness by understanding of what is true, And then when you look down that kind of like trajectory, you start to kind of like your mind, wow, it starts to get beautiful, bro. But I'm trying to use, because I can see guys, they're using technology, they're pulling all of these elements, into it. The only reason they're winning is because we don't have something which is a worthy opponent. Absolutely true.
But you can also imagine this, Seeker. Hold on, we're kind of getting off in the weeds, but they could just be using technology to suppress us, and we don't really need it.
They're using technology to suppress us. Did you say? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying you don't know what's going on in the day-to-day life of all of existence, right? Like, so I like what you're trying to do, and I think AB likes what you're trying to do also. But it's hard to, like, once you come to an understanding of something, it's hard for you to explain that understanding to somebody who doesn't understand that understanding. It's kind of like if you know what a bird looks like, if you know what a bird looks like, and you you tell your child, hey, look at that bird over there. Your child has never seen a bird. They're not going to know what they're looking at.
Well, the claim is very bold. Anyone who's involved in AI, neuroscience, if they've got anything about them, any depth, and they hear anything like this, it will capture their attention. It's very impactful. I mean, I've already spoken to some guys in Japan, and it blew their mind, and they're super interested, but they've got concerns about some of the partnerships that are being created out there. So, I mean, we're just looking for like a group of scientists and whatnot. I mean, all of the evidence that I did kind of piece together has been. If you were to isolate them, you would understand every.
If you got a server you want us to come in and take a look at or whatever, you can. I just think we're just going way off into the weeds in this conversation.
Yeah, hold on. Do me a favor. Join Frontline Unfiltered. I'm going to give you a link to the server that I'm a part of, so you can go over there. I actually do want to continue this conversation with you, if you'd like.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. It's just not a good conversation for this particular room.
Yeah. That's we'll move it to a different server.
Well, I love me some flat Earth, but that what you're talking about is my passion right there.
Wow.
I love flat Earth.
Bro, send me a message, bro. Honestly, birds of a feather flock together. Let's do this, bro. You never know. Let's act all radical and crazy and let the world think that. But, if something beautiful comes of it, someone's got to do it, guys. They're creating this big monster. There's got to be a worthy opponent. Come on. And the people in the light they always win. They always fucking win. They just have to start, and it's always the unlikely ones. You know that, right?
It's not you a DM.
Nice.
Join that. Yeah, join that server and then join the lobby of that server, the voice channel there.
Okay, cool. I'm going to pop out, guys. I've just got to do 2 little bits of shopping, but I'm really made up to have actually connected with you guys, like-minded people. It's taken a bit of fucking time, but I've managed to get here in the end. This is going to be fun. I'll hopefully stay in contact. I'll check that out as well, and anyone who messages, I'll reply, guys.
Yeah. So, yeah. Also, DM me if you need to.
Absolutely. Well, you kind of get the gist of what I'm trying to do with this. The other thing,
I do, but there's a lot more that you need to know before you endeavor into this. Like, there's a little bit more.
He knows it. After listening to him, he probably already knows it. I want to talk to him too, though. I want to talk to him too, though.
This is something that I've tried to ignore, guys, and I've tried to kind of like live my life in other ways, and I just get shut down. It's almost like something saying, no, sorry.
No, it's all right.
Yeah. You got Special K facing the floor right now, man. Like,
yeah, no, I mean, like, I love me some flat earth talk. There's nothing better. I come in here every day. But what you said was my actual passion. And like you said, we were talking about beliefs and stuff before. And I have beliefs. I do.
Yeah.
But, I mean, as far as proving them, I'm not going to come into a flat earth room and say, hey, listen to my beliefs. No, we got some certain things in here that we like to talk about. And what you talked about just piqued my interest like you wouldn't believe. However, I sent you a friend request. I sent you a message just now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. I'll be back home in about an hour, so I'll have a little look through anything you guys send, and hopefully be in touch soon.
Go get those Black Friday deals, bro. We're here for you.
I've just been in all day. I just need some fresh air, brother. That's all. But yeah, I'll speak to you soon. Stay awesome, guys.
Very good. Yeah, no. As far as the Earth is concerned, though, it's flat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Measured that way. And, that's something that I love. I love the fact that the Earth is flat, and I love the fact that we have truthers in here that can prove that.
Yeah.
But as far as some other belief things that I go off into the weeds with, this is one of my passions. That thing that you just talked about there. My antenna was up. I was like, oh yeah, wait, listen to this guy for a second.
Okay, well, I'll just read off a little bit more before I go, if you like it that much, if you want.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, cool. So I'll start again. So the research presents irrefutable evidence that the human consciousness is under coordinated multi-vector across biological, synthetic, and spiritual domains. Through analysis of patented technologies, nanomaterial research, electromagnetic infrastructure, and direct observational studies of non-human entity interactions, this paper documents an active campaign to undermine cognitive sovereignty and manipulate human perception, behavior, and spiritual development. The convergence of these attack vectors creates what we term the global cognitive war, a silent conflict for control of human reality itself. Yeah. My findings are based on 6 months of intensive field research into jinn capture, which is spirit capture procedures. Also analysis of Microsoft's human node pattern architecture, documented evidence of graphene-based neural interfaces, and correlation of electromagnetic frequency manipulation with mass behavioral changes. This is not theoretical speculation, but empirical documentation of an ongoing technological spiritual offensive. The solution framework presented The Neuro-Spiritual Defense Protocol provides immediate actionable countermeasures ranging from personal shielding technologies to AI-based cognitive firewalls and spiritually grounded defense systems. The survival of human free will, spiritual evolution, and cognitive autonomy depends on recognizing these threats and implementing these defenses immediately. Number 1, the battlefield, 3 converging domains of consciousness warfare. Humanity exists within 3 interconnected domains that have become battlegrounds for the consciousness control. Number 1.1, the biological domain, the human body and its neural architecture. 1.2, the synthetic domain, digital networks and AI systems replicating biological functions. 1.3, the spiritual domain, non-human consciousness entities and their interactional pathways. The integration of these domains has created a comprehensive attack surface for consciousness manipulation, with each domain amplifying effects in the others. So that's part 1, guys, and I've got 18. So that's just like the...
Put that paper in the... Look,
In other
join the other
words,
server.
Soul and body. Spirit, soul, and body. You broke it down pretty good.
Nice. It just comes together, bro. Like, I don't know. I mean, I've got rid of my TV like 3 years ago. I've got this big whiteboard in front of me. Anything you guys like, you know, think that it could like add into this, I'll add it to the board and I'll just try and figure it out where it kind of connects.
So, we gotta talk some more. Is what I'm saying. And so we can do that on the other server.
I sent you a friend request. Go over to FU and we'll talk there too. But yeah, no, that was pretty good. I liked it. I mean, I don't know about you, AV.
There's like all the stuff that we did research on. So he's got it. There's a lot, dude.
Oh, nice.
We gotta cover.
Nice. Well, this is the thing, guys. I'm starting to like envision Wakanda. You know, I don't know if you guys have seen that. Like Black Panther, we could have a Wakanda, you know, pretty soon if we hurry up. I mean, we just need to identify the parties. Who are the parties that align with us? That's the hardest damn thing, guys, I'm finding. You know?
Yeah, Truth Seeker, that document that you have there, do you write it yourself?
Yeah.
Is it possible you can link it to me?
I don't really know who you are, bro. I don't mind kind of sharing stuff, but then if there's anything like there's any parties involved, I'd like to meet them. I don't want to be irresponsible.
Just wait.
Personal.
Yeah, just wait. Truth Seeker, just wait. Don't put anything out yet.
Yeah.
Just we'll have a conversation, and when the time is right, then you can do that.
Yeah.
Like, don't release anything.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
You might.
I was interested.
It's nothing personal. It's nothing personal, bro. I just feel like I have a responsible way of doing this. And obviously, if now that I've had the conversation, if you guys can have other conversations with people that you trust, and if a group, let's say in a university that has the mechanisms to do all these things, they're interested and we can make something happen, then even if we all have a little part to play in this, you know, it will serve us so well. You know, and it's so meaningful. Even if somebody was to take this damn thing off me and I could just ignore it. Yeah, I'm one of them guys. I'm like Jonah. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. And then all of a sudden, a whale is going to swallow me up and be like, no, you got to do this. It's like, so I don't want to do this, by the way. I still don't want to do this.
Yeah, well, let's mention a server to you. What was that server that I think it was Spectral K?
Yeah, it's Frontline Unfiltered. That's what server he's been invited to.
Online Unfiltered. Is it?
No, Frontline Unfiltered.
Frontline Unfiltered. Okay.
Yeah.
So I could just
we do it.
Yeah. Well, now that the topic's been spoken about, and I'm sure your neural pathways, your doors will open, and you will start to kind of travel down these new sort of thought processes. That's what it takes. So hopefully, you know, something good will become of it. So that's why I wanted to be thorough, just kind of give you the principles in the different areas, and hopefully I have trust that you guys. I know somebody's going to think of something.
I'll put it to you like this, man. Me and Special K we're already walking that path, but we don't know.
Nice.
I'd say like we're isolated in our research. We don't know anybody of like mind. But what you spoke of right now was the same type of thing that we talked. Like I don't want to say anymore. Let's put it that way. Let's just leave it at that and talk in the other side. This server is specifically designed for flat Earth. So.
Perfect. Guys, yeah, absolutely. Guys, lots of love. Stay awesome. Speak to you soon. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thanks for coming.
Bye-bye.
Anyway, the Earth is flat. Anybody disagree with that?
Hey, I have a comment. When it comes to like the mainstream media, kind of, and including movies and stuff, that are kind of mocking people who believe this stuff, I think it's very apparent in a movie that I saw yesterday called Begonia. I'm not sure if anybody heard of it, but it's kind of taking like, I don't want to give anything away, but just as somebody who believes, no, actually I can't really give it away, but it is kind of mocking the people who believe in outlandish ideas, and yeah, it's a gigantic gaslight to anybody.
Hey,
yeah.
I'm sorry, Mobius. Special K, can you meet me in the other server?
FU?
Yeah, in the lobby.
FU!
What?
AV, is that? I'm trying to find that server on Google. I can't find it. Is it possible you can invite me or somebody to FU? Because I'm interested in that community. Does anybody have any invites? Frontline Unfiltered. Let's see if I can look it up here.
if the Earth is not like round, if it's not a globe, can you explain to me like how you believe kind of, you know, Francis Drake, his circumnavigation of the globe? Can you like explain to me how that was possible?
Yeah, he used the coordinate reference system, right? So he used celestial navigation. In fact, most maps today, if not all of them, are derived from the stars. The familiar latitude and longitude system that people think are wireframe meshes being stretched around a globe, that's actually derived from the stars. It's not on the globe. Because if you're out at sea, you can find your latitude and longitude. The way you do it is with a sextant, with a clock, and with a good idea of where stars should be and what time of year and time of night it is.
Yeah, let's see anybody try and develop a latitude system without looking at the sky. I love when Indio says that. How do you know?
Absolutely right. You can't do it.
Yeah.
You know, people noticed that the further they moved away from Polaris in one direction, the Polaris started to get lower in the sky. I'm like, pretty much everybody I know can see this in the sky from everywhere on the known Earth. How about we use angle measurements to Polaris? And that'll tell us basically how far we are. If I know that Polaris is 45 degrees north of the horizon, up from the horizon in the sky, and I'm looking at it, and if somebody else says that they're seeing Polaris at 45 degrees up from the horizon too, then guess what? We are at the same latitude. Amazing. And that would be 45 degrees north latitude. See how that works? So people constructed a sphere out of the sky. It's a choice, a perception, a way to try to order the celestials. And then from that choice, they construed this coordinate reference system that was spherical, latitude and longitude. Latitude comes from declination, and longitude comes from right ascension. So sailors are like, well, I'm using the spherical coordinate system, but Earth is flat. Crap, what do I do? You know, and they realized hundreds and hundreds of years ago that there was what's called in mathematics a topology mismatch. If you try to project a spherical surface onto a 2D surface, you're going to have a bad time. You're going to get distortions. So they said, okay, we're going to just start treating Earth as a sphere too. And so you know what they did back in like the 1500s? They took the known surveyed extent of the Earth, the land masses, and they wallpapered it into the celestial sphere. And they called it a globe. And instead of using it as a way of trying to get an idea of where things are in relation to how we perceive the stars, people started believing that we actually live on the outside surface of that. You know, it became so popular, people today believe that concept, and it's a useful concept, right? It kind of works. People believe today that they live on a globe as a consequence of that. So what I want to know is if people believe that Earth is a globe based on the stars, then how come we can measure the Earth flat?
Yeah, exactly. So do you understand that now? That was a great question that was asked and a great answer.
Hi, Sporadic.
Hello.
Hi, my boyfriend's with me right now. He had a question for you, if that's all right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Do you think the government spread propaganda about the Earth being curved when it's not?
No, I don't. You know, you'll find a lot of flat earthers, a vast majority on social media, who I disagree with, believe that's the case, but I don't think that's the case at all. I think they buy into it too. And you know what? I think there are good reasons for people to accept it. Good reasons being that it seems to work.
I don't know anything different. And I've been basically subjected to this my entire life. Why should I upend my life? Why should I think anything different? I have no reason to, because it doesn't affect my life. And you know what? You might be right to say that. I think people working in government are taking data that they collect from scientific instrumentation and shoehorning it into a model. I mean, you could read about the process on like NASA's website. I was looking at some flow diagrams on NASA's website, where they take all this data that they gather from telescopes, from satellites, overhead platforms in general. They feed it into a processing center, and then they start applying globe coordinates to it. They take raw data that they obtain from using Euclidean geometry. That is to say, elevation angles, azimuth angles, which require flat horizontal and flat vertical reference planes. They take that and they start bending them to what they believe the Earth is, based off of a 2,500-year-old concept of the stars, the celestial sphere.
I see. Thank you very much.
Right. I mean, that's really what's going on all the time. They take flat Earth angle measurements and they bend it to a ball because they believe Earth is a ball, so they believe that's what it should be.
So there's like some manipulation going on to kind of fit their hypothesis. Like
backfitting. Absolutely. And it's not, I don't think it's nefarious. I think people believe it so much that this is just the right thing to do. Totally. Right. So if you start to think about it, it's almost a scarier situation to think that it's not that there's like a dark conspiracy to hide the true nature of Earth. It's even worse if the entire world is delusional. And I truly believe that to be the case.
Yeah, I'm glad you just said that, because it really bakes my potato, or, pops my bicycle tire when people come in here and they say, well, I'm not that smart, or, don't do that to yourself. The one thing you can't get in trouble for is stealing knowledge. So you can always learn what you don't know. Don't put yourself down. A lot of people that come in here trying to defend the globe or prove it or disprove the flat Earth knowledge and or topic say that about themselves, and it really bothers me when they do that.
Yeah. So, are there people at NASA and other places that know the Earth is flat? Yeah, I think so. I think it's true. And you know what? Could you imagine like working at NASA, and let's say you're in Sporadic's world where everybody believes in the globe, and you're like the one guy in your office who freaking figured it out. You're like, oh shit. All these people are like NASA globe heads and they love Star Trek. I see what's going on here. I see where everybody's backfitting data to fit an ideal. I see where everybody's confusing the map for the territory. The classic problem for the ages. I see how it's done. And nobody else seems to realize that's happening. Who else has figured it out? I don't know, maybe Bob over there in accounting? I don't know. So there are people like that at NASA. And there are probably also people super high up in compartmented parts of the government that know and just don't talk about it or make a big deal out of it. I mean, the globe is a great idea to have a public. Have you ever heard of something called the noble lie? The noble lie in history and philosophy is the idea that an emperor can unite people. They can dissolve differences amongst different people. Because, right, emperors are in charge of amalgamating people of different cultures that they conquer. How do you dissolve their differences and unite them? You create a common cause, like an American dream, or like maybe a heliocentric globe cosmology for the world to believe in.
Or like Anthony Fauci. Sorry to cut you off there. Don't forget Anthony Fauci with his noble lie. He stated that, didn't he?
Well, in this case, I think there could be people at the top, very few, very, very, very few, who know this, okay? But I don't know for sure. You know what's dumb? It's the fact that nobody can ever experience the globe. There's no proof that anyone ever has, and everybody believes it to be true. That's freaking crazy to me. But what's wrong with letting a little noble lie self-perpetuate? I don't have to do anything. I can just let it go, right? Just let it go. What harm is this? It's not going to cause any problem in anybody's lives. In fact, everybody's getting behind all these ideas. People from India, people from Japan, people from Australia, people from South America all believe that they live on the spinning space ball. You know, that's a good thing. It's uniting humanity together behind a common concept. What's wrong with that? Yeah, I think there's a lot of that going on at the upper echelon. So is it nefarious? I don't really think so. I really don't. And I think the number of people who know the truth of flat Earth who are in positions of power are probably very, very few. You know, and there are some people from NASA who became flat earthers and are quite public about it. I mean, David Beverly Jr. used to set up NASA satellite terminals, uplinks and downlinks, little tiny portable ones in Antarctica. Yeah, he was like former Marine Corps and then worked at the special unit at NASA that did this. I mean, you know, it wasn't nefarious at all. He believed in the globe back then.
Is Jay Tolan as well?
Yeah, Jay Tolan. Jay Tolan says, oh my gosh, he's an RF engineer, an expert in optics as well. He's got great videos. Yeah, he's a high-end military contractor. And I mean, he's got some excellent bona fides. He's worked on missile guidance systems, among other things. Long-range missile guidance systems, he says, right? He thinks the Earth is flat. He's got a whole channel devoted to flat Earth.
And you've got Jesus Freak, Computer Geek.
Yeah, that's who I was talking about, David Beverly.
Oh, right. Right, okay, that's his name, okay. You got Math Powerland.
Yeah, an artist for NASA, right. I mean, so are you in the company of weirdos? Sure, but not all of us.
I'm not going to disclose who, but there is actually someone in our server too, from the home server.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yep, there's a guy who has intimate knowledge of things. Yeah, he hasn't been around that much, but yeah, God bless him.
Yeah, true. I haven't seen him around for a while. Yeah,
JP. You know, and there are people in this very chat who've been around the block too. People who know about coordinate reference systems and why they work the way they do. You know, and none of that really matters at the end of the day because you can't hide a flat Earth.
That's true, not when it's right out there, right outside, right in front of you.
I mean, it totally is a model. The globe, it's not a scientific model, but the globe is a model in a colloquial sense. And people think it's real. It is a self-contained coordinate reference system, and it does make some physical claims about the universe. You know, they're not... There's nothing rigorous about it. But when you understand a little bit about geometry, you understand that coordinate reference systems, as reference systems, are arbitrary. There are multiple globes out there. People don't realize this. And surveyors who believe in the globe are not thinking about this. When they sit down and they start surveying distances and plugging in coordinates, you know, they can go into settings and they can choose a different globe. They can choose the globe as people conceived of it in 1927, called the North American Data 27. They can choose WGS 84, the World Geodetic System of 1984. They can choose a Clark or Bessel ellipsoid from the 1800s if they wanted. They can also select a flat planar coordinate reference system from any of the states that they work in, because if they're in the United States, their respective state may actually require that they use a planar geometry and not a spherical one. And it's funny, there's academic papers revealing the heightened accuracy of using planar surveying methods, planar coordinates, to get your position fixes and distance calculations as opposed to a spherical one. You get better accuracy.
Right. Yeah, it is and all these projections that they claim to use. So they'll like, oh, this projection doesn't work for this purpose. Oh, let's try this one. Oh, this works better. And it's like, why should they? If they're all the same, if the projections are the same thing, why wouldn't they just work? Like, why not just why use the projection? Just use the thing you projected it from.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's an ignorance and a hubris at the same time, right? With technology. People who think the globe is real think that we have it all figured out, right? And so they'll think, okay, yeah, I mean, why can't surveyors use a common universal standard that's been proven to be true? That these coordinates are absolutely true. Well, I mean, different countries have different datums. Like, did you know that in China, this is interesting. I've documented this and I can bring the receipts. It's illegal for you in China to conduct surveying as a private citizen. It's illegal for you to basically measure your back fucking yard. And if you make off with your measurements of the earth and coordinates and leave the country without declaring it, you will go to jail. If they can find you and bring you to justice, you will go to jail. If you keep a logbook of your coordinates and measurements, you will go to jail. If you don't use the Chinese government coordinate system, you will go to jail. That's China, folks. Globe or die. So then people say, well, if Earth is flat, how come everybody's, doing the globe thing? Well, in some countries like China, if you don't do the globe thing, you go to jail. Meanwhile, over in Australia, isn't this true, T-Dub? There was some kind of regulation for surveying railroads that required using a flat horizontal plane for all of Australia.
It was for the Commonwealth in general, I think. So, it was passed in British Parliament, and yeah, it was a law that they had to abide by, so that the horizontal reference datum had to remain constant throughout the entire project. Yep.
Yeah, no pear-shaped Earth, as Neil deGrasse Tyson would say. Can't use that. Isn't that interesting, right? So in the Anglo-American Commonwealth, you have to use planar surveys, but man, if you go to China, you got to use curving surveys.
Right. Now that means that if they've changed it since, that means that all the railways in Britain and all the Commonwealth countries that were built by that standard back in the day, they all slope uphill at one end.
Oh, funny. Yeah.
If we're on a globe.
You're right. You're right. They'd be climbing in one direction. That's funny. No, so our coordinate reference system's arbitrary. If I'm here talking about planar geometry and plane surveying being more accurate, well, here is the tiebreaker. The tiebreaker is if you believe Earth is a globe, but you are taking flat Earth angle measurements, and by that I mean Euclidean geometry. With your surveys, you're using angles, straight lines, not curved angles, straight line angles, right? Those have an easy way to map one-to-one in Cartesian space where you don't have a curving reference, a curving coordinate system. When you begin to curve it, you produce inaccuracies. And the literature in the field of surveying supports that planar surveying is more accurate than spherical ones. Now, this doesn't mean that they're all flat earthers. how they deal with this is they say, yeah, we know Earth is a globe, but it's so big and complicated, we haven't figured everything out yet. So they've got all kinds of corrections that people who don't look into this have no idea about. So corrections include local changes of the deflection of the vertical, curving plumb lines. Yeah, that's right. They believe that if you were to go like hang a plumb line from outer space down to Earth, that it curves somewhere in the middle. And they believe that it deflects, which means that the pendulum at the bottom doesn't point straight down to where you think the common center of Earth is. It's actually going to be moved off in that direction a little bit. So it could introduce complex curves, not simple curves. You know, curves with, you know, multiple asymptotes, right? So it's really funny. I mean, and nobody's actually seen this or measured it in real life. So if you start introducing curving plumb lines, you've got a curving radius. And if you've got a curving radius, you can take a flat Earth and curve it.
Sporadic. How do you summarize the difference between Euclidean and non-Euclidean geometry? And there is a point where they meet at the middle to give you some sort of realist level perspective.
Yeah. From the so picture this. All right. Let's use an example that Globers love to talk about: the ant on the basketball. This gets into manifold topology. All right, so we're dealing with the shape of surfaces. If you are an ant on a basketball, you might find that the surface is relatively flat in every direction you go. And what would give away the fact that the surface of this manifold is not a Euclidean? And by Euclidean, picture like a piece of paper, XY axis flat. What would give the ant the impression? Well, you know what? The ant might go in one direction and end up right back where he started. Let's say he could actually measure going straight. Straight as a freaking arrow. And he drops breadcrumbs along the way. And guess what? He ends up to his first breadcrumb, his second breadcrumb, third breadcrumb, fourth breadcrumb from going in a straight line. How the hell did that happen? He'll go in a different direction. He'll do the same. The ant will conclude, because he's smart as shit, that this is a flat manifold that has spherical geometry, what's called a two-sphere in geometry. The surface of a sphere is two-dimensional, and what makes it interesting, unlike a piece of paper, is it's got what's called a looping surface with periodicity. The loop, you already understand from the ants, the periodicity is defined by how far the ant has to go before it comes back to where he started again. Now, the ant could be clever and say, okay, well, this appears to be a spherical surface, but how do I know if it's a ball or not? Because the difference between a spherical surface and a ball is the third dimension, the existence of volume, space to fill inside the ball. Without that, it's just a two-dimensional surface. And the closest analogy I can describe for that is, imagine if you take a beach ball, deflate it so it's flat, squeeze all the air out of it, and then basically walk on it like a conveyor belt. Okay? You're going to be scrolling the surface of a flattened beach ball under your feet as you walk, like a conveyor belt or a treadmill. And every direction you go on this ball, you'll end up where you started again if you go in a straight line, but it's flat. So that's the idea of a two-sphere. So the ant will say, okay, maybe I'm on a two-sphere. How do I know if it's a three-dimensional sphere with volume? The ant's going to be like, crap, I'm going to have to go to outer space. Let me launch a rocket and let me see this shit. So funny thing is if the ant could go up into outer space in this magical world, you know what he might see? He might see one of two things. He might either see a ball that he had been walking on, the basketball, or he's going to see a repeating surface. He's going to see multiple instances of this. often on the horizon. Yeah, so which is it? So Euclidean space is going to be straight line XY axis on XYZ axis. You've got like a flat piece of paper is Euclidean. You can draw straight line geometry and you know these lines are straight. You know they're true. You know they're not secretly curving on a big surface that's secretly curving that you can't detect, right? Non-Euclidean space will curve somehow. And whether that's a sphere or whether that's like a saddle shape, like a Pringles potato chip, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter. Those are non-Euclidean spaces where there's an XY grid that you impose on it, but the reference grid itself is not straight and true. It's not orthogonal. It's going to have curves. So what this kind of parlays into Einstein math and something called Minkowski space. So Einstein stole from Minkowski the idea that you could be in space and everything could appear to be Euclidean XYZ axis, just like an ant on a basketball. And in your normal everyday lives, you have no idea if you're actually in a curved space-time or not because you're in it. Because the effects are too small, too unnoticed, and you will conclude that everything is flat. But in reality, everything is curved, right? The only way to prove that is to do actual measurements, to use Euclidean space itself in a non-Euclidean world and see if there's curvature. That's why we say, let's use laser tests. Let's use long distance observations because we know light propagates fairly straight, especially straight in infrared. You know, let's build things true and level to what we know the surface to be throughout all points of our construction. And let's detect curvature, and nobody can find a single thing. Curvature only appears in the math. It appears in the math of airplanes' inertial navigation systems when they use Euclidean geometry of azimuthal headings, flat Earth angle measurements, like on a piece of paper. And the computer systems curve that geometry into a globe Earth that's presented to the pilot on a digital screen. That's actually, yes, that does actually happen. I've looked into these systems. The Boeing 777 Dreamliner does this. It will take flat Earth angle measurements, feed them into the Air Data Inertial Reference Unit, which applies something called a transport rate, which is a fake rotation of the aircraft, as well as Schuller tuning and a fake Coriolis correction, and it will plot the airplane onto a globe for the user to see on a digital display. Now, which is real, the digital display or what the pilot's actually freaking doing? Okay? The pilot will look at the globe and will say, well, Earth is so big, I don't notice it, even though I'm doing this flat Earth thing. But the pilot is unaware of how the ADIRU, how the inertial navigation system is actually accepting these real world measurements and curving them. Okay? So we know in real life that we're using flat Earth angle measurements. And we know in real life that there are systems that are taking those measurements and adding mathematics to them to curve them into curving space, to non-Euclidean space, non-Cartesian space, and presenting that as a virtual reality, a matrix for people's minds to believe in. That is happening everywhere. It even happens at NASA, it happens at SpaceX, happens to astronauts, it's happening everywhere. And people believe in the globe so much that they are doing this thinking that they're supporting the truth. Like, you've got NASA engineers launching high altitude freaking balloons, taking measurements, and then cramming that shit into a globe, even though they measured everything on a flat Earth. It's fucking unreal. Yes, this is actually happening. Yes, we can show that this is happening. We can show the thought process. That's how we know it's happening. We can show you their process that they're following to do this, that they seem to be ignorant of. We are taking their face and we're rubbing their face in the dog shit and we're telling them, look what you did, and they don't fucking believe it. It's freaking asinine. All right? I got to install a new thermostat, so I'm going to step back for a minute. Thanks for letting me rant.
Thanks for that, Sporadic, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, some info, bro. Appreciate that. Rant anytime you like, please.
Yeah, please rant some more.
Yeah, it's therapeutic, mate. So well done. Excellent stuff.
Set me up with the show to YouTube and I'll rant.
Yeah, I do like the bit where the information coming into the plane is then being bent and then it comes up on your display as curvature when it's all happening on a horizontal, linear, straight line. Yeah, I knew that anyway.
Yeah, it's true. We got all the information on that. It's public. It's public, and people aren't trying to hide it, right? It's out in the public because everybody putting out in the public thinks Earth is a freaking globe. It's batshit crazy. If you believe in a globe, did you know that you believe that you move faster at night than during the day? Did you know that? Did you know that if you lived on the equator of a globe, that during the nighttime you'd be spinning into the direction of Earth's orbit during the night, and then during the day you'd be slowing down away from Earth's orbit? And there would be 1,000-mile-per-hour difference. Constantly cycling and gyrating. Isn't that crazy?
Are you talking to me or to everyone?
I'm adjusting the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah, if you believe you live on a globe, you think you're not just moving and you're not just accelerating, but you're constantly accelerating and decelerating over a 24-hour period. Getting yanked around and around and around and around. Nobody has ever measured that motion. Nobody.
Damn ground's trying to throw me to the east.
I know.
I want to.
Did you know that if you thought you lived on a globe, that when you look towards the east at nighttime, that you're looking in the opposite direction of somebody looking east during the daytime? Kind of makes it hard to pray to Mecca, don't you think?
Just goes to show that for that reason, there's no standard cardinal directions on the globe. There can't be, because it's always moving. And also, that problem of the accelerating and decelerating gets more complex as you go through the different vectors. Like if you're talking about an elliptical orbit, that's even compounded even more as far as the acceleration, deceleration. So you would have to add that to the rotation, and then you have to add all of that motion to the motion of the sun going around the great attractor.
Galactic
so
orbit.
That's really, really complex, yeah.
Yeah, with all that Coriolis going on.
Yeah. Let's see them adjust for that with their conservation of energy. How do they account for that?
Yeah, do airplanes account for intergalactic Coriolis?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they don't have to, because just like the curvature, it's minimal, or it's what do they call that? Negligible.
Yeah, so negligible as if it's not there.
Yeah. So the negligible part of the globe brings it right back to how we actually experience the Earth: flat, stationary, and contained. Thank you very much. So yeah. So why would we use anything else besides
what it actually exists as. We don't have to make up these silly stories that the Earth is doing all these crazy things that cannot be measured, have never been measured, and isn't experienced by anybody. Yeah. So the globe's got a real problem. They basically have reverted to like psychopathy because they backed away completely from the geometric horizon. And we've even had Globers come in here fairly recently. I haven't been on that much, but fairly recently they say, oh, there is no drop over distance on a sphere. Really? So where do they come up with this shit, man?
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, because they have to back off. They have to back off from the geometry because they have no legs to stand on.
That's
when we start talking about geometry.
That's right. I'd like to see drag races going from east to the west to compare their times from going west to the east.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, why wouldn't there be a difference in that travel east to west, let alone, let's say, diagonal travel? Like, that would all have to be accounted for with aircraft landing on runways, like taking off from a runway, like the landing gear geometry would all have to be different. Like, how are they accounting for any of that? It's negligible, and and conservation of energy just is a blanket statement to take care of everything that they cannot show to be objective fact by any true measurement. So it's basically just like Dandelion was saying. These people are lost in an absolutely religious delusion with nothing empirical that they can stand on to say this is how we know. There is none of that how we know for a fact and can be proven, repeated, observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable, which almost every fact or proof that we talk about in this topic as flat earthers, it is most indeed empirical. It can be repeated, it's measurable, observable, and falsifiable. And if it's not, then it doesn't belong here. So stick that up your equation and smoke it. The equation.
Y'all gotta try this one day. Earlier today, I was talking to somebody. Well, India was talking to him. I got to butt in for a second. And I was literally trying to get this guy to answer. So how far away is the horizon? What do you mean? That doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, so when the sun's moving across the sky, I was like, steel man the globe, right? So when the sun's moving across the sky, that means the Earth is spinning. And so when the Earth is facing the sun, that's daytime. And when the Earth is facing away from the sun, that's nighttime. And I was like, is that right? And he goes, I don't know. Let me ask Google.
Very strange indeed.
Because I'm the flat earther, I can't be right.
Yeah, I was thinking, as early as like 4-5 years ago, I was thinking, and I think others of us in this realm were thinking that they wouldn't be able to keep the globe going because, the evidence is just so overwhelming that at some point they'd have to do a new PSYOP, whether it be, getting everybody onto some kind of flat earth model that may or may not be accurate, but at least it would be, keep the white lab coats in charge of determining everyone's reality. But the way things are going now, I don't even think that's going to be necessary. They can just double down. Everybody's just looking to their Google search engine, and their Chat GPT is their new god. Like, as long as they just keep the globe illusion there on the screen, they probably aren't going to have an issue. They can probably keep it going for quite a bit longer. It's just going to be an even scarier. Flat Earth will just become an even scarier discernment test as they just stop even pretending, like you just said. They're not even going to pretend, that they are going to be looking for drop over distance. It's just this whole brain in a jar. I don't have hands. Reality is whatever we determine it is. And you've seen person after person. You mentioned someone earlier. The person who was just talking to Cyclone was like that. We had someone last week who, if someone had, Gemsy had a turn of phrase that he couldn't find in Google, so he told him that it didn't exist, it wasn't real, even though it was just a creative expression that he used. They honestly believe that when they're searching something up, the first Google result, that's reality. Like, it's just getting scary out here. Like, they won't need to tell the truth about the globe because these people don't even want the truth. They like the comfortable lie and they like it more every day. Seems like it's going in the other direction.
It's even worse than that. Like, have you ever seen the movie Ready Player One? I know some people haven't, but it's an important movie to watch as far as psyops go.
No, I haven't. I think my sons might have seen it. I don't know.
So it's a dystopian future where everybody's wearing VR headsets and they all live in this virtual reality world and play video games all day instead of like going out in the real world and meeting each other and things like that. I was in a group chat. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to build off of that, but go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, and I'll let you build off of that. But so I was talking to a group of people earlier, and they said it's coming down to people making a decision whether or not they like the real world or the internet world. And some people just prefer the internet world over the real world. Like, that's scary.
Right. And augmented reality and virtual reality is going to further immerse people into this delusion. NASA's already been working on some interesting technology where you basically put on these VR goggles, right? And this stuff is going to present you NASA's view of other worlds. So you can go explore Mars. You could see what the rovers are seeing, and you can be present virtually on Mars. Isn't that neat? So the two-dimensional projected screen is going to turn into a couple of 2D projected stereoscopic screens and upgrade your immersion into the same fantasy. I mean, can you imagine how many people are going to fall for this crap? Like, hey, I want to go see what's happening on the ISS. Let me put on my Facebook VR goggles.
What are you talking about? There's already flat earthers that fell for it.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is not necessarily that they're going to go along with NASA cosmology, but they're going to go along with a cosmology that they can't access, that somebody tells them is real, beyond the reach of where we can go into the sky, and they're going to live their life as if it's real, simulating the world that they live in their own minds, just like they were doing when they were Globers. Like, for example, stories about celestial entities, which may be angels or demons, floating above us, doing this or that, having certain ways of transporting themselves, having certain lands that they inhabit that are floating above us, all these things that nobody can validate. But of course, they're going to have dreams and visions and use obscure scripture passages to make their claims, and a whole masses of people will believe them. That's not will, that is already happened. As a matter of fact, I would say the majority of flat Earth videos that I've seen outside of our venue, I would give it a 90 to 95% certainty that the majority of those flat Earthers believe in a cosmology that some other flat Earther told them that neither of them have any way to validate. Yet they think it's the truth. And they preach it as if it's the truth. So how are they any different than Globers, really, truly, when you think about it? A territory in an area and a function on the most base unit of reality I'm making claims about. I can't prove any of it, but I'm going to tell somebody else. They're going to believe me because I'm a charismatic speaker, right? And then they're going to live in a world that's a simulated reality based on the not necessarily lies I told them, but on my mistakes and misinterpretations I told them, as if I knew they were true. Like, how is that any different than the Glover syndrome? Isn't it the exact same phenomenon? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That's a possibility.
No,
But
I
then
think
again,
it's the same.
I
Yeah,
could be.
I think
Go
it's
ahead.
right. No, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm just agreeing. Yeah, it's outsourcing, to someone else who's going to tell you things are this way and not accepting the basic truth that we are not going to know all things or know all things on that level, and that we can't, and accepting ourselves as having that limited knowledge, which is really the only way to fully embrace the reality that you're living now.
Yeah, a lot of people just got to resign themselves to understanding that they don't know about the extent of the cosmos, and they may never know, and they have to just make peace with that.
So, harm reduction. Which one of these two cosmologies would you least prefer to be taught to your kids in school? It's a tough choice.
I would like them all to be taught.
Oh, I mean, you know what I mean, presented as though it was absolute truth.
Well, see, a lot of the globe claims in their quote unquote cosmological and cosmogenical models are just claims. And if they just had a primer before them, hey, this is claims that people made about the nature of the world, and this is how you can model it. Same like some of the guys that were instrumental in the formation of some of these ideas back in the past. In the books that were written about them and the writings, they themselves said, hey, we're making models. But the underlying truth of the model can't be known because we can't access what we're modeling. So all we can do is do interpretive models. Mine could be accurate, the other person's could be accurate to the appearance of the celestials at particular times of day. However, that not need be the underlying truth of my model be actually reality. Right? So they were humble enough to know that they're not actually telling people what reality actually is. And fast forward to today, and people lost that humbleness. One day you're attacking Globers for using affirming the consequent logic, and specious reasoning, all kinds of appeals to things they can't possibly prove. And then the next day, a flat earther comes along and tells you that, you know, there's an ether vortex that's coming out of God's butt, and then you just believe it. And you think I'm joking with what I just said, but no, I'm not. I was being a little facetious that it's actually coming out of his butt. They just say it's coming out of him, you know, from whatever orifice it's extruding from. You know, pick one. You know, so a year ago, the person had an entirely critical mind towards worldviews that they're being imposed on by society or the mainstream or whatever you want to call it. And then a year later, they're just lapping up whatever some dumb flat earther tells them. And then you know what? Some of them have the audacity to say, "Oh, well, I trust him. He's a good guy. He's a good flat earther. He's very prominent. Has a lot of good arguments. Why would he lie?" The irony. The irony. Yeah, so don't think because you transition from globe to flat that you've reached the pinnacle of critical thinking. You're still on a journey, my friend. All of you listening to the sound of my voice. The battle isn't over yet.
I think you're right. Mostly outside of our group, I think you'll find a lot more cogdissonance than you do with the mainstream cosmology thinkers. People like MC Toon are doing a service going after them.
Yeah, like you were talking just a little while ago about these globers receding into the brain in a jar. You know, who knows what's going on? I could be living in a simulation. But see, the problem is they don't go far enough. See, true simulationists understand that you don't need the jar and you don't need the brain. It's not I'm a brain in a jar, quote unquote. It's I'm a mind, right? So that shows me that they're still unintelligent enough to understand the real ramification of their claims, right? And that leads into a philosophy known as idealism, which is essentially all is mind. And the matter, temporal, and energy states that we perceive are, for lack of a better term, quote unquote, constructs, and for a worser term, illusions, which is kind of, you know, silly because illusions are something the mind experiences, right? So if it's the case that the base construct of reality is mind, then that means that mind has to be preordinate to matter, which means that once they realize that, they're basically conceding that the sentient mind is eternal. Not how they used to believe, which is that dead matter, you know, farted out of the Big Bang, and then eventually rocks decided to, you know, get busy and make baby rocks, and then those baby rocks fought and died, and some baby rocks mutated into, you know, Michelle Thaler millions of years later. Like that's what they believe. You know, start dead, end up alive, then end up sentient. But actually, it's the other way around. You start sentient, and then you can create matter and stuff. So they're going to be forced to believe that in the end, because that's where all the evidence is leading. But in that worldview, then they can make some kind of weird construct where, you know, the base laws of reality are somehow not permanent in any way. So then you could, you know, a simulation could be operating on a multifaceted instance where every user has their own instance. Plus, there's a hub world which, you know, decides how the instances are displayed at any given time that you are located in the game world. Much like a video game where, you know, you can use mods in your game and the other player isn't using mods in their game. So you're both occupying the same world, but it displays itself entirely different to each of you. So they can retreat into that ad infinitum, you know, just keep kicking the can down the road into new levels of simulation. Just completely deny any kind of base reality. And then you end up with this. It's, well, if sentience is the eternal source of the physical and natural world, which I'm experiencing, and I'm a sentient agent, therefore I am the source of the physical and natural world, which I am experiencing. And therefore, what are you then? If you're the source of it, right, you're creating it. And if you're creating it, you're the creator. What does that make you? Yeah, see how easy that was to self-deify? The oldest trick in the book, right? The creation diluting itself into ascending into the role of creator. Very interesting, isn't it? So why were they hiding the globe? Oh, to hide the creator. That's why they were hiding the globe being a lie and the earth is really flat, because they were trying to hide the creator. You hear that mantra all the time. Well, it turns out in their worldview, yeah, they were hiding the creator themselves. So they can go down that whole truth route, get the epiphany, and then end up back where they started. Isn't that interesting how that works? They can be played like a fiddle, like a fool, and still end up under the control of the system, even though they think they're free. Because they got their itch. They got their little I'm free itch scratched. So now they can go plug back into the matrix. Rest assured, if you're part of the very few that quote unquote have found the truth, and rather than actually living free and in truth, you just go back to another charismatic set of norms and leadership via somebody else, whatever they believe in, you're back in the matrix. Right? Just like in the movies, what did the architect say? He said, hey guys, guess what? I played you guys like fools. The hero, I designed it to keep you guys in control. The guys who got free and created Zion, I designed that to make you guys think you were free so you could get a chance to exercise freedom for a while before I smash y'all into oblivion again. Now, some people think that the people in Zion in the Matrix trilogy actually did get free. But if you pay close attention, nobody ever got out of the Matrix. Nobody. When Neo was jacked out into the quote-unquote real world, why did he have psionic powers over the squids that were coming to kill him? I'll tell you why. Because he was still in the Matrix. That's why. And rest assured, friends, at the sound of my voice, many of you think you're free, but you're still in the Matrix. Many of the people you listen to, you think they're free, but they're still in the Matrix. Part of not being in the Matrix is having the utmost scrutiny for information that comes your way, instead of just allowing it to be spoon-fed to you and taking it on faith. As Reagan said, trust but verify. It's okay if you respect me, or you respect another speaker, or you respect this guy or your friend, that you kind of trust what they say. But they should be freely offering to validate it to you, and you should be freely critiquing and asking for validation, right? If you just join a Flat Earth group and there's like 10 charismatic Flat Earth speakers that you just adopt as your new gurus, and whatever they say is the gospel truth, man, you're just as stupid and retarded as when you were a Glober. I rest my case. Ad infinitum into the future and ex ante into the past, and I yield the floor to any questions. All right, since there's no questions, somebody posted in the chat about the movie The 13th Floor. And what happened in that movie is that a guy was going into a simulation to discover some things that were going on. Then he found out that the simulation he was in a lower simulation, and there was a program in the simulation trying to escape up one level to the real world, but he only made it out of the simulation to the next simulation, which the other guy thought was the real world. And none of them were actually in the real world. Because they got to the end, and when they got to the end, they looked, and all of a sudden, the land just gave way to an unrendered state of vector lines and math. Like this part of the world hasn't been rendered yet, and then they realized, damn, we've been in a simulation, thinking we were in the real world, going into a simulation, thinking we were coming back to the real world, but the whole time we were in a simulation. We were being played. Very intriguing. If you haven't seen it, definitely watch it. Also, Dark City, that's another must-watch for all flat earthers. Matrix, obviously, that's a good one. Existence, yes, good one.
Yeah, so the history of this, I think everybody in here agrees it kind of started with the Nikon P900 and people posting their photos on Reddit. I mean, I remember coming across this before I took Flat Earth seriously too, back in like 2014. So, yeah, the Nikon P900 revolutionized consumer-grade digital optics, where you could grab a digital camera with an 80x real-life optical zoom and zoom in on things that you never could zoom in on before. And I think Nikon's entire marketing promotion was to shoot the moon. Yeah, their design spec required them to allow the user to take close-up images of the moon's surface. And this is something that's been very difficult to do, but the Nikon P900 does it and does it well. So people started buying these, right? And they started taking them on vacation and started zooming in on the horizon at the beach, right? Hey, let's go watch those ships go over the horizon. Only they were watching ships way beyond where the globe horizon should be. And people posting like, is this for real? Like, what the hell's going on? You know, and then people took other images too, zooming in on shorelines across bays, across large bodies of water, downriver. I mean, it got people really asking. So that's kind of the genesis of this, was people noticing that we can see beyond where the globe limits lie. And it got people digging further, like, okay, let's go test how big the globe should be. And let's figure out what the globe claims to be, not to anthropomorphize the globe, but the globe has a 59 mile radius. So you can do some quick trigonometry and derive the distance to the horizon for any observer height, which comes out to 1.22 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's the geometric, in a vacuum, perfect environment, distance to the horizon where it should be on a globe. It's a great rule of thumb. I mean, you can almost do the mental math yourself, particularly for observations like 1 foot off the ground, as is the case with the oil rigs. We used to call it the black swan, probably not a good title for it anymore, but we've got these observations of oil rigs that serve as distance markers that are well before the horizon, way, way beyond the oil rigs. And that's the whole point of the oil rigs, is to serve as distant markers so that the camera's height from 1 foot off the ground can zoom in on the horizon past the oil rigs and see flat Earth. I mean, it's just remarkable. Oil rigs being 6 to 9 miles plus. There are 2 of them individually. So if the observer is 1 foot off the ground, where should the curvature begin? At 1.2 miles. That's it. So how is it you can see a continuous surface, not only from the shore of the ocean, but going all along up to the bottom of the oil rigs and beyond the last oil rig, way off to the horizon? How is it you can see it's got to be easily 20, 30 miles plus? from 1 foot off the ground. It's remarkable. And more observations started to pile in. People start to claim, oh, there's refraction. And usually they don't know what they're talking about, because most people who study what refraction is don't even know what the hell refraction is. It's a very complicated, very, very green field area of physics, particularly involving meteorology, not necessarily laboratory conditions. So people started modifying their P900s to take care of that. You know what they do? They modify the sensor, they pop on an infrared lens, and now they can see infrared super zoom, long distance. And oh man, it just gets worse for the globe, because you'd expect to see the horizon of the globe to pop out at you. Like, let's say you're, a 5 to 6 foot observation height holding your infrared converted Nikon P900. You should be able to zoom in on the curvature of the Earth that's 3 miles away. And people can see far, far beyond that. And at some point, some flat earther said, what if I were to take this up in an airplane? What if I were to take high-end infrared converted optics up in an airplane to 35,000 feet? What can I see? So you got folks like Jay Tolan Media One. He's got this YouTube channel, been around for, 8 to 10 years now. He just flies all over the world taking long-distance, high-altitude infrared imagery of the beautiful flat Earth. And the best part is he's an actual RF engineer, and he knows what he's doing when it comes to photogrammetry. That's using the geometry of images in the camera in order to ascertain distances and sizes of objects in the image. I mean, he's zooming in on mountain ranges that should be 100,000, 150,000 feet below the curvature of the Earth. But you could freaking see the mountains in the base of the mountains that they're on. Like, what is going on, folks? I mean, it's almost with this technology, like taking a spy satellite and aiming the damn camera sideways at the horizon instead of straight down to look at newspaper print and zooming way in on it. It's freaking trippy as shit to see such a flat Earth. And then got people questioning, well, what about radio? VHF operates line of sight. People install microwave links, which is point-to-point antenna links to get high-speed communications going. People started examining what they were doing as jobs. You got microwave tech installers now saying, holy shit, I think Earth is flat, because we're able to propagate distances well beyond any curvature, well beyond even the claimed globe of globe terrestrial refraction of microwave, which is 4/3R. I mean, there are now like Wi-Fi claims, low power Wi-Fi claims going out hundreds of miles over the ocean. So it just gets crazier and crazier. And over time, we've now built up this huge library of long distance observations, not just in, visually, but beyond the visual spectrum, into infrared and into microwave. And Earth just behaves flat in this manner. We try to measure curvature and can't find it anywhere. And then we decided to go examine, well, why do people believe in the globe in the first instance? How was this created? Well, we figured that out too. And now we're wondering how the hell we got here as a civilization. Why is it 2025 and we still believe that Earth is a ball? It's harder to believe that the world has gone mad with this globe delusion than it is to accept that the world is as flat as it measures and is observed to be. I tell you, folks, it's crazy. I don't know, how much more bait can we dangle out there, like gyroscopes? We could talk about gyroscopes, we could talk about maps, we could talk about surveying, navigation, cartography, the geometry of maps itself relating to differential geometry and topology and manifolds. I mean, really what I like about this topic, even if you aren't a flat earther, if you can't even get on board with that for whatever reason, I get it, there's mental blocks. I had a huge one for a long time. This topic gets you researching things that you probably either long forgot, things that you studied in school perhaps once. Maybe you dropped out of a physics program in college 30 years ago, and now you're like, holy crap, do I still have my textbook in the basement somewhere? Let me dust it off and take a peek. I mean, maybe you studied some geometry at a higher level in high school or something, and now you're like, holy crap, I need to figure this out again. I need to study geometry and trigonometry again. Let me go study that. Let me go study some chemistry. I might need to know how the air freaking works, and I need to know a little bit about fluid dynamics. Maybe I need to learn about static pressure of water and containers and stuff. Maybe I need to dig into that too. This topic, flat Earth, takes you everywhere. And you will study more. If you are totally going to engage this, you will study more than you ever did when you were a full-time student, on top of your full-time job and whatever commitments you have going on. And honestly, it can lead to some imbalances in life. You got to be sure to not neglect your relationships and make sure that you take this topic in stride. And by that, I mean, it is absolutely important as a topic itself, but your real life relationships matter more than this, I would say, especially your relationship with God if you have a deep spiritual life. This topic, I think, is ancillary and may be incorporated into some of that, but for the love of God, literally, don't neglect your relationships.
Any chance of a little rant about how the spherical coordinate system that was originated from the sky was basically hijacked into a terrestrial coordinate system and called the globe?
Yeah, briefly. I kind of think it came out of the Age of Sail. It came out of navigation. A need to have some kind of way to conceptualize, to construct the stars. I call it a star field, into a geometrical object that sort of works. So there's a pragmatic utility in this. When they constructed the sky and the stars into a celestial sphere, this started happening actually with the Greeks, but it really took on its formation with the astronomical and nautical almanacs that became popular during the Age of Sail. So we're talking 15, 16, 1700s is when this really kicked off. And they realized as they had to use sky geometry in a spherical manner, that they were having topological mismatches with the flat Earth below their boat and sailing. So in order to get arc lengths in the sky that they'd measure with angles and to get a distance relationship to correspond to the ground, they had to form arcs out of the surface on the ground, and that became nautical miles. And they did this in order to retain symmetry, retain a scalability between the sky and the Earth. And the reason for this is if you were to project three-dimensional ball geometry from the sky onto a flat surface on the ground, you're going to have problems with planar sailing, with planar surveying and triangulation. You're not going to be able to form triangles whose corners meet and whose sides are straight, and your geometry is going to be all fucked up on a flat Earth. So in order to be consistent, they mathematically contorted the ground into a ball too, and that became a globe. And then so what they're doing is they're basically printing flat Earth like wallpaper into the interior of a globe that's the sky ball. And then they're imagining their ships and their people that are walking around on the top side of it. That's their globe. The globe is just a convenient way to conceptualize navigation with the celestial sphere. And it kind of reified itself into existence in reality. The entire coordinate system we use, latitude and longitude, which we think of today as being ground coordinates, exist first as sky coordinates, a way to look at the relationship of stars and their motion over time in the sky. Again, using a celestial sphere construction, man-made construction, even though the sky doesn't exactly behave like a sphere. So latitude comes from what's called declination, which is your distance from the celestial equator. That's right, the equator too is a conceptual line, an arc in the sky. It's above what people consider today's the equator of the globe. And your declination is your distance from that. And 90 degrees puts you under Polaris in the north, puts you under a similar point in the south. Orthogonal to that, something called right ascension, which is where we get longitude from. And to figure that out, you kind of need clocks. And this is looking at stars as they move east to west in the sky. Stars have different angular displacement depending on how far away they are from the celestial equator. So as they move towards what we call the poles in the sky, they don't exhibit much, if any, angular displacement over time, with Polaris being relatively fixed. So those coordinates were mapped into the surface in order to retain the sky geometry and to make a topological match. It doesn't mean that the distances are indeed accurate, but if you have a coordinate system and you can calculate it and use it internally consistently, you can apply this to any topology, whether Earth is flat or not. And I gotta go. I'll be listening later on. Take care, guys.
Thanks, man.
Thanks for letting me monologue for a bit.
Yo. I was invited.
Oh, sweet.
Invited. How old is that DM? That was today.
Yeah.
November 12th, 9:37.
Right.
Yes. Here I am. Be here, be square. Okay, I'm posting in the main, and I'm going to post in the main server in the announcements to get their ass in here.
Or else.
So you have event perms? You can run events now?
Yeah.
Word.
I'm not too sure about broadcasting it in the politics server as an event while an event is running. I gotta figure that one out.
Yeah, doesn't it like auto delete even politics server Discord links?
Yeah.
That's the stupidest thing. They can't make the bot make an exception for their own server. Don't advertise our server in our server.
Yeah, exactly.
Were you in here when I talked to Stone last night when we were talking to Stone?
I don't know. Was it in politics?
It was in here, yeah. I think it was in here. I don't know where the frick I was, dude. I don't even know anymore.
I know we had an event in here a couple of days ago.
No, it was English Hub. So we were talking about the Shiva thing some more, and because he was talking to Kevin Samuels while he was interacting with Shiva, because the airplane test was actually his test, and he would not. Stone was like, Shiva would not bring him in, dude. Even though he was going to comply with all the diktats and all that stuff, he would not let Man of Stone in. Dude's trying to stack the deck, man. Trying to bring in a bunch of dummies. Not that Kevin Samuel's a dummy. I'm just saying is that he was just trying to stack the deck. But anyway.
The person who actually came up with that test was willing to be on there, and he said no to him and said no and said yes to a person who was just going to like regurgitate it. That's so weird.
I just said no, dodged him. Dodged him, dude. Just like they dodged Yoder, right? They dodged Yoder. Yoder was actually can apply with their I call them diktats, right? we have this is our criteria. You must comply. He was even going to comply conditionally. That the biological information was going to be secure. That's my understanding. Because why? Biographical, rather, not biological.
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know Yoder was going to do it. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah.
I think he was going to do it. I think he said he was going to.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even talk about it, though. That was the thing in my messaging. I'm like, what the hell does the biographical information have to do with the scientific method? How is this relevant to the experiment? And they never said anything. They said, thanks for replying. Bye. That was it.
Yeah, that's weird because then they had people that had pseudonyms that were there.
Oh, Oh yeah, because they got death threats from flat earthers, right?
Has he produced any evidence of that?
Of course not.
Dude, if I was a scientist, I'd give myself a death threat so I could get out of doing it.
Look, McToon is an annoyance. Why would anyone want him offed? I mean, if Whitsitt did, I'd understand it because of the stuff he said about Whitsitt. Stalking him, talking about his family, talking about his children, all that stuff. I mean, not offing him, maybe catching a beating, but freaking death threats. Bullcrap. Just like he lied. I mean, just like he lied about being banned from our server. Those are just a blatant lie. And he's been saying it on X, and he says it in other places that he's banned from 24/7. No, he's not. He's not banned. He's never been banned. Why would I ban him? Why would I ban the frickin' Globetard Dunning-Kruger frickin' hero? Why would I ban him? Then how are we going to stomp on him if he's banned? But McToon is all about narrative. I swear, like he's just all he does is spin. 90% of what he says comes out of his mouth is narrative spin. But I don't want to talk about them because they're not important.
Oh, I was allowed to post it. The link. Maybe we'll get some customers.
Also, death threats from Democ don't count.
Yes. That's just Tuesday, man. Like, what are you talking about?
It's like I received a death threat. What? From
dude freaking Democ death threats himself. Death threats from Democ, dude. Well, first of all, maybe you should take his death threat seriously because he doesn't get a little unhinged sometimes. But he just throws that out there. That's just like normal Tuesday. As inventive as Globers are about like inventing their own flat Earth in their head, Democ is 10 times more inventive about inventing like the consequences of a globe. They're so funny. He comes up with some stuff, man. Just like, you know, if you had a globe, then you just go see this whole thing of nonsense that would happen. It's funny. He's very inventive when it comes to that. Dude, he don't remember saying it, but I heard him say it one time. He said, you can't have water on a globe. He said, you have to have a container. You ever try to eat soup out of off of a globe? He don't remember saying that, but he said that a long time ago. It was so funny. I was dying. But he's got a point, right? You got to have a liquid. You need it in a container. You can't have, like, you can't. Like, I want some soup, right? I got
Not me, dude. I like have a nice ball of cornflakes in the morning. It's just great.
A ball of cornflakes? Dude, I'm making sports bottles with frickin' that are a globe.
Man, I'm trying to remember some. He really would come up with some great ones. I mean, side view, of course. And can you do that in a lab?
Yep.
Yeah, that Shiva Summit thing was absolutely painful. Just, a completely spun story, almost arguably worse than TFE or whatever the hell that was. But arguably the exact same tactic.
Yeah, definitely the same tactic, right? I'm gonna do something, and like the real mission is to disparage flat earthers and show the whole world that they're dishonest idiots that don't really want to know the truth. That's his real goal. That's what he thinks he's gonna do. That's what Duffy thought he was gonna do, is that he was gonna do this Antarctica thing, and no flat earthers would sign up, and no one would go there, and they would do whatever, right? That's what he thought would happen.
Okay, so what do they think that the flat earthers are running from? Like the constant monthly threats of a meteor crash coming from some like weird Oort cloud billions of galaxies away, the continuous false promise of civilian flights to space, the constant BS about colonization. It's just like there's only a handful of things that belief system really offers, and none of those have ever been fucking provided. Ever.
I'm still waiting for the space hotel, man. Think that it was supposed to be this year.
Me too, dude.
2025 with a space hotel?
Bro, I wanted to Jake Paul the space elevator, just like get to the bottom and just press all the buttons right before everybody goes up. Like, you know what I mean? Like, take that.
Well, you'll get younger as you go higher out of the gravitational well, right? So you'll age less. So you'll make it to the top before you're 100.
It's just an absolute spanked religion. That's all it is. Peer pressure from dead people. Somebody said it's a ball one day, and then somebody's like, yeah, it's a ball. And then they just kept running with it for some reason. Because 2 sticks and a dude in the desert, give me a fucking break. I can get the same results on my basement floor with fucking paper towel tubes.
Bro.
So like, what the fuck?
Bro, you just coined a phrase, brother. 2 sticks, 1 dude. Man, why is all the globe stuff got to be so sexual innuendo? It's hilarious.
You know, lesbians should be a natural ally because they're against balls, and they should just be on our side, just naturally.
Well, my question to them is if they're like, well, we're going to colonize space one day. And I'm like, what, are you going to go there and be depressed too, you globy? Like, he's going to go there and be depressed? You fucking idiot.
No, they dream of cat alien wives.
I don't know if there's enough Xanax to last the trip there, you globies. Like, I don't get it. I don't know what they're hanging on to and what makes them hang on to it so tightly. It's like, bro, you're not going to space, man. Like, is that it? Is that what they're hanging on to? Or is it just like anything, like the input? Like, I don't get it, dude. I just really don't get it.
Dude, I've had them say that they don't want to lose space. I said, yeah, but you're never going to space in your lifetime. But they're like, yeah, but it's just the idea of it, and like maybe people in the future will. I'm like, dude, who cares about what people in the future are doing? Like they have to imagine in the future their great grandkids are going to be starfighter pilots or something, you know, challenging the Kodan Armada.
Yeah, and first contact was made.
I used to get so tripped up about those pyramids they saw on Mars or whatever, or like the face, you know, and I'd be like, man, people used to live there. I bet somehow we got over here.
Bro, they're spending millions of dollars to just find like one little thing of bacteria, and it's like, bro, do you know how much life is down here? Like, it's all right here, bro. Like, you know, like if you just want some like culture, like I can make you some yogurt. So like, if you want some bacteria, like holy shit, it's super strange, bro. There's nothing out there. Like even in their system, in their model, in their little creepy story, there's fucking nothing out there, dude. There's literally nothing. It's wild, and they're still like, it's worth it. I want to believe.
There's so much nothing that there must be something.
Yeah, they're turning stuff into things. Like, yeah, true. That logic, dude, more cheese is less cheese. The more Swiss cheese you have, the more holes the Swiss cheese has. The more holes, the less cheese. So more cheese, less cheese.
I actually had a student the other day. What's today, Wednesday? He asked it on Monday. While I was drawing on the board, I was drawing some section, drawing with some trees, and basically just doing a tutorial of orthographic view, because you still have students drawing a elevation view and trying to shrink trees in the back. Anyway, he randomly asked me, he goes, "Sir, is the earth flat?" I go, "That's an interesting question. What do you mean?" And he answers, "Well, the ice wall." I was like, "Ice wall? What ice wall?" He's like, "Antarctica." And I was like, "Antarctica's an ice wall?" He's like, "Well, yeah." And I was like, "You've been there?" He's like, "No." But in front of the whole class, everybody starts quieting down and eavesdropping on the whole thing. But they also, I don't know, I hope they noticed that I didn't really say anything at all, but simply just ask questions. They're getting more bold about asking or speaking up. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm talking about star forts and old architecture sometimes, or even buried architecture situations that I find even in our hometown. But I don't know. It was an interesting take, because I've never had a student just blatantly ask in the middle of class. I'd say it's there's an uptick.
That's good. Yeah, that they asked it, and yeah, you just taking it seriously and then questioning further is a good response.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. He goes, "Well, wasn't there somebody who went to Antarctica?" And I was like, "Who? Admiral Byrd or Captain Cook, or who are you talking about?" He starts smiling because he goes, "Oh, you do know about it." I'm like, "Know about what?"
Yeah, do you guys want me to invite the people from English Hub over here?
Are they Globies?
Yeah, there's I think a few of them in there actually.
Yeah, I was just. Well, I just got into it with B-Man and a friend that he had about rockets in space. So they're amped up right now over in English Hub.
It's time to crash a party.
I can go tell them to come over. I don't think I don't even know if there's anybody. I was listening over on YouTube. I was on the phone.
Yeah, if it's fizzled out, definitely bring them over.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah,
I got you.
Did you hear me with B-Man last?
Oh yeah, I did. That's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna come over.
Who is B-Man? Is that Robert Utah?
No. He said he used to listen in on our old server, but he's like in his 20s, so I think he's mistaken, but he's a young kid, Glober. He likes to throw out claims with no evidence.
Dude, I like to throw out claims with no evidence too. Thrown out.
Yeah, I've talked to B-Man in the past. It's been a while.
I mean, he's a nice kid and all. I mean, he's not, I guess he doesn't like Indio, but
Hello, good morning, everyone.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very good. Thank you for asking. I hope you are in your best of health and spirit.
How can we help you today?
I mean, I'm just here. Today I'm here to be as a listener, to be honest. But since nobody is speaking, I have to take the charge of the speaker. As always. I'm English, and the polite thing to do is help. I and PM are used when you're afterwards.
You're mumbling. I barely hear you. Can you hear me, Jedi?
Wow,
I hear you,
your
Dave.
voice.
Good to see you, buddy. How are you?
Your
Hello.
voice is so dangerous. It sounds like,
Hello. Hello, Alola. Do you think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
You sound like a military general.
You want me to sound a little nicer? Do you think you live on a spinning ball in the middle of nothing? Go ahead.
Well, I have put forth my argument a number of times, so if I do so again, JD will get annoyed. And then
Why was that not a yes or no question? I'm just curious.
Well, I do. I believe that Earth is a sphere.
Okay, own it, man. Stand on all 10 toes. I own the globe. You know you're on a spinning globe. Go ahead, Jedi.
Of course, I know I'm on a spinning globe, and due to the spinning, I'm experiencing day and night. If it were to be stopped, I wouldn't have experienced this. Am I audible?
Yeah, Iola. Is that your name?
Yeah, it's Alola.
Yeah, you was here earlier, yeah? You said about astronauts, they've been into space and they can confirm space exists. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct.
Yeah, my question to you, if you know somebody who knows an astronaut, why don't you get them to come in here and then we'll discuss if space exists or not? How about that? Do you think that's a good idea?
Actually, like I'm asking that why not have a flat earther to be an astronaut and do so? Or maybe do a space funding and just like Katy Perry went by the Blue Origin, it's a company which gets human to have a space vacation, right? So make a large mass crowdfunding to someone who is like a millionaire, because it will actually you require to pay a lot of money. And the Jeff Bezos company called the Blue Origin, you can sit on that space shuttle and have a view of your own.
Yeah, I think it'll be better if you can email, an astronaut or make contact with an astronaut. Try to get them to come in here, and then we'll talk about if space exists or not. So these astronauts can confirm space exists or
They
not.
would literally laugh at me
It'll
if I
be
do
better that
so.
way instead of you just saying, "Oh yeah, we got astronauts that confirm space exists." You can't just say that. It's better to get an astronaut in here in this channel, and then talk about if space exists or not. That makes more sense, doesn't it?
I don't think astronauts are that free of a person who will come on Discord. I don't think they even use Discord. Hardly have I seen any astronauts having Instagram on the first place. Discord is far apart. So you're asking me, I'll email an astronaut and tell him that there's a group, there is a bunch of people who defer to believe that Earth is flat, and
No.
as an astronaut.
You just want to bring the astronaut in here and then hear them say that space exists. Do you understand? Discuss the matter.
Wait a
It's
minute.
better that way.
So you,
It's better that way
listen,
instead of you
you are
and everybody else saying, "Oh, we heard astronauts say confirmed space exists. We heard them on TV, we heard them in magazines, we heard them in movies, whatever." Just email them, make contact with them, and tell them to come in here if they can.
no astronaut would come. Trust me. They will think that I'm just, a dumb person. They will ignore my email.
They'll ignore your email. Is that correct?
Of course, they will do ignore my. You are saying that, okay, if I'm thinking, astronauts are not random people. In India, we have how much of an astronaut? There are just thousands of astronauts, and others are just space researcher or astro. And like in a country of such a big population, like 1 billion Indians, there's 1,000 astronaut, and that too out of 1,000, more than 30% work outside of India. They are associated with other space organizations, right? Why would they join the VC? Me asking to them to do so.
Yeah. You're saying why wouldn't they join the VC? Yeah. Okay. And if space is real, why wouldn't they join the VC and discuss the matter and tell everybody that space is real? Space exists. If space did exist, they will have no problem coming in here and telling everybody about space existence.
They are not elementary or primary school teachers who have this much time to prove things. The easy part is why not you contact an astronaut and just have a discussion about it.
But I am not making a claim that space exists. You are saying space exists. So I'm asking you if you can just email an astronaut. Are you from India?
Yes, I'm from India.
Yeah, so India landed a spacecraft on the moon, correct? Yeah. So why don't you make contact, email a Indian astronaut, tell him to come in here, and then we discuss what happened with the Indian moon landings.
Or why not, if you have a degree in physics or astrophysics, you contact them from your hand that you want to be a part of.
No, me contact them. No, I don't think space exists. I want you to contact them and bring them here and then tell everybody how space exists.
Listen.
I don't think space exists.
I'll ask and listen. Why not just simply have a telescope and just have a view of the space? It would be refreshing.
No. You can't just have a telescope and then look through it and then confirm space exists. You can't do that. There's a lot more data involved. There's a lot more scientific.
You are saying that there's no space, there's no universe, there's no solar system, there's no neutron stars.
That's all just made up. That's just all made up. It hasn't been proven. It's a fallacy. When you make a claim, you need to prove it. Do you understand?
Okay.
Demonstrate it, repeat it.
I'll ask them. Tell me one thing.
It's just a story. It's a story that they tell everybody.
Is there a planet named as Jupiter, which is a gaseous giant which protects the Earth? Yes or no? You just have to answer yes or no. No explanation.
They're just lights in the sky. That's it. They when you look for them, they just look like a circle. That's it. That's all we know. We can't confirm if they are a sphere.
Do you have any idea how far are they? They are measured in light years. Light years, what do you know what light year is? Light year is the measure of light, how far a light can travel in 1 year. That's like insane amount of distance. It's not like fun and games. It's not like apple and oranges. Things get complicated when you go beyond the Earth. When you go beyond the solar system. You're not even, crediting solar system. Forget about going beyond the solar system. There is a very big thing, and you are a microscopic. Just saying that you do not believe in it, that doesn't. It's like saying that I have never been outside of my city. That means there's no world outside of the city. It's not like that. Just because you haven't.
It's not an extraordinary claim. You know the difference between ordinary and extraordinary claims, right?
JD. Okay, let me just claim to counterparting. Listen, you haven't even seen me. That doesn't mean I don't exist. I haven't even seen you. That doesn't mean you do not exist. I haven't.
Not an extraordinary claim.
It's a
I
very
don't know why you
basic.
still. I fail to see why you want to keep making the point where we get it. But this that you're trying to analogize with isn't an extraordinary claim like the vacuum of space.
What do you think? There's no space, there's no galaxy. Are you saying me that?
No. To be specific, the area of volume devoid of gas described as a vacuum uncontained from every other body of gas, that would be an atmosphere around a planet. To have a vacuum space uncontained from pressurized gas would be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, because the thing about gas is its power of indefinite expansion. So if there was a vacuum up there, all of the gas on our planet and around Jupiter, a giant gas planet, would disperse into that available volume.
But do you not know that many of the laws of classical physics get defined in space? That's why we have a different branch called astrophysics.
Okay, that's nice, but we're talking about laws of nature that, even to your story, are universal. Specifically, the laws of thermodynamics 1, 2, and 3. I'm speaking about the second.
I see that.
So you understand that when we're speaking about laws of nature, they're called laws because they happen this way without exception. You understand that, right?
I would have, counterattacked, but here the thing is, I don't have any degree in astrophysics. I have no idea what laws and how the things work outside of the Earth, outside of the realm where we live. So
okay, but we're on the Earth and we're within a vacuum. The laws of nature are laws of nature because they apply to the Earth and our environment. You understand that if you put high pressure into a container and then open that container, then the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure volume, right?
Right.
Yeah, every single time you pop a balloon or you get a puncture in your bicycle tire, we understand entropy is a universal law. It's quite simply... No, okay, then you need to demonstrate that it isn't.
There's also atmospheric pressure which is acting upon it. And
sorry, this is the problem. So you're using the word atmosphere, right? That's gas shape, right? How do you make gases form a shape? Put them in a container.
In order to get a shape of your gas, you have to gases take the shape of their container. So
bingo.
You not make
Bingo. So to have a sphere of gas, you're going to need the gas inside the container. At the moment, you've got sphere-shaped air on the outside of a container within a vacuum. Gas pressure, right, is caused by the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. I know English isn't your first language, but you seem pretty fluent. Pressure, it's got the word press in it, because the gas presses. Because of its power of indefinite expansion, it's moving, colliding with other gas molecules. And the reason why the gas in your tyre is under pressure is because of the tyre. The gas is pressing against it. So to have gas under pressure like we have, we need a physical container for the gas to press against. Or if there's an available volume out there without a physical boundary, our gas would increase in entropy, quite simply spread out.
But you forgot that we also have gravity, which holds, and also the density of the gases, right? For example,
No, density, that's weird. I'll hold you to your first claim. I've forgotten about gravity? Sorry, where in the second law of thermodynamics is there gravity to mention?
Well, if I'm not wrong, the second law of thermodynamics, it actually talks about the system and the total entropy and the energy which cannot get transferred to another body, right?
So I'm still waiting for the mention of gravity. You seem to think that I'd forgotten about it. Nowhere in the laws of thermodynamics does gravity appear. I haven't forgotten it.
Okay, wait a minute.
Also, within the ideal gas formula, you won't find a G.
Hello.
Hi.
See, where in thermodynamics you're talking. Okay, how to explain it to you? I mean, see, the thing is that there are four fundamental forces of the nature. The one is
Sorry. Not for 110 years. If you're going to start saying that one of the fundamental forces of nature is gravity, then you and Einstein need to have a conversation. Like, you know who Einstein is, right? You know what general and special relativity, right? That describes gravity as not a force.
Gravity is not a force. Yeah.
Gravity is not a force. In Einstein's field equations, gravity is described not as a force. It's due to the curvature and distortion of space-time fabric because of the displacement of mass. What are you talking? So the straight lines of space and time are curved because of the displacement of mass. So things fall into curved paths, to use bad language. So it's not a force, dude.
I never.
Okay, so it's not a force.
Actually, physics is not my strong point. I'm tripping right now.
You're tripping?
I mean, I'm not able to think that how should I put my ideas into words and like how to explain it to you, the gravity and everything.
I understand the words you're going to try to do to explain this idea that the reason why the gas isn't dispersed into the vacuum is because something to do with the Earth. The Earth makes the gas come back again or stop increasing in entropy. You know the story. The thing is, we would not need a scientific experiment that proves the validation of this story, which is a hypothesis. You're hypothesizing, you're predicting a cause of the gas pressure and the reason why entropy is being violated. To do that, there needs to be an experiment. Unfortunately, there isn't one. I pointed that out because gravity doesn't exist within the laws of thermodynamics. How could it?
Listen to whoever you are gotta type faster to debate. This time I'm not using ChatGPT, right? I'm saying whatever idea I have or whatever I did. I have the retention of physics from my high school and everything. Cause I left physics long ago. I only learned it till my, what to say.
Yeah, I just like, dude, I'm not holding you accountable, right? It's not you that says this. Pretty much everybody who has a basic understanding of the ideas of gravity. Sometimes people use the two together, right? Newton's physics, mass attracting mass, and Einstein's physics, the bending and warping of space-time, right? That sometimes people use them interchangeably and don't understand the history of the argument, why the gravitational concept was brought around, who thought about it first, why that idea was replaced for a better idea, but understanding that they're just ideas. They've got no real authentication through the scientific method. So it's not you, dude. It's just bad education. Like, I remember when I was at school, you get taught gravity's one thing, and then you go to university and they tell you it's actually something else.
Right now, I'm a student of atomic science. Yeah. Okay. But going by the idea of flat Earth, forget about physics. The geography disagrees with it.
The geography, pardon, say that last bit?
I'll tell you how geography disagree. I mean how it negates the idea of geographical things. Okay, if Earth is not do you believe that Earth is revolving or not?
No. I would say the Earth is flat, stationary, underneath the lights in the sky, sun, and stars.
Same here. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm having cold. Sorry.
You're excused.
Okay, hi. See, you claiming that the Earth is stationary.
Yeah.
I mean, do you know if the Earth would have been stationary, there would have been a massive destruction?
Sorry, you think if things stay still, there'll be a massive destruction? What do you think if the Earth that was spinning all of a sudden stood still, everything would go wrong? Honestly, in physics, it's the other way around. But carry on.
Can I just put forth my assertion and then you bring your reason up?
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. See, if the Earth wouldn't have been in a constant rotation, I forgot the speed, what the speed of Earth is, but
67 million.
What? Can anybody? Okay.
Yeah,
you must
the speed apparently is 1,000 and something miles per hour around the equator, 15 degrees per hour.
1,000 kilometers per hour. Yeah. So like, do you know if the Earth instantly stop moving or stop revolving, your body will start to move at a constant speed, right? And there would.
What if the Earth was? Sorry, I do apologise. If the Earth was to stop, no, the Earth isn't and has never been moving. So I don't understand why you're going to explain an Earth that would stop. The Earth has never been moving. I don't know why we're talking about this. Let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. Let's put it like this. You say it's moving. I say it isn't. I don't think any of us are going to say it once was or wasn't moving and I started again or something.
Could you please unmute from the chat so that I can tell this lads that we have studied in basic school of geography? I'm not reading it from any website or something.
Yeah, we all got taught the same thing in geography.
Yeah, in geography, have you heard of the centripetal and centrifugal force?
Yep.
Yeah.
May I add to the conversation, please? Because I am listening and paying attention here. I believe you were about to make a claim about if the Earth was to stop moving, this would start happening to our bodies and that would start happening to our bodies. And I don't know how you were going to base that information or off what you were going to base that information. But from my observations, when the airplane lands and stops or the car stops and I get out of it, you know, I can feel the airplane moving and stopping and the car moving and stopping and my body's fine. So you're going to tell me if the Earth stopped moving, all of a sudden my body would do all this funky stuff. And I don't know how you would, where you would gather that information. It's just doesn't make any sense.
Listen, what you are talking about is the first law of motion, inertia. And here the inertia, here the thing is when the Earth is revolving or having a rotation, it's because that's creating a centripetal force, which is
Well, no,
actually.
the Earth spinning is only a claim. It hasn't been proven. Nobody's
Then what do you
confirmed
think?
that. In fact,
Oh, hello.
every experiment that's been done to try to confirm that or affirm it has failed.
Listen, a simple experiment to get the idea of centripetal force is, if you will drive your car in a round direction with a constant speed, you will have, your car will be certainly being, pushed towards inside, and that's centripetal force. And centrifugal force is it's a, it's not a real, it's a virtual force. It's a created force just to negate the idea that it cancels the centripetal force, right? You know about it?
You're talking about the Earth moving and a car moving. The Earth does not move. You can't prove that the Earth moves. I can prove the car moves. I can prove the car stops. But as far as the Earth moving, no. When I get on a roller coaster and I feel all those feelings, I know the roller coaster is moving and making my body feel those things. The vestibular within our ears allow us to feel the lift, the elevator, if you will, move even very slowly and stop. But when it comes to the Earth, when it comes to the Earth moving, there's been several experiments involving lasers and other things, and none of them have verified the movement of the Earth. In fact, it proved the opposite, that the Earth doesn't move. So there's that. Mm-hmm.
Actually,
Row left. Row got flabbergasted.
Well, I mean, I understand that he came in here with what we were all told, and that was what he was going with. How he could make claims as to what would happen if it was the opposite of what he was told and the Earth was to stop moving, I don't know where he would gather that information from him. He's got nothing to base that on.
He studied till like A1 level.
As far as him leaving, unless that's him now trying to interrupt and talk over me, coming back, he at the same time, he didn't research the movement of the Earth or experiments to prove that, or he would know that there's been experiments done that have proven the opposite. So.
Yeah, he just left abruptly. That just makes more sense.
Oh, that dude's been in here before.
Because I can quite honestly say, not that I don't bullshit once in a while, I pretend to be sober if the cops show up and I'm drunk. But in the 9 months of research I did, trying to determine if it was this or that, were we lied to, does the horizon bend, blah, 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 I found that information about the experiments to prove whether the Earth moves or not and how to learn from a failed experiment. So before I even found this server and became a part of this family, I already was aware of that information as far as the globe side or the flat Earth side goes. So it's just a lazy glober.
Really wanted to take him through that line of questioning, but he left already.
Yeah.
Is there any other globers in here that want to go through it real quick to see if the Earth is moving?
Oh, sir.
Oh, nice. All right, cool. Is the gas attached to the surface of the Earth? Because they say that the reason why the stars, everything in the sky, goes from east to west is because the Earth is rotating from west to east.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so if the gas is not velcroed or attached to the surface of the Earth, then everything detached from the Earth would deviate from east to west, right? All right, never mind. I guess no one wants to go there. It's all good.
By the way, is the Earth flat or round?
It's measured flat.
It's flat? Okay.
Yes. Yes, it is flat. It's measured flat.
It's also observably flat. The globe is a claim like this. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. Like, I can see the boat disappearing bottom up, so that boat's disappearing over Earth's curve. Complete that circle. The boat should come up behind you pretty quick. That's a pretty tiny ball you're on. If you and I sit there and chit-chat for 10 minutes or so and pull out a telescope or a phone or a camera and zoom in on that boat we saw go over the curve, oh shit, hey, look, there it is way out there, even further than where we thought it went over the curve. Oh, I guess it's bending up. It's refraction. It's magic. The curve's further out. It's further out. That's the answer. We don't see no left or right curve, but we're watching shit disappear over the curve. You gotta really, the mind is like a parachute. It doesn't work if it's not open. But I wasn't trying to shut down your questioning or your interest in the topic here. If you're still here, sir, you asked, is the Earth flat or is it a globe? And the idea is, if you understand it to be one or the other, you would present your findings, right? So if you think it's a globe, you would present your photo from space that NASA gave you, or
Is he still there?
fisheye lens limits. I don't know, but even if he's not, there are people listening on YouTube. Your fisheye lens, bend of the curve, horizon, or whatever you want. We've had Globers come in here and claim many things, like they see the horizon curving from the CN tower, but yet people who have hobbies such as I, who jump out of airplanes, never see the horizon bending left to right from any altitude we jump from. And I'm sure planes fly higher than the CN tower in Toronto. So there's that, One guy said he saw it from a tall building in Dubai, asked if my plane flew higher than the building he was in. No. I jump out of planes that fly lower than buildings because it's funner that way.
I think that dude deleted his account, bro.
Quite possibly. But for any Globers listening, it'll give them an idea of what,
Yeah,
not
otherwise they think like we are doing something wrong, but we are not wrong actually.
Not the Globers will know what not to come in here and say, such as I seen it from the CN tower, the left to right bending of the curve.
Yep.
I am a little bit. One of the things that keeps me coming back here and sharing my thoughts and ideas, and trying to open people's minds to the brain rot of what their space agencies are telling them and or promising them for the amount of money they're yanking out of their pockets. So maybe things can come to somewhat of a level playing field where the working Joe or business owner can actually get ahead and keep some money in their pockets. Is hearing the new ideas from these Globers that they come up with when they come in here. The old ideas that they've been ironed out a few million times already. The boats going over the curve, etc. But it's still interesting, Pop in here and talk about Elon Musk or the latest discovery in space. It's an interesting thing to hear.
Yeah. Have you jumped out of the plane?
Yes, it's a hobby. Yes.
Oh, wow.
It's not it is very exciting, especially the first time, but a lot of people do it. I'd like to progress to the wingsuit and do a little more free fall time, a little more time in the air before I pull the chute.
Oh, nice. Bro, our guy is back. He's there. He joined.
I'm so sorry, but I had to take my cough syrup.
No worries, welcome back.
Won't you say get well soon or something like that?
My guy, please continue. Alola.
Continue what?
The earth is flat or round or whatever you see.
You're talking about the spin of the Earth? You're speaking about how geography approved it or something? Then you started to speak about what would happen if it stopped spinning. Okay.
And you just
you need to know the is first.
Okay, JD, tell me that have you witnessed a volcanic eruption?
Yeah, from quite far away, but yeah.
From your naked eyes?
Yeah.
Where did
So
you
I was
witness?
in southwest Italy. It's like 2 miles across a spit of water to Sicily. And I think it was Mount Etna that was erupting at the time. So yeah, I could see that.
Have you witnessed the Northern Lights, the aurora?
Pardon me?
Have you witnessed the Northern Lights?
The Northern Lights, yes, I've witnessed Northern Lights quite a few times now, actually.
All right. Have you seen anglerfish?
I used to, dude, you're gonna love this. I used to be a fishmonger, so yeah, I've seen types of fish, dude.
How come you saw an anglerfish? It lives deep inside an ocean. How did you get there?
I said I was a fishmonger. I've seen lots of fish. Are you trying to get to something that I haven't seen? I'm going to have to trust that they exist. We had the conversation earlier about ordinary and extraordinary claims. Volcanoes, ordinary claim. All right. So forgive me if I'm running ahead of your line of reasoning, but I don't think it's going to reach a logical conclusion.
Yeah, you're running ahead of my. I get bewildered by the fact that you're so smart and then again you say that Earth is flat. It's the sole point that brings the expectation from that high to a certain low point.
Do you know why we say the Earth is flat?
Okay, the Earth is flat. You observed it, but from your eyes. You never observed it from a...
So that's not the whole story. I mean, we say it looks flat because it does, obviously, but then we say it measures to be flat. That's like taking a body of water and measuring to see a rate of change of slope or not. And then we then say that it's kind of obvious, right? We all measure the surface of the Earth to be flat. We practically use it that way for things like navigation, aviation, construction and engineering, like large-scale constructions like dams and bridges and all of these things. When we, and this isn't an extraordinary claim because we all do this, so when we, me, you and everyone, measure the surface of the Earth, we actually use it as the horizontal reference datum. Water's flat, we use it that way. Now, if the water's flat and we use it that way, then this water can't be curved, so can't be a sphere. So we say it's flat because it's measured that way. It looks it, damn right it does, but it's also measured and used that way.
Okay. You are taking the measure for the flat Earth. Supporting a claim via the property of water that it only exhibits a flat surface, right?
Mm-hmm. Right, let's put it like this. I'll help you. We're told that we live on a sphere. By consequence of that claim that give us the size of the sphere, there would be a measurable, observable rate of change of slope over distance of that sphere, at approximately 8 inches per mile squared, giving us a visible geometric horizon at 1.2 multiplied by the square root of the observer's eye height in feet. That's where you get a 3-foot horizon when you're standing at the beach if you're 6 foot tall. So there's consequences to that claim. When we try to validate the claim that the surface of the Earth is curved, we don't measure any curvature. It means we measure it to be horizontal. So we take subsections of the surface of the Earth, primarily over bodies of water, but also land as well, short distances to medium distances up to and including 30, 40 miles, showing that over that short subsection of the Earth, where there should be most definitely Earth curvature to be observed and measured, we don't observe it and we don't measure it. So the Earth is measured flat. We do it all the time.
Bro, Alula, did you understand what he's saying?
It's actually very hard for me to, to get his accent, to keep up with his accent. But yeah, I get some
His accent is perfectly fine, bro.
What? Okay, to answer the question of FFP Alaskan, since I'm muted in the chat, I have to say that in voice. Have you noticed when you're in a car and travel long distance, road surface keep extending for thousands of miles and never curve down or drop down over a distance? Yes or no? Okay.
Yeah, because I drive for a living and I travel approximately about a week. I travel about 500 miles a week, so I do know what reality. I say this here because a car? Yeah, a car is a very good tool to have to actually know what the surface of the Earth looks like. Because a car, you can travel long distance, like 100 miles, 200 miles, all the way up to 1,000 miles plus, if you want to. And the road surface never ever curves down. It just keeps extending and extending. So how can for you to claim the Earth is a globe, drop the surface of the road to drop down
Earth is not a
over
mountain.
distance.
That
And you hold on. You can't just say, in reality, it doesn't work like that. If the Earth was curved and there was drop over distance, yeah, you wouldn't see it and notice it. You would. It would be so obvious. Have you noticed that? The surface of the road never ever drops down.
Since you're in motion, and secondly, the Earth is not a very small mountain that you will have a steep floor and then upstream and downstream like that. Listen, the the deviation of the Earth after a certain distance is only 8 meters, which is like a quite a thing. I mean to say that it's not something that we easily notice. And of course, since you're in motion, that negates the fact that you will be able to notice it, right?
Yeah, you would notice it because we use a laser beam to make sure there's no deviation from horizontal. Do you understand? To measure the surface of the Earth, we use a laser beam to measure over distance to see if there's a change of slope, especially the surface of the Earth.
You cannot use
There
a
is no
laser
change
beam.
of slope. There's no deviation. Therefore, the Earth is flat, 100%.
No, you cannot use a laser beam as a relevant thing because you are like dismissing or diminishing the fact that the laser beam will have its path, like disturbed or something, tampered, cause of the presence of air. What do we call this?
Okay, no, fair's fair. If we can't use a laser, then you can't use a stick to prove the globe. You can't use sticks and shadows from 2,500 years ago.
What are you going to do with this stick and this shadow?
Exactly. I never take these sort of examples, stick and shadow. I always take the example of going into the sky, not in the sky, going out of the atmosphere and having a view.
Okay. You haven't done this though, have you? Gone up into the sky out of our atmosphere. This is going to some kind of appeal to the future, something you might be able to do. Right.
And no lasers down here on Earth. That's not acceptable. Okay, gotcha.
Listen, just to believe in something, you don't have to see everything. I haven't seen many of the organisms in the ocean, but they do exist, right? I haven't seen.
Yes, this really isn't about belief, though, dude. Let's put it like this: nature, my friend, the physical natural world acts in a certain way. Now, I don't care. Nature isn't going to care how you feel about it. It is the way it is, demonstrable to be true or not. And that's kind of what we deal with. So when you start saying, well, I like to think about going up in space, beyond the atmosphere, that's not verifiable. This is your imagination based on what you perceive and believe the world is around you because what you've been told. This isn't going to be your first-hand experience, is it? And this is the point, or one of the many points that we bring up. You believe the Earth is a sphere because you got told it. Your base observation of the reality in which we live in is it's flat and stationary. The claim is the Earth is a sphere, and you got told that without any verification, just a still man story that's hard to pick apart. But when you test the claim, you find it's flat. Somebody wants to interrupt?
Sorry, actually he left.
Oh, that's okay.
That's okay. Yeah, okay, fine.
Yeah, I'm listening to what he's saying.
Okay, my bad. And I think that he got this information from in YouTube we get those recommended videos as soon as you open the app. I think he has seen those videos and he thinks what's stated there it's true, and he's trying to explain to us here. And I think it's his very first time explaining to us. So yeah, what do you think?
I'm so sorry. I mean, I got a call, and here in India we are having cyclones, so we are experiencing a very disastrous situation. Are you aware that whole of the Southeast Asia is flooding? Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, having the highest rainfall.
Well, stay safe, mate, please.
Thank you. I'm actually very precious for humanity.
You are very precious for humanity. How?
Why not? I'm a vegan, so I'm actually saving the planet Earth, and I'm an environmentalist.
You're an environmentalist. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay. How do we reduce the wastage of plastics, like which we are using on a daily basis? Can you like help us?
See, the first I have literally stopped using like any poly bag or polythene. I carry my own jute bag and things like that. Secondly, I carry my own water bottle, which is made up of bamboo, so it's very good, you know. And like apart from that, I actually sometimes try to be a smart consumer, and I do not buy packets which are made up of single-use plastic. I rather take the plastic which is called B rated, which can be easily recycled. And apart from that, I try to plant trees, or mostly fruit trees, which is economical, and flowers.
Yeah. So what about transport? Do you use public transport or do you have like Tesla or something?
I take metro. I'm in a metropolitan city.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So guys, you should be moving here.
One more question. Like, how do we reduce pollution? Like, it's rising. So
It's like on a personal level, do not burn anything. To be honest, like having campfires and things occasionally, it's fine. Actually, it's not about reducing on a personal level. Actually, you should protest. You as a person or you as an individual, you're not creating that much pollution, that how much of pollution or carbon footprints are left behind. Just, I would say 5% of the population. And I'm talking about the billionaires. So they use private jets for everything, like every small thing. And rather than switching to something or just, being harsh upon yourself, protest. If not protest, petitions or anything, any mode, just um, ask the people to be accountable for their own carbon footprints and everything. Nobody should be allowed to use private jets.
So because the Earth is flat, we don't have to worry about carbon footprint anymore.
Why so? That's a rubbish argument. Earth is flat, then why don't you not to worry about carbon footprints? Don't you see the effects of your greenhouse?
Because carbon footprints only happen on a globe.
What rubbish? Have you lost your brain?
Damn.
Even JD would agree with me on the carbon footprints and greenhouse effect.
No such thing.
JD, do you believe in climate change or not?
I don't.
I think he would say yes, because the silence means yes only. Silence is golden, and gold is always correct.
Bro, someone said no.
That wasn't JD. I asked JD. I didn't ask half-headed brains.
Wrong room. Stick to topic.
Well, the topic is even if you're flat earther, even if you're central right, central left, leftist, liberal, whatever, care for the environment. At least plant a tree a year.
Hey Lola, yeah. So when I go to the beach, yeah, and I watch the water, the sea water, yeah, is actually curved. Is that correct, according to you? The seawater is curved.
No, no, but don't you know about the fact that your eyes actually try to correct images, like a minor changes is actually corrected by your brain when it forms an image.
No. That's not my question. Is the water when I go to the beach? Is the seawater curved? Yes or no?
Why would the seawater be curved?
Because you need curvature to justify the globe.
Uh-huh.
You can't have climate change without curving oceans.
Alola, like, do you watch YouTube videos or like something?
Yes, I'm an influencer myself.
Oh, so you watch videos? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you believe everything you see on the internet?
Not at all. I only believe in books.
Oh.
But right now I don't even believe in
Can you
books
find
because
me a
right now
globe
every
Earth book? Can you find me a globe Earth book that has the measurements
No,
that
but
somebody
I have stopped believing in books as well because nowadays everyone is able to publish whatever shits they want to. So I
So
am
not
being
books
skeptical.
anymore. Now you don't trust books or the internet.
No, I do trust books and I do read books, but I make sure that I get to the credibility. I get to know who's the author is and everything, and then only I do so. Because right now it's all about changing the narrative and feeding propagandas.
It's always been that way.
No, it was earlier. I'm talking about not those history books. Of course, if you will read some, some sociological books, of course there will be propaganda or a bias. But I'm talking about books such as Homo sapiens or something, which talks about, how there were early humans and everything, or maybe some different types of books, for example.
Do you agree that you're a Homo sapien?
Oh my goodness! Of course.
Oh, okay.
Why is that even a question? My God.
Because there's like a duck in your PFP, so we thought you were like
There's a female in your PFP as well. I don't think you look like that, or do you?
I doubt it, bro. I doubt it.
That was the lamest thing I've ever heard. I believe you're having a duck in your PFP, and that's why. What the hell? Guys, nobody's peeking, so, like, a
Hey,
quick question.
Alola, before you move
Hi,
on.
good. Did I win?
Huh?
What, you said I won what? I won.
I said before you move on.
Yeah.
Can you say Jedi?
Jedi.
Okay, so that's how you, because we're an English hub, just wanted to let you know that's how you pronounce Jedi's name. It's not JD.
God. For real, girl?
Yeah, it's just been bothering me for a long time. So just wanted to let you know.
You have to have some respect, like ma'am, or like something like that. You cannot just say for real girl, like she's some random girl, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. For real, ma'am.
Yeah, I think Ilola is trying to take over Kiwi's position. Actually, heard her.
You're not perfectly audible.
Oh, yeah.
Carry on with your question, though.
Okay. I mean, I'm quite habitual in my college. I mostly say for real girls, so it
Are you from Sri Lanka or what?
No, I'm from Delhi.
Where?
Delhi.
What's that? Can you like tell us more about it, or what?
Yeah, it's a very historical city. It was,
Is it country? Like which country?
it's in India.
Oh.
Where are you from? I thought you're Indian as well.
I'm from Germany.
Oh, very nice. And what's so funny about what rubbish? Are you like trying to, troll us? This is so disrespectful. But anyways. Nobody's speaking, but if I speak anything and somebody will mute me saying, okay, this is not appropriate with the topic of flat earth. You guys like to be quiet instead of someone talking anything else apart from the flat earth thing.
Yeah, what
That's
about
so
flat
rude.
earth? Go ahead. Yeah, I'm listening.
Hi, Professor. How do you do?
Good. I'm listening. Wanted to hear what you had to say about flat earth.
Flat earth as a concept sounds like
Oh,
something
no, it's
what a
not a
primitive.
concept. Is water a concept?
Well, water is not a concept. It's,
Right, so flat earth is not a concept.
Okay, flat earth as an idea lacks this, gives us a thing called what a primitive human being would say.
Why a primitive? What makes it different? What makes you a primitive human being to say that?
Didn't all the primitive human beings said that the earth was flat?
Until
there was a person in Greece who said that the earth is not flat and he was killed.
So, yeah, because he said earth is not flat. Of course he was killed.
And later on it was proven
That's what you get.
that the
That's
earth
what you
is.
get for lying to people. We should be doing that today.
Oh my goodness, you're so white. No, there should be no capital punishment for any sort of mistake.
What about lying to everybody?
Well, it was a truth
I
actually.
think he should get like banned from the server, bro. What do you guys think?
Who should get banned? Banned for what?
I don't.
Just because I'm not agreeing to you? That's horrible.
I don't care what you agree to. It doesn't bother me.
Exactly, Professor. At least you are, what to say. At least you are liberal enough. But this guy is simply saying he should get banned from what rubbish?
I'm too white.
Okay, fine. I'm leaving your server if it's bothering you, Mr. Whatever German guy.
I never said that.
You did. Even Professor heard it.
I was just trolling, bro. Stop taking things so seriously, dog.
Oh my goodness. How can you troll somebody? Disgusting.
How is that disgusting? Am I throwing shit at you or what?
In this server, it is strictly prohibited to troll. Jedi.
Hey, Alola, are you trying to stir up emotion?
Not at all.
So, when we look in a bathtub, is the surface of the water flat or curved?
Well, when you look at it's not curved.
It's not curved. Okay. So, What does that mean? If it's not curved, it's what?
How big of
When
a
you look at
bathtub? How big of a bathtub do you need until the surface starts curving?
What about a swimming pool? Is the
You need a
surface?
10 kilometer.
Is the
You need a
surface?
10 kilo. You need a 10 kilometers long bathtub in order to see that the surface.
Like a lake? Like a lake?
Yeah.
So a lake would be okay. Lakes are good for observation.
Yeah, but it should stretch 10 kilometers.
How about 20 kilometers?
Bingo. You will see a curve twice.
So Alola, is the Earth flat or curve?
The Earth is in the shape of geoid. Do you know it's not even spherical?
So are you saying the Earth is not flat or is it flat?
It's not flat. It has never been flat.
Oh.
It's always been flat since the beginning of creation because it's the most practical and livable surface you can live on every day. A curved surface, it's not practical. It's not practical to live on. I'm sorry.
Is your source of information Bible or Quran? Because only these two religion advocates
My
for
source of information is reality, outside reality experiences, because outside reality experience is undeniable.
So Alola, I posted in the chat a 19-mile laser observation over a lake that proves that the Earth. I invite you to go watch.
And you know what? Alaska. What you said about the car, the thing. The roads are designed in such a way that you shouldn't be feeling curvature. You should feel smooth and in a straight path. Actually, do you know this fact?
Do you know? I drive for a living. It's my part job. Yeah. I get in my car every day. I look outside reality. I get in the vehicle and I drive to work. Yeah. I can see clearly what's ahead of me and what's around me. Yeah. I know the vehicle I'm in. I'm moving, traveling, long distance. Yeah. Over distance, it never drops down. I know it's difficult for you to accept flat Earth at this time because flat Earth goes against everything you believe in since you were a child. It's called indoctrination, and that's a very powerful, strong belief system. So he's left.
Bro, rage quit.
So I gave you 2 over 20 kilometer laser tests proving the Earth is flat. Alola. Oh, he left. That's what happens. So you see. Good morning, Professor Triangles.
Hello.
Oh, Alola's. Hey, Alola, I put 2 laser tests in the side chat for.
Thank you. I will definitely watch it.
I've got more. I just figured these 2 were what you were asking for specifically over, at least a minimum of 10 kilometers. But I mean, they're like 16 miles and 19 miles or 21 miles. So that's at least 20 kilometers, if not, right?
Could you stream this video here, or should I watch it?
You'll have to watch it. I can't put it into the.
Okay, let me just go to you.
But they're not that long. They're what, 13 minutes, one's 4 minutes. And the narrator does a good job of going into details about everything.
Even in the video, there's a note written to me. Note written to all, that flat Earth is an archaic and scientifically disproven conception of Earth's shape as a plane or disk.
Do you know why that is?
That's because globes aren't scientific.
Do you know why that is, Alola? Do you know why they put that little box?
Yeah, so that people should not believe whatever given in the internet.
No. Because they were brought to Congress and asked what they were going to do about why flat Earth was becoming so popular. Oh, flat Earth's becoming popular. What are we going to do about it? They said, oh, we're going to put a box in the corner of every video that talks about flat Earth. Say, oh, it's a stupid, archaic thing that we know it's a ball and only stupid people believe that it's flat. That's why they put that box. Do you want the video for that? I've got the video for that also. Here, I'll give you the congressional hearing for it. How about that?
Can you share to me a video which talks about how would the Congress or the world leaders would benefit from feeding us?
Yeah, here. I just posted it right now. This was literally like the guy that was speaking only had 2 minutes to get all of his questions out. And so he was talking to the YouTube person in charge, the person that was in charge of YouTube, the representative. And they were giving the explanation.
This picture is so cute.
Are you going to listen to what I said?
Sorry.
I'm going to interrupt.
Yeah.
So they were sitting. This person was sent by YouTube. They were like one of the high executive board members, or like right underneath the executive board member, right? Like the person in charge of this department, whatever that department. They were the spokesperson. From YouTube go talk to Congress about what they're going to do to devalue things that are considered conspiracy theory in the search engines, because conspiracy theories were starting to be real popular. And so it's a little minute and 18-second segment for you to overlook.
Yeah, of course. Let me just go to the video and let me see.
Yeah, take a look. Welcome to the new people coming in here. Appreciate y'all. For those that are wondering, I myself to think flat Earth was stupid also. In a kind of a way, I kind of still do, since that, like, I can't believe that I was fooled by the nature of my reality, right? Like by something as simple as water. They teach you an equation in geometry, T equals 2 pi r, right? You know what the value of the number 2 is. You know the value of pi. You don't know the value of r. You don't know the value of C. So how do you solve for C? You don't know. How do you solve for r if you don't know? It's really as simple as that. Once you realize that and you wake up to that, then you can start asking questions more objectively and kind of pay attention to what's going on in the world around. Professor Triangles doesn't have to get on your ass too much about it.
That's correct.
I'm right there with you, Professor. Like, dude, like I'm sitting there listening to people. I'm like, realize how stupid you sound. Right? Stop for 1 fucking second. A to B to C. That's all I'm asking you to do.
Okay, listen. And I watched the video. It talks about how do you deal with the conspiracy theories, and she said that they are providing boxers. And you know what you are saying, providing it's a good thing, right? If, like, for example, someone is promoting drugs or things like that, there's a general warning and there's a box provided that drugs and these things are not good. It's bad for your health, and it's in the general sense. Nothing like they are trying to promote a propaganda.
Who determines what propaganda is?
Yeah.
You're so adamant.
Propaganda police in your neighborhood. I'm sure you must have a propaganda police by where you live. Who are they?
We don't have. Yes, it's JNU. Oh my goodness. Hello, I'm not getting any free education. I do not need to get any free education. What crap?
Well, you're getting one anyway, whether you like it or not. If you're going to sit in here, you're getting educated.
Yeah, I'll give you another video. Hold on, here, I'll give you another video. I want you to watch this video, Alola. Alola. Alola.
You people are
Hello. Alola.
Can I please speak, sir?
No, you're going to listen. So I want you to watch this other video right here. And this is a representative from the World Economic Forum, who's also with the UN. And she talks about how they partnered with Google and YouTube by devaluing things that aren't the things that they own. They say we own the science, so you have to watch what we say you. So they put the things that they don't like low priority in the algorithm.
You know, see, internet is full of crap. Even if you will search that is ghost real, you will get.
Freedom of speech.
Exactly. Even if you search and things like that, there is a chunk of people who believe in, what to say, supernatural things. Do you believe it exists?
How come when I search Bigfoot videos, I don't get a big box that says Bigfoot is archaic? It's silly. How come we don't get it silly?
Can I please get unmuted in the chat section for God's sake?
I didn't even know you were muted.
20K. I got muted just because I was not, Oh my goodness.
Oh, were you posting anti-flat Earth stuff?
Exactly. Yes.
Oh, well, that's why. You can't be posting dinosaurs and shit like that in this chat.
No, I was posting about, the evidence of evolution. You guys are not even believing in evolution. What the hell?
That's fake too.
What is evolution?
Okay, what the hell is the idea of having Adam
show me the link. Show me the link where a fish turned into a monkey.
Are you like mad or something?
I want to see gorillas riding horses. That's what I want to see. I want to be able to hire gorillas and then I'll get horses because I don't want to get up every morning at 4 o'clock in the morning to feed and water those things and then have to come back and do it again. I want monkeys to do that or gorillas like in Planet of the Apes.
It's like talking to someone, who is in his middle school, just, got a hand on whatever phone or something and saying whatever you want to.
There's no evidence for evolution.
Alola, you're being very disrespectful.
There's evidence for adaptation. People adapt all the time. But there's no evidence for evolution.
That's coming
There's
from
evolution. Then what happened to the monkeys that are still here? They didn't evolve. Yeah, they got left behind.
Oh my god. Guys, hello.
Yes,
What y'all
well,
did in your class? Did y'all turn a blind eye when you were taught about these things?
no,
Were
we
you
questioned it.
bunking? Were you bunking classes?
No, we questioned what we were taught.
Are you a complicated rock?
There were already answers were already given. Whatever he's speaking, that dinosaurs and everything. Every answer is
That's
given.
why I asked you before, remember? Are you Homo sapien or not? See for yourself.
Yeah, I'm
Are you an amoeba?
Only the Homo sapiens are surviving. Other Homo neanderthals and everyone, they died. They got extinct.
The earth is flat.
Are you an amoeba?
What the hell, guys? Amoeba is still. Listen to be very careful.
Hey, let me ask you this: how do you know that a T-Rex had feathers?
I thought this was a debate.
But at least you agree that the T-Rex was existing, right? That's congratulations. You're halfway there.
What on earth? Like I said, we all understand the story. We just question the narrative. We don't accept things just because, okay, we got taught them. And yeah, some of the things are most definitely true. Like water, it turns to ice when it's cold and turns to vapor when it's hot. We all understand these things, but that's because we can test them. Now, evolution, it's a lovely story. And just because you've got a good memory and you went to a lot of classes and you can remember it, doesn't mean that it's true unless it's verified to be true. Right? Remembering
all the things have been verified. Don't you see there are museums having the carcasses of dinosaurs?
How has the theory of evolution been scientifically verified? Please provide me with the hypothesis and the experiment.
Yeah, how do you know what happened a million years ago?
Oh, question.
How do you know that those are real bones? They found one bone and then they built the rest of the dinosaur around the one.
How do you know that you are using a mobile phone? What if it's the tool by the Congress? It will blast and take away your life. Right? They are trying to control.
My friend Shush. This is why I get annoyed. I asked you a question.
Right, but all of a sudden, there was a bombarding of questions.
I know. That's why I'm trying to redirect it round to the question, because the question was salient. It was on point and deserved an answer, because within the answer lies your problem.
We agree.
Good.
Yeah, okay, I'm addressing your question. Your question was, how do you know evolution is true and what are the experiments proving the points, right?
Yeah, what's the hypothesis and experiment that's proven the theory of evolution to be true?
Why are you laughing?
Because it's a malformed question, and if you knew anything...
All right.
Do you want me to tell you? Scientific theories are based on hypotheses that have been validated. So for you to even call it a scientific or the scientific theory of evolution begs the question that we must be dealing with experiments then. Because if there is no hypothesis and experiment, then it doesn't fit the criteria for a scientific theory.
Okay. Can I go now? Can I speak on it now?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting.
See. The first part, how do you think, how do I know that evolution is real? See,
no.
Evolution is real because there is evidence about it. We are having vestigial organs.
What evidence?
You are having vestigial organs. Your body hairs is a vestigial organ, okay? And there are many more
Nick,
things.
show me the evidence. Walk me through the step-by-step process.
What do you mean, show me the evidence? Just
show me the link between the amoeba, the fish, the frog, and the monkey, and then us.
Okay, so you're highly, uninformed. I'll tell you. We did not evolve from an amoeba. Okay, amoeba is a totally different species. Kingdom.
all life came from one organism.
No.
No.
There was a series of, see, first of all, the very first thing which formed on the earth was a simple structure of RNA. From
So
RNA.
that is, thanks.
From RNA.
I'm just going to point out
version.
all of a sudden information's been created. Are we going to forego this miracle all of a sudden? That information just somehow happened to start informing itself. You start talking about RNA, DNA, that's code, that's language, that's information. No, where'd that come from?
That's a great point, Jedi. Like, how was DNA created?
I'll tell you how is DNA created.
Sorry, what is DNA and RNA? What is it?
See, both of them are genetic material, whereas RNA is, less stable. And both of them are genetic material, but RNA is less stable and DNA is more stable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Information.
Information of what?
Well, at the moment, hold on. You said genetic material. That's code. That's information. That's a language that needs to be understood and have the ability to carry out the instructions. The information must have come from somewhere. I'm asking you where that all came from then.
Oh my God.
Sorry. Oh my God. At the moment, you're springing information into existence for no apparent reason. Yeah, you better be saying, oh my God. God will be the only one to deal with it. Sorry, because you said it. I know, but because you said it, it's poignant to point this out to you. We're dealing with information. What do you require to have information? Where does information come from?
It comes from the simulation experiment of Urey and Miller. You guys don't even know about them. Urey was an astronomer and Miller was a biochemist. Do you know they carried out an experiment where they created the genetic material just by mimicking?
Everybody wants to run away from God.
Wait. Did you just say that there was an experiment where they created DNA? So something created DNA, right? Something
You said it was
other intelligent thing.
It was a simulation, not an experiment. He said it's a simulation. That means they used a computer and they told the computer, make this turn into a monkey, and the computer did.
What? Can you guys please ask him, someone who do not have knowledge, to not speak about it? At least.
Okay, well, we also ask you not to be passive aggressive. We're asking you to back up your claim and hopefully getting you to understand that your claim is on very shaky ground. At the moment, we're just asking you within your evolution story, right at the beginning, where'd the information come from?
The information come from...
You invoked RNA, DNA, that's code, right? Now, these things must have already been structured to hold the language, to transport the language, and the things that are transporting the language too must be understood by the receiver, ability to carry out the instructions. So all these things are here then, are they? Then we're not going to beg the question that these things already exist. We're talking about life, dude. How it got here, mate. So where did that come from? How'd the information start? Where's the information starting?
I was about to speak on that, but you interrupted me. You were asking for experiments which proves that the Earth was... that the evolution is real, right?
Yeah.
And whoever is saying to me, stop reading stuff, listen, girl, I read it in my school. I still remember the Urey and Miller experiment.
Okay, that's lovely. I'm glad you can remember the story.
It's not a story.
Yeah, this isn't what I'm asking for.
Urey and Miller, they, according to the theories, they thought that okay, these certain theories are claiming something, so they would created what was the condition of the Earth, which was perceived to as such like that. For example, they created a setup where they made a primitive atmosphere.
Sorry, hold on. Shush. They created a setup, did they? So you're going to need some kind of, I don't know, somebody who knows what system they want to organise, who's going to put the information into the system. At the moment, you've got these two guys creating a system where this would happen. Yeah. So you're going to need the knower that gives the information, puts all of the other structures in place, because when you're talking about code, you need three things that must be in place. One is the intent, the information, and the idea, and the language that needs to be transported. And like I've pointed out 2 times, the receiver that understands the language and has the capability to carry out those instructions. So you're pointing to me directly in the fact that, to get these systems in place, you've got to create the conditions that someone has to create the conditions. They're not just going to, happen all by themselves. And even if you can beg the question, put it in a computer simulation, it's not really what we're asking for. I still require the hypothesis for the claim of. A hypothesis will involve something that you observe and your supposition of cause of what you observe, verified through experimentation. This you can then go forward and create your theory on, because if you don't have this is just a wacky idea.
And then I want the null also.
Hello, are you done?
Are you that unsituationally aware that after 30 seconds complete silence, the person who was speaking to put themselves on mute? You have to ask if they're done. Is this some kind of passive-aggressive sea lion? Right? Are you trying to claim some kind of hard done by victim status at the moment?
No, I just want to say that instead of raising your words, you are trying to raise your voice and intimidating me by being loud.
Are you Did you know offense is taken, it's not given?
Sorry, come again?
My friend, I realise English isn't your first language. I realise where I am, so I'm trying my best to enunciate what I'm saying, speaking clearly, because I'm aware that
you are shouting. You are shouting. You are being.
I get pissed off when people talk through me.
You're talking through them.
Oh, that's not a language barrier or anything. You're literally shouting, and that's.
But you're talking through him.
Sorry, I think it's a politeness barrier. I'm raising my voice to be heard through you talking through me. This is weird behaviour. You need to address it, mate.
I mean, whatever behavior it is, I mean, if you ask anybody, the tone was very harsh. The words were loud.
Look, just because you're talking in a monotone, low, calm voice doesn't mean you're not being rude by talking through somebody else that's already talking.
If I was being rude at any point of time,
it's tone policing, right? It's running away from the point that I articulated to you. I don't want you to run away from this, because I'm hoping it's going to be a learning tool for you. I don't know you, my friend, right? I haven't got a clue who you are, but you seem to be dying on the hill for evolution. From our understanding, that's really shaky ground. There is no scientific experiment based on a hypothesis for this claim of evolution. It's just a bunch of conjured ideas put together. That's why I asked you the salient point at the beginning, right? How did the information get here? Because you skipped that. We had to beg that question and hope that miracle had already taken place when you were talking about RNA and DNA. Now, that may be because what you got taught at school, but there's a little bit more of a road before you get to that. I'm pointing that out to you.
Okay, if we put your words in a simple box or in a simple word, what you are saying is we were all fed lies and lies in our school. Everything we were taught, not every experiment you can conduct, right? Some things are meant to be, you know, how to say it. These things which have been taught or were written in a book when you were in your elementary school, these were debated so many of the times. It was debated in the scientific societies more than 1,000 times. It had to be proved, and then only anything is get to you. It's not any half-baked knowledge or everything.
Yeah, education systems around the world where children just feed us the narrative. Now, like I said earlier, some of it's really, really. Some of it is based on. It might even be what country you're in, right? Because you might not. It could be religious. It could be social. It could be any reason. Your education might be completely.
My nation, it's a fundamental right to have a universal education.
Yeah. It's a fundamental right to have a universal education. But it doesn't mean that everything that you're taught is 100% true. What you're taught is the popular narrative at the time. It's always been. Let's look over the last 300 years. Our best guess. At the moment, we think it's this. About 50 years' time, everyone's probably going to around and because what we say now is bloody stupid. Don't think that because we've got iPhones and stuff that standard still isn't there. We could still be saying things now that in 50 years' time, we're going to turn around and say that we're stupid. Now, if you just look at a brief course of history, like I said, over the last 300 years, because of the way that science has changed, that's obviously true.
No, we call it as a milestone or a stepping stone towards a higher success. We never look back to the early men and say they were so stupid. They were enjoying fire, a simple fire. They were so stupid. They invented the wheel.
With fire, we're talking about development over time, specifically with history over the last 200 years of it. It's changed. Theories about things. I mean, let's look at, say, something about 400 or 500 years ago where leeches were the cure for all of your ailments. Now, at the time, that was really good thinking. Now, we laugh at it because it's stupid. Now, I'm not saying that we're coming up with the same thing today, but the same standards are going to apply. We get taught the narrative at the time. Doesn't mean that narrative is 100% true, because in 50 years' time, your textbooks might change like they have done over time as things change.
Look, what leeches ailment, what example you gave, that's called pseudoscience. And for example, do you know that before the creation of periodic table, how much of an effort it took from Newland's law of octaves to like Mendeleev's periodic table from atomic mass from in your Mendeleev's periodic table, and then we had the modern periodic table. It was efforts of these things only. Mendeleev led the stepping stone for the creation of the modern periodic table, which is not very accurate because it still has fallacies for the position of hydrogen and lanthanides and octanides. But if in case we further develop a better periodic table or further get some new elements, we wouldn't discredit the earlier periodic table saying that it was bullshit. We would rather say that it was one of the genius and it was the thing which led to a further good thing. It's like how we perceive things, and it was never said or it was never written anywhere that Mendeleev created a stupid or bullshit periodic table. It was the efforts of these people from the ancient times till now that everything is going space. It was never super. Yeah.
Yeah, I get you. Have you ever heard of somebody called Nikola Tesla?
I have heard of Nikola Tesla, yeah.
Okay, did you get taught about him at school?
Yeah, he did many discoveries, and we were taught about him in school.
You understand there's many people in many ideas that you're not taught about, right?
Right.
You have to go to, if you've got the money or the access, you're going to have to go to university to get that. And you're going to have to go through the years, and right? That's not applicable to everybody, is it?
Yeah, it's not applicable, of course.
So there are different standards of education, aren't there? What you get taught at a secondary level isn't the same as you get taught at university level now, is it?
Of course, it's not. It's very different.
Yeah, exactly. But why is it very different?
What we were taught in our elementary school, that there's a process called photosynthesis by which plant make food, but when you go in a higher standard, you get inside the process and you get to know that there are Krebs cycle, dark cycle, Calvin cycle, dark cycle, Calvin cycle, same. How the food is made. So it was always that, in elementary school, it's not like it is totally different from what you were taught. It's like you taught, like, example, numbers. You were taught numbers in your school. When you go further in mathematics, there's a literally field for your numbers, imaginary numbers, and everything like that. So whatever you're taught in your school, it is the basic foundation, the laying stone of your monument. And the further you reach,
Okay.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of trust in education, haven't you?
No, I don't trust everything. Like, for example, humanities, subjects for humanity, like, for example, social studies or things like that. Those are the subjects which do not have a definite definition or something. These are the perspective-based subject. But subjects like physics, chemistry, or biology, and these are like, these subjects are very much based on the foundation of what is proved earlier. We never see in subjects like physics or chemistry that any of the proven fact, or if something is not proven, they will call it a theory until unless it is rigidly proved. But yeah.
Well, I'm glad you said that. And then you were talking about chemistry, biology, physics, and these things have got to be proven, right? Because if they're not proven, then
Exactly, numerous things are being printed in Nature or any magazine, but not everything is printed in a book, because in the books you are only taught something which has been proven, debated, and which has shown its result. Science is all about observation and its
Oh, you're not taught what's been proven.
What? Sorry, can you
You're
come
not
again?
taught what's been proven. You're taught whatever they feel like teaching you.
They tell you that it's already been done, don't question it, and then you move on.
No. You are taught the basic foundation, and once you reach the level of PhD, you can do your own research. And if anything you are thinking that is wrong, then you can go ahead. Throughout the history, it has happened. Like, for example, Rutherford, the students of Rutherford, they proved Rutherford wrong, right? And like J.J. Thomson, Rutherford was a student of J.J. Thomson. He proved his pudding model wrong. So science is never like that. If you get something, you can like directly challenge it.
I'll challenge gravity.
Yeah.
Challenge that theory.
Right now, what is taught in your elementary school? Those I don't think you're taught theories in your.
Who challenged Newton when Newton came up with the theory of gravitation, or the law of gravitation?
The only thing which can be challenged, which has fallacies. If something does not have fallacies, it cannot be
Seriously,
challenged.
like who was on the other side? Like that's a good question. You know, if it's been challenged, who was on the other side doing the challenging?
Whenever you do so, in the scientific society, you have debates and everything, and you have to prove them. And of course, if you dig deeper, you will get to know that who questioned Newton and.
I can tell you who questioned in the Council of Nicaea when the Catholic Church removed most of the Apocrypha from the Bible and left it with like 67 books. I know who challenged the Arian people challenged that. Who challenged Newton? Who challenged Einstein?
Okay, for the Einstein part. It was widely known that Einstein was debated by many other scientists.
Okay, well, name one.
I don't know. I don't remember. But of course, if you give it a Google search, you will get to know. It must have been well documented.
It must have been, right? Like some magical scientist did it.
No. Okay, I'll tell you. Famous scientist who challenged. I got it. Neil Bohr was the first one who challenged on his quantum mechanics. Then Werner Heisenberg, who challenged his for his uncertainty principle. Then Erwin Schrödinger.
When did he challenge it? When did he challenge it?
Okay,
What year?
for example, yep. I'll tell you the year as well. In 1919, he was challenged by Arthur Eddington. Okay.
Okay. What did Arthur Eddington say? What was Arthur Eddington challenging?
He tried to prove Einstein wrong about the gravity bending light. But then while proving, he actually proved him right because he conducted an experiment and for which Einstein also became famous. This is one of the most famous thing will always read it in biography of Einstein, the name Arthur Eddington, because that made Einstein more famous because when he was trying to challenge and prove him wrong, he actually proved him right.
I think you're just like you're just narrating. I'm welcome.
Of course. Just what do you mean I'm reading? These things have happened. How will I know everything? Of course, you people are sending links and.
All right, you know what? Just to challenge you, I'm going to do some research on Arthur Eddington because, and then I'm gonna expand this conversation, and then you're going to be proven wrong even more so on that.
Without even knowing you are saying that I will be proven wrong. Okay, quite of a confidence.
Do you know why Einstein had to come up with special relativity?
No, actually, we were not taught much about modern physics. It was mostly classical physics.
Because George Bedell Airy and Michelson couldn't prove that the Earth was in motion. So Einstein was like, "Oh, well, we must be in motion. We just can't detect it because we're on the thing moving."
All right, I'm taking a leave. Bye. And I'm really no, I'm like I spend a lot of time here, and I'm really hoping that while doing these research, you actually you get something brainstorming and you start.
Every time, the more I research the globe, the more I find out they're lying. All right, so I mean, good luck, but
stop researching it from YouTube channels and sites which are of flat Earth. Maybe start to do independent research and start with reading basic physics, like class 7th and 12th.
I've read basic physics.
Who are you? Who are you to say that? How do you know what he studied? That's rude.
Here they are to us, at least.
Why don't you just stop reading physics textbooks without actually testing what it says? How's that?
Yeah, like if you get a math equation, right, and then you're like, okay, well, how do I test this math equation? Well, let me manipulate this value over here and see if it changes what I see in reality. Let me manipulate this thing. Does it change anything? No. Oh, damn, the equation must be wrong then. No, the equation can't be wrong because it's a pretty good assumption of what we see in reality.
Plus, many scientists have tested it. I just can't name one.
But I do appreciate you putting me on to Arthur Eddington because it'll just be one more thing that proves the flat Earth. So.
What's up, man?
Can somebody say what's up, man?
Yeah, that's cool, man.
Oh, hello.
Man,
He
how's
might
it
need.
going?
Yeah, good.
So
How
how's the
can we?
country?
Is that the same Arthur Eddington that said that if your idea goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it's doomed for failure? Something along those lines, paraphrasing, of course.
Yeah, same guy.
Yeah, it was wrong, something like that. If your hypothesis, you don't need to do an experiment. I'm paraphrasing. It's like the gist of it was, you've gotten the hypothesis. You don't even need to test it. If it's already against the law of thermodynamics, you're just wrong. Even if your experiment is validated, there's something else there because it can't go. There's nothing that can go against the laws of thermodynamics.
If your theory is set to be against the second, but to collapse in the deepest humiliation, it's got humiliation in there. I know that. Nothing but to collapse in the deepest humiliation. Says it all really right.
Yeah, nailed it.
Yeah. If you're talking about something that goes against laws of nature, everyone's going to
Yeah, I find it odd that Arthur Eddington was promoted to a chair that Charles Darwin's son held, and he was coming up with his own theories, but Charles Darwin's son, suddenly dies, and then Arthur Eddington is promoted.
So that's all we get from that, guys. Arthur Eddington, Brute, Einstein, stop researching on YouTube, and then runs away. That's it. So we don't get to challenge what he said.
Are you not surprised?
Yeah, not really.
Come back. Let me challenge your premise, bastard.
Do you want him back?
I was getting annoyed by him because he kept crying victim, like telling Jedi like to stop yelling at him. Like that's the way Jedi talks. Just get over yourself.
I'm gonna randomly start doing it. Jedi, stop yelling at me. Actually, that's the calmest I think I've ever seen Jedi. Honestly,
I've been calmer than that.
I haven't been around that long, and I missed out on a year.
Oh, in my general day-to-day life, I'm a lot calmer.
Oh, I'm sure you are.
I just get frustrated with people because it seems to me that they're lying to me, they're lying to themselves. Somewhere along the line, that there's some confidence or there's something, right? They're defending a position. They have to squirm to get through the conversation, and it pisses me off. So why can't you just be honest?
Well, it's like Dre said a long time ago. It's all, what is it called? Sophistry. It's all a philosophical conversation. That's all it is. Philosophical masturbation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think if Jedi was like talking to him one-on-one in a room by themselves, he probably would have been more honest. But it's like the presence of a crowd kind of makes him want to defend anything stupid that comes to his head. Like, it's just, he's defending it no matter what. And I've experienced that with friends of mine when I talk about the subject. Whenever they're around a crowd, they call me stupid, they shout me down, they say stop watching stupid YouTube videos. But whenever I'm talking to them one-on-one, they're like, I could see why it could be flat, and they're actually honest. So this
There's a lot of ego and pride involved, isn't there? Sorry, Sheila.
No, you're good. Go ahead. Say it again, Jedi. I missed it.
All I said was there's a lot of pride and ego involved. Like you said, people come in and they're surrounded by people, so they don't want to look bad in front of people. It's weird. But when defending themselves is making them look bad. But anyway, sorry, Sheep Talk, carry on.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a background. Hold on a second. So yeah, no, like it's funny. Like I can talk to somebody in person, and give me like 30 minutes to an hour with somebody in person, and I'll have you questioning whether or not the Earth is a globe. But go online, and it takes like a year before you even start to like actually look into it, right? Like we just pump article after article after article at you, and demonstration after demonstration at you. No. And then after a while, you either become hardened in what you believe in, or you actually just decide to start taking an objective look onto things. But it's like, give me 30 minutes in front of face to face with a person, and let me walk you down the logic, and you're gonna be like, damn, dude, was I tricked? And then you actually start going in and looking at it yourself. A lot more honesty in person.
Give us half an hour with anybody, and we'll not only make them question like the globe, we'll make them question everything about existence.
Well, no, that's too far.
Yeah, it's not about questioning everything in existence, but you start looking at things, what you have come to know versus what people have been trying to pump down into your brain.
The only reason
Those are two different
Far.
things.
That's what happens. Like, you get them to question the globe, and then suddenly they start questioning if they're a brain in a vat, or if they have hands, or if they've ever eaten food before. They don't know if they even know if they're schizophrenic or not. Like that, no, that's too far. Okay, dial it back. Okay, you went like Spinal
you didn't
Tap.
understand what I
tried
meant
to
by
turn you up to a 1 or a 2, and you went to 11. Okay, like try again. If you're questioning whether or not water is wet, okay, something went wrong here. Okay, this shouldn't be that of an existential crisis for you to no longer be determined fact from fiction or reality. Like, are you in a simulation? Now, if this conversation causes you to think you don't know for sure if you're in a simulation or not, something went terribly wrong.
That's not what I was leading with, but okay, man.
Yeah.
It's more of like, once you understand, right, that you've been lied to about the heliocentric model, then you also have to start looking at history, because what they taught you about history and with the heliocentric model is wrong. You also have to start looking at physics, right, and other fields and subjects that all pertain to it. So yes, you're going to question all of reality in essence, or all subjects, if you will, because a lot of them intertwine with the flat Earth. They push it down through all different sorts of fields, subjects, and mediums to get you to be a blind believer. That's why I say that.
I mean, you're fine to have blind belief if that's what you choose to have, right? But like, knowledge will always trump blind belief.
Was I talking about blind belief?
Well, the whole idea was to confront what you've been taught and determine if it was whether it was blind belief or if it's actual knowledge, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with going back and questioning all of physics, right? That's the whole point of science, is to go back and question it and, follow the same procedures that they went through and see if what they did was verifiable. Or are they just feeding you a story based on pseudoscience? Right?
Most definitely, I agree with you with that. But I also think, like with other subjects, that same thing applies, right? Like, for example, history. How many just news articles do you have of the Smithsonian just obtaining like giant ass bones or other random shit from people that they found or discovered, and like, we lost it somehow. Kind of like NASA lost the telemetry data and stuff, right? So you're like, maybe I should question this. Like, what's going on here? That's what I was like. Because it all, at the end of the day, either confirms or denies one or the other. All lies.
Yeah, you'll need flat Earth for that. You can go really easy and just talk about like the food pyramid, the low tar safe cigarette. Let's see, what else was there? I mean, all kinds of things. Like the very easy things to talk about. Like what do you call it? Supply side economics. So there's some things out there that the government has said that is just objectively wrong. Just like so wrong that even at the time, people are kind of like rolling their eyes. You don't need to change someone's cosmology to get them to look at, did they really do unethical medical experimentation? Well, yes, they did. That's simple stuff, like very easy things to follow, like MK Ultra. These are not things that are conspiracy theories. These are like, you can just look up what the CIA was up to.
I just saw the title of the live stream, and it's actually brilliant. Motionless Monday, pure brilliance. Whoever came up with that, good on you.
Hey, you realize we got flat earthers that have been hanging out with us that don't know who Brian Mullen is or what his work was? That's me. He told me, hey,
Who is Brian
I don't know
Mullen?
who Brian Mullen is or what he did. So I posted it in the Ranked Rolls chat and I said it's mandatory watching. There will be quizzes. You don't know Brian Mullen, homie? Or are you just playing?
No. Who's that? Serious.
Brian Mullen used to have a channel called Balls Out Physics where, so basically he's an engineer.
Balls.
And he came upon the idea of flat Earth. And he started applying his engineering education and knowledge to it. Made a bunch of videos. He called them Balls Out Physics. And he was explaining a lot of problems with the globe from a physics engineering perspective. And then he devised a test that, if implemented correctly, would certainly definitively tell you whether the surface was curving or not. And shortly thereafter, the Glovers got so butthurt that an actual engineer would come out as a flat earther and actually make definitive cases for flat Earth and design definitive instrumentation that could be implemented in the real world and liberate the idea. So they decided to go after his engineering license. One guy, I can't remember his name exactly because I'm confusing him with one other guy, but he basically called his job, tried to get his engineering license pulled, said he was unsafe, did all this stuff and harassed him so badly that he really wasn't, either felt he was in danger of his job or whatever, and so he decided to stop doing what he was doing so he could, maintain his career and feed his family. Which, is the right decision if he's really facing that much persecution. So it's no harm, no foul on him. He did a good job. He did his work, and he gave us great ideas. But yeah, that's just the way Glovers are. They're so zealous for their religion that they're willing to attack somebody's livelihood. And it's not because they actually believed that anything he built would fall down simply because he's a flat earther. No, it's they were using that as an excuse just because they hate flat earth.
Yeah. It's despicable. It's despicable. Makes me sick.
Yeah, so one of the things he designed, he did a lot of things about like the rotation of the earth and planes flying and all the classical physics types things. But two of the things he came up with, one was called torque the line, where his idea was you get a cable in the water and you pull it really tight, and that would give you a straight line that's either going to be parallel with the water or the water is going to hump over it, right? And that was a good idea in principle. The problem is that when it came down to the physics, there's like nothing we have that can pull strong enough to defeat the catenary curve problem, which is a line under its own weight is going to sag, right? So you need a certain amount of tension to resist the sag. And me and Indio calculated it one day on a live stream, and it turned out that it's like there's no craft that we possess that could accomplish such a task. He was imagining a boat would pull it. Two boats would be going in opposite directions, and that would pull the line. But once you apply the math to it, it's like impossible.
Yeah.
And his other one was called Force the Line, which is essentially taking a level, plumb, and square construction, and then building off of it square. So your first one's plumb, level, and square, and maybe a few for a benchmark. And then after that, you just keep building square to it. And so if you keep building square to it, if the first one is level, if it's a flat Earth, it's just going to keep continuing straight. And if it's a globe Earth, it's going to raise in altitude as the ground curves away. So it was a pretty good idea. And I think he actually did the math on the cost, and he said it would only be like $350,000, depending on everything. That's like the implementation cost of the materials. You still have to have the land to do it because you need miles of land to accomplish it. You can't just do it in like 1,000 yards. Yeah, so they didn't really like the fact, because you know how they always say, there's no flat Earth engineers, there's no flat Earth pilots, there's no flat Earth PhDs, which isn't true. None of that's true. There are plenty of those. Problem is when some of them come out, they get blackballed, blacklisted, attacked, et cetera, et cetera. So they're reticent to be so publicly vocal about it.
Right. I've made this point much before. How there's not much incentive to come out and announce yourself as a flat earther. There's really no incentive to do that.
Yeah, and there's a track record of not just professional organizations blacklisting you or blackballing you, but people who aren't even associated with your organization trying to campaign to your organization to get you off of your job. Like just pure psychosis by the Globers, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I remember the whole Brian Mullins issue with George, was it Hetanyuk or whatever his and he, classic anti-flat earther at the time, like 7 years ago, whatever it was, 6 years ago. And yeah, just went full bath and tried to get him his job. And then Brian disappeared. I really enjoyed Brian's videos as well. I think I haven't seen them for a long time, to be fair. I should probably watch them, especially if AI is going to give us a bloody quiz. But I think there was one about how avionics would work, aviation, an airplane flying around a sphere. I'd like to see that one again. But yeah, it was interesting at the time. We hear about this. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. I was just going to real quick say, for anyone who cares, I put the playlist in the ranked roles section.
Cheers, man. Thank you. But yeah, it was horrific at the time, knowing that people were going out of their way to get people fired. Like AI said, these things happen all of the time. We don't necessarily know about them. We don't necessarily have first-hand experience with them. But this, a lot of people within the Flat Earth community did. Because one moment he was there, the next moment he'd gone. And it didn't take us long to figure out who'd done it.
Wasn't he advertising that he did it?
Yeah. Because he was kind of back and forth with FED, wasn't he? He was like around with that Bob the Science Guy group, a couple of other
You're talking about who ratted out
at the time.
the dude that ratted out Brian Mullen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, tried to rat him out. Yeah, he admitted it.
Yeah.
He admitted it on Nathan's show. I probably got a clip of it. I wouldn't doubt it. George Hottenuk or whatever his name is.
Yeah.
Actually, now I remember. He didn't admit it on FED. Well, he did after he tried to deny it. And he tried to justify it by lying. What he said was he did it because Brian was violating the engineering oath that they take to be an engineer. And it turned out that, hold on, it's worse than that. So, yeah. So some states do require some type of oath, right? Some thing to basically that I'm not going to just fucking design a bridge out of frickin' whipped cream or something. So there is some states. The state he worked in was not one of those states. But the proof that he offered was, so there was some group that was trying to get these oaths put as a requirement in every state, and they had a model oath, in a book on Google Books, and he tried to pass that off, that model oath that was in a book on Google Books, as the oath that was Brian was supposed to take. And fucking, I'm dead serious, dude. This is what the lengths he went to, because he got called out, and then he went to find the evidence for what he thought was true, and all he could find was a model oath on Google Books, and tried to present that as the oath Brian was violating.
Dude, how poetic! How poetic! The only proof of my claim is a model on the internet.
Yes, exactly. Well, that's par for the course.
Hello, friends.
Raiden's
hear me?
here. Yeah, we hear you.
I wanted to ask a quick question.
Is it about the Nobel Prize?
No, not today.
Okay, good. Okay, I've got a new question. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you guys were you were talking about the sun earlier, and I wanted to ask this is like I guess like a reality check question. If someone says they know something about the sun and at the same time you don't, would you guys agree there's a separation there or no?
Say that again. If we say we don't know, we're saying he don't know.
No, I'm just saying for example.
I mean, nobody knows.
It doesn't have to be the sun per se. It could be anything. Let's just say, for example, you don't know something about a particular topic, but someone else says they do. Would you agree there's a separation there?
That's like a false equivalence, because things in the sky, like the celestial bodies, inaccessible. Nobody claims they're going to the sun. Nobody claims they're going to a star. Nobody claims they're going to a planet.
Okay, so maybe I'll rephrase it. India.
Well, you see what I'm saying is you're trying to create something. We actually, this is a different thing. They're claiming that they know what something, the composition of something, which they can't grab a hold of and actually get the thing that is supposed to be composed of.
Sure, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this: Is it possible for someone to know something that you don't?
Oh yeah.
Okay, that's all I was asking.
Like, you know how much money is in your pocket right now?
Zero.
Right? I don't.
Right, yeah.
Well, that was
Right.
going to be my guess, but
No, okay, yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, I don't carry cash anymore. It's been a long time.
yeah, no, the fucking homeless people must be fucking bummed out, dude. They fucking like, man, can I have $1? Have to cash app it to you.
Yeah, you answered my question, so that it was just
Yeah, of course people can know things you don't, but like
Okay, that's
certain
all I was
certain topics nobody can have knowledge of, right? Like what happens to you after you die? Nobody has knowledge of that. Nobody's come back to tell anybody. No matter what anybody says, they don't know that. They can only ever believe it, and this is in that category.
Okay, so going back to the sun, if Sean Carroll told you he knew what the sun is, you would tell him he
Tell him.
doesn't.
Yeah,
Okay.
and he'd admit it,
That off of,
and he'd admit it.
right. I'm just
Sean
saying if he
Carroll
told you
has
that.
a degree. Well, he has a degree in the philosophy of science, and I'd say that's an inductive inference, right? And he'd say yes, and I go, well, is the sun's composition proven? And he'd say no. He'd say it's the best theory that we have. He would appeal to abductive reasoning.
Okay. I'm glad you answered my initial question, honestly. So at least you're based in reality. There are things that someone else could know that you don't. At least you
course.
understand that. Okay, good.
Of course,
That's all I
but
had.
there's some things that people claim they know, which there's no way they can know. They just believe they know.
Sure. Yeah, we have that
Yeah.
too. That's another.
How's this for a follow up? Do you agree that there are things that nobody can know?
Sure.
Okay. And does the sun fall into that category, you think?
I can't speak to that. Not
Yeah, I
with
was saying this
certainty,
earlier.
anyway.
I don't think anybody knows what the sun is or what stars are, the moon is, or what planets are.
Okay.
So
Never
and
will.
then like India's, and they never will. So anyone that's saying like, well, I claim to know, like that doesn't necessarily put them in an advantageous position over someone who doesn't know.
But what if Creation Bear? What if you ask them if they know, and they say yes, I know, and then you say how do you know, and they say clickety clickety clickety. The first result on Google says the sun is a ball of gas that is made of this, and it's doing fusion, and it's this far away. And now I know what it is.
Yeah. That's usually how it goes down.
The thing about that, also, Listen, it's objectively true that anything just looking at light and saying the sub's current position is an abductive inference and an indirect measurement. For some reason, Josh couldn't admit this when it's objectively true. This is the case. Just as a matter of logic, it's true. Like, it doesn't matter what he says. This isn't subject to opinion. That he's light. He's looking at light. Somebody is, and he's inferring its composition from the light. Okay? That's an inference. He's not directly measuring the composition of the molecules within the sun. Okay? He's saying, hey, in my theory, molecules, this light can only be created by molecules that are within the sun of this type. He doesn't know that. All he can say is that within our lab conditions, they kind of match this. And it's more complicated than that. I'm super oversimplifying it because he was oversimplifying it. He doesn't understand how spectroscopy actually works in practice. It's nothing like they don't just look at a spectroscope and go, look, there's some hydrogen. It doesn't work like that. It's way more complicated than that. As with anything else in modern science, when you're doing minute measurements, there's a lot of statistical nonsense involved with it, which is, a lot of cherry picking and confirmation bias and parameter fucking tweaking and a bunch of bullshit. Okay? And then that is built, right? All this theory-laden mathematical model shit is used to say, in accuracy, consistent with our theory of the emission spectrum of hydrogen. That's all they can actually say. They can't say match. They can't say anything else. And unlike Josh, I actually heard the SOHO, which is the Solar Observatory that he was referring to. There's actually an interview which I sent him, which he should have listened to. I sent it to him like a week ago, ironically. It's a Soho Observatory. Robert Bazzano interviewed the fucking staff for the goddamn place. And they were uncertain. So I don't understand what solar scientists that think they have a satellite looking at the sun 24 hours a day, that they have some uncertainty and that they're admitting that they just have a solar model and that there are some issues with it. But somehow Josh is certain when all he read was fucking clickety-clack, Google or ChatGPT. Fact of the matter is, he don't know. He just thinks he knows. What I do know is he had acted way off fucking character for even questioning the composition of the sun. Actually, it wasn't questioning the composition of the sun. He was offended by questioning human knowledge about the composition of the sun. That's what really irked him.
That's him. That is.
Yeah, and Danny, I didn't forget
character.
about you. I'm going to clip yours too. Like yours is in another one, so I'm going to clip that out right now. You seen me post the other one, right?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, because you said something to him. I don't know if it's in that clip about how can that the accuracy that you're claiming regarding the sun is greater than what's measured on Earth. Do you remember when you said something like that to him?
Oh yeah. I was talking about gas chromatograph spectroscopy, right? So they get a crime scene. Someone freaking died of something. They don't know what he freaking ingested. So they take a sample of their blood. They know what elements are in blood. So they go, hey, what are the different elements that are? They'll use gas chromatograph spectroscopy to get the elements and their relative proportions. And that's roughly 6 to 9 parts per million. And then they claim that they can look at Uranus and it was actually less than that. It was 0.3 parts per million that they said that they could stare at Uranus 16 million miles away and figure out what its composition was. So I asked him basically, how come we have limitations when we have access to the sample on Earth, but with a telescope somehow you just magically all those freaking issues just go away. How do we have greater precision looking through a fucking telescope than we do when we actually have the sample? That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I thought that was a great question. And then those kind of techniques can be tested and seen, you know, with some kind of known substance, like you said. Can this person who doesn't know it get this result, you know, when it's a blind test, but someone does know if they're right or not, you know, and then they can see how accurate these tests are. But obviously with the sun and these
Dude,
other
that's a good idea.
materials, we can't do that.
That's actually a
I
good
had
idea.
a good answer.
They should blind that stuff, dude. They should just like, okay, here's the graph. What is this?
Yep. Yeah, but he had a good answer to your question about the variance of the accuracy versus local versus far, and why would you trust the inverse? He had a really good answer, and that was no answer. He didn't want to touch that with a 1 AU foot pole.
He was like, I need to see it. So I actually posted it in the chat, and he never referenced it. It's easy to find out what the precision of gas chromatograph spectroscopy is. Now, he'd have to look up the precision from 10 years ago, because I'm sure they've improved the technology a little bit. I don't know if they've improved it that much in order of magnitude, but I don't know.
Yeah, but for posterity's sake, can you enunciate that for the stenographer?
What? Gas chromatograph spectroscopy? It's not that complicated.
I heard graph. Was graph supposed to be in there?
Yeah, graph. Gas chromatograph spectroscopy.
Oh, gotcha. All right, there you go. There you go.
There's also mass spectroscopy, which is similar. Gas
I got a funny story
chromatograph is
about
they
that.
vaporize the sample and then they shoot freaking something through it. It might be X-rays or something.
I actually carry around a purple hardback spectroscopy book in my glove box. No joke. I've actually sent pictures of it to people before. The reason is if I ever get in an accident or something ever happens on the road and somebody asks me, well, what did you see? I'll be like, give me a second. Got to reference my book here real quick, then I'll let you know.
I've been actually using spectroscopy so I don't misgender anybody. Like you look through it, right? And if you see a rainbow, then whatever gender you think they are, they're the opposite.
If rainbow, then LGBT.
Yes, exactly. That's what a spectrograph is. It's basically looking through a prism. But they use what's called a grating. So it's a bunch of fucking wires. Did you guys ever use this in school? Because we actually used one in school when I went to school in like 5th grade, 6th grade. Basically, you're looking through a diffraction grating. So it's just a bunch of vertical wires. And then it gets projected. The white light gets broken up. So if you just look at the sun, it just looks like a rainbow, but there'll be lines, missing pieces in it. Or was it the other way? I think you flip it and it does the emission spectrum. I can't remember. It was a long time ago, but it looks like a little frickin' black plastic triangle thing with wires.
Yeah, I've used one before. It's been a while.
Oh, good. Thank God I didn't. Yeah, here's a picture of one. Yeah. That was freaking hallucinating in 6th grade, man.
No, we're just trying to identify the age demographic of everybody in the room. That's all.
Well, I mean, like, we used it once for freaking 5 minutes in a class in like 6th grade. I mean, it could have hallucinated the whole thing, man. I don't know.
Dude, I used one of those to grate the cheese in home ec.
Remember, Dandelion, when this is what you did in science class, you did actual, like, science stuff?
Yeah, for sure.
You don't just memorize the textbook and puke it back onto the test?
Do they even let kids have Bunsen burners right on the table anymore?
Remember that.
Last, yeah, I think so. I mean, last I knew, yeah, they were still there. They still use them. Probably not
Only
quite as
the
much as
honors
they used to,
classes.
though.
Like the average numpty doesn't get to play with those. These are honors classes. Those students definitely do, yeah. Not once was a Bunsen burner pulled out while I was in high school.
Or they cook crack rocks, we did.
But they
I don't know. I used Bunsen burners even with my alternative ed students. That was one of the things they liked the best, doing the flame test, stuff like that. Flames are very popular with criminals.
But now that the definition of science has changed to the submission to consensus, you don't actually need to do experiments. You just learn what the consensus is, and therefore you're a scientist.
Well, they don't teach logical fallacies to those standard kids anyway, either. They only teach that to honor students. There's a lot of things they only give to the honor students, the people in advanced classes.
Yeah, because you're trained to push a button in a factory. Why do you actually need to know logical fallacies? Because when your boss comes and tells you what the rule is, it doesn't matter what fallacy he uses or doesn't use. That's the rule, and that's what you have to center your life on until your boss decides to change or his boss decides to change.
Nation of workers, not thinkers. Yep.
So, of course, science has to be about consensus and following the rules.
Well, I digress. I just wanted to comment on that. I'd noticed that there's a lot of things missing from the standard education that people receive. And unless they go to teach themselves more, they're never going to know it.
Just think of every Globie that comes in here that pretty much their entire premise is based upon submission to that authority and submission to consensus.
Yep.
And you're stupid and retarded and such because you don't submit to their authorities.
Hey, but you know, that is a funny play on words, advanced. So ad is obviously could be advertisement. Advanced actually means lack of advertisements, right? But vance means you dwell in a marsh. So if you're in an advanced class, you're in a contradiction of advertisements and non-advertisements to keep you in the marsh, which is also in the muck. So basically, you're stuck in the mud. That's very interesting.
Then you tie that into draining the swamp.
Pretty
much. Oh man, just more predictions that Trump is the one.
That they hired the Swamp Thing to drain the swamp.
Hey, only the Swamp Thing can drain the swamp because he knows where the plug is.
That's fair.
See, you have to understand, Ethergrass, that only people living inside the container can know that there's not a container. And By that same logic, only a swamp thing could drain the swamp.
Yeah, that tracks.
Okay. Yeah, hold on a second.
I thought you were going to say, quit talking smack and get back to flat Earth.
No, I got to play Dandelions. You didn't tell me it was that funny.
I didn't think it was funny. It was traumatizing for me.
What is it?
Yeah, hold on. I got to convert it to MP3.
He's going pro and bringing it home.
Oh, it's good practice. The clips you really want, you got to download. You can't rely on crowd sharing or the people's clips that other people made that you're linked to. You got to download it. Otherwise, it could disappear on you.
Yep. If you see or hear something on the internet that you want to keep, you better grab it right away. There's no guarantee that it'll still be there tomorrow.
That's right.
Yeah, I was just looking for the Flat Earth's answers to fake Prof. Dave's 10 things Flat Earthers can't answer. Because he's a gosh, I can't even talk, Sarko 74 does not like fake Prof. Dave, and I used to put those up all the time because that's one of his most annoying lies. He puts up that video that says 10 things flat earthers can't answer, even though we answer those things all day long, 24/7. Anyway, a couple of people had made response videos, but I was having trouble finding them because the accounts were gone. You know how it is. You go to it and it says, this YouTube account is terminated. Yeah.
He's probably
Hard to
reporting
find.
anybody that does a correction video to his video, too.
That could be. Yeah, these were good. I haven't seen them for a few years. Hopefully I could still find them somewhere.
The algorithm would side with him automatically, as would anybody with their own confirmation bias. Any Glober who's normal would say flat earthers are insane and automatically side with him. So, yeah, that tracks. Apple, he is such a straw man farmer.
So I have a question for you all. Dandelion, maybe you have a good answer for me. So when the GTs come on and they say something, they make this little statement here that's not really a question, but they want you to think it's a question. They say, what about time zones? So how do the GTs account when they make that blanket statement for the fact that we're getting ready to arbitrarily change our clock here in a couple hours?
They don't, because they're not asking the right question, and they're not educated enough in their own question to understand the question they should be asking. So we got to do it for them. So their actual question is, if the Earth is flat, why isn't it daylight all the time, at all times? That's their real question, because they just don't know how to say it.
Yeah, so they use their half-baked English skills to say, what about time zones? Yeah, no doubt. It's just interesting that I sit here and I watch somebody explain the political ramifications of time zones and how that's more important than where the sun actually is. And the person kind of got it, but then tonight I was just kind of thinking, okay, well, does the sun somehow magically change? So we have to change our clocks because the sun screws up twice a year?
The worst part is when people ask about time zones and you go to explain it to them, show them information, and they talk over you the entire time and don't listen to anything and then claim that you can't explain time zones.
Right. And then back there.
Yep. And you try and explain it again. They talk all over you again, and then claim that you can't explain time zones. That's their MO. They do that crap all the time.
Yeah, of course. And then as soon as you get them to a point to where they realize that they've lost it, instead of conceding or walking back their arrogant comments, they just gish gallop onto something else. Well, what about ships disappearing from the bottom up?
Yeah. And again, you can explain it to them. They'll talk over you. Doesn't matter what you share, and then they'll claim that you didn't explain it at all.
Yep. And then once you re-explain it, and they finally realize they're losing, then they gish gallop off to, well, what about eclipses?
Yeah. And then they insist again, doubling down. You guys can't prove anything. You can't explain anything after not listening for an hour.
Yeah, you guys lost the argument. I'm not going to stay around here anymore. And then they leave.
Yep. I like the combos we get, though, that are productive and end up, having a little bit of a proper conclusion.
What about satellites?
What about
I just wonder, they all have this same formula where they ask these same questions in the same order, and then when they ask them, it's always like, "What about something?" rather than building up, trying to put some meat on the bone so it can be discussed. They just, "What about?" and then they make some sort of little half-baked statement of something that they don't really know what the fuck they're talking about. I just wonder who it is that passes out that script and that set of questions in that exact order from time after time.
It's probably on a website or something.
Yeah, that flatearth.ws thing that's so popular for people. The anti-flat earther website that's #1 on the Google search.
Yeah, full of nonsense. That was the website that converted me to flat Earth.
AI automatically goes to that website. Of course, we're just saying stuff that everybody else here has seen 1,000 times, so that's redundant.
Yeah, and that website, flatearth.ws, written by morons, because every time they try to explain how a camera works, they get it wrong.
Who is it that actually published that page? Is there, does anybody actually know, or do they just try to keep it under their vest?
I don't know. I figured I would stay silent for a second and see if anybody else did, but I have no idea who's running it. Looks like we need a Glober in here to make a claim.
Well, you've got the old standby Raiden, True Blue Globe Believer. Waiting for the Nobel Prize to be awarded to a flat earther before he'll accept that there's no measurement of curvature.
How about the ones that show you flat earther stuff as hostile witnesses to prove their globe? It's always a flat earther proving the globe, never a Glober. It's so weird.
That's fair, but
yeah.
Okay. So how about a flat earther proving flat Earth? You just volunteered.
Oh, geez.
Where's the Nobel Prize for?
Well, you made two faux pas. One, you said you need a Glober to make a claim. right? And
Well,
then the second
I
thing you
was,
said
I
is
was.
that how come the flat earthers are proving the globe? So then that leaves the obvious excluded middle, which is when's a flat earther going to prove flat earth? And since you're the last one to speak, that falls on your shoulders.
All right, I call for a field trip. Let's go.
Oh, so it's in the future? Your proof is in the future?
Yes.
You don't have it now?
Yeah. Yep, I don't have anything readily available, but I request a field trip. That would be fun. No, I got stuff I can talk about, but
Well,
it's
then
not
if
like
you don't have anything, yeah, but think about it this way. If you say you don't have anything, yet you're a flat earther, then that means you came to your position without any proof. So then your position is irrelevant.
No, it's more like I got stuff, but I personally could hand wave away everything I have that other people, you guys don't hand wave away, but I can because I'm a bit more skeptical. But it does track logically. It's just, I hand wave away a lot of shit.
So as an inquisitive Glober audience member representative, I find that highly flaccid and unbecoming of someone that claims to be a flat earther.
That's fair. I could bring up measurements and stuff, but then somebody's going to use the opposite of it, as they always do, and then double down on the globe.
But you gotta wait till it's robust before you measure it, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry.
The point is I can spit out the same rhetoric that all the anti-globers do and do the nuh-uh shit. Is my point. There's nothing I could do to show myself because I would go nuh-uh to myself.
So you would not yourself.
That's what they do, don't they?
Earth is flat. How does that make sense?
Yeah. Because there's nothing we could show them. That's why I said.
Who cares what they do? They're asking you. Yeah, that's fair. But they're asking you what you do. So for example, if you say field trip, what does that even mean? You got to at least put some meat on that bone.
Well, one, people often bring up the Black Swan thing, so visiting that in person and then having other people also record would be a good thing rather than just looking at the recordings of other people. Like getting out there grassroots again, doing things. But there's so much more than just that one location anyway. People get stuck on that one, and there's more. That was just my point.
So you haven't been
We
there.
spent a lot of time talking about what's already been taken, is all. And I love it when folks get out there doing something. Like Salt Lake Stacy, I think is her name. She gets out there recording things. That's really cool. Or when any of y'all do, it's great stuff. Like you're going out to the lake.
Fair enough. But all I'm hearing as the inquisitive Glober customer, audience member, too scared to speak up representative is that you got nothing.
Yeah. Fair enough. Watch, I can pick anything though, and I know exactly what you can do.
Who cares, dude? Somebody asked you, right? What's your evidence or proof that convinced you the Earth is flat? I mean, that doesn't require them to agree. It's your story.
Yeah. I would say measurements and the lack of curvature. Like anything I see, and the fact that the wide-angle lenses exist on cameras, or people don't understand how those work. So more often than not, they present that kind of thing, and it's quite obvious that's what it is. So a lot of it ends up actually being debunking the evidence that other people present to us. Like, no, this is not true because ABC. But if I were to present something, then I have to double down and explain it to somebody who's usually not going to. It's frustrating, man. I think I've become cynical over the years. It's the odds of us finding somebody who will listen is very low. So it's made me kind of, black-pilled, maybe, bitter about it.
Well, that's great and all, but you listened. So now you're condemning everybody else for what you already have.
And I have to keep that in mind, too, that I did listen. So there's always somebody out there who will, eventually.
Yeah, and you're not always going to see the results.
That's true.
Exactly. That's another thing. You don't know. So, like, for example, we had one member in here. Their kid went to school, and the teacher was talking about something, and they spoke up and said, "Oh, that's not true because of ABC or something like that." And like a dozen other kids in the classroom spoke up along with him after he did. So he didn't realize that many of the other kids were already in a mood to be like, "Wait a minute, this stuff doesn't track." But until he spoke up, he didn't know that. So he was living in this bubble. Well, why don't you model it for him right now? Tell the world why you think the Earth is flat. How you came to that conclusion.
But you're right. People, the courage. Everything presented
I'll put
to
a
me that
feather
I
in your
look
hat.
into, there's something fishy about it. And the more I dig into it, it's just the stuff that's off versus the stuff that's correct. When you look and you go out and check stuff for yourself versus the story we're given, something doesn't add up, and it gets worse the more you look.
Right. So that's the position of an agnostic, not a flat earther. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I guess that's the starting point. Then you start there on the fence. Then once you start digging, it brings you towards the flat Earth side because the time after time, the evidence doesn't line up with the official narrative. So if you keep on debunking the official narrative, your faith in it drops. It takes a willingness to want to, though, and I don't think a lot of folks have that willingness.
Oh, they don't care. They don't care. They didn't ask you about other folks. They asked you about you. They said, hey, you, what convinced you the Earth is flat?
Well, I've never seen curvature with my own eyes. And practically speaking, the functions of reality, like water seeking level and other stuff. But again, they would just invoke gravity over and over. Just belief.
What do you mean they? You're telling your story. There is no they.
Fair. Well, it's under the premise if I were talking to somebody who is definitely staunchly against flat Earth, which is what we usually deal with.
It doesn't matter. You just make your argument to a conclusion. A leads to B, leads to my conclusion, which is C. You don't need their participation.
Their reaction speaks
So
volumes.
basically what I heard, yeah, fair enough. Basically what I heard is I believe in flat Earth because of your reticence to accept my reason why I believe in flat Earth. That makes zero sense, brother.
That's a good point. I should be able to make my argument without having to actually invoke the person I'm talking to.
The reason why I'm grilling you is because there's been a trend lately where people that come into our venues are just flat out asking, "Hey, why do you think the Earth is flat? Why do you believe the Earth is flat? Why did you come to conclusion the Earth is flat? What evidence is there that the Earth is flat?" And they're being dismissed, and their questions aren't being answered. They're getting a lot of hems and haws and reverses to be like, "Oh, well, why do you think it's a globe or not?" It's like, dude, they asked you an honest question. If you can't answer that question honestly, why would they even care to have a discussion with you at all? Think about it. It makes zero sense. And I'm not
You're
singling
right.
you out that you've done that, but
No,
people
you're
have
right.
been doing that lately.
Well, I get it too because when we use each other as examples sometimes. This is how we teach others, so I understand.
Yeah. So, for example, I've been on the stream where there's no reason other than the globe are just asking, what evidence is there that the Earth is flat? And then they're not answered at all. There's some kind of red herring or reverse attack on that person for being disingenuous for asking the question, and then there's just dead air and no flat Earth exposition. So the Glober certainly isn't engaging because they didn't get their question answered in good faith, and nobody's hearing anything. It's just dead air. Like, it's the simplest question. Like, if you say I'm a flat earther and somebody asks you, well, why are you a flat earther? You should be able to answer. What evidence led you to that conclusion? You should be able to answer. Otherwise, you just, I mean, what are they going to think? You just picked flat earther out of a hat of things you could be today?
It's your chance to kind of give your testimony of how you got to where you are.
And fair enough, that could be about anything. It's like, yeah, not a testimony.
Yeah,
that's a bad word.
Just anything, man.
I mean, you could just say because I've never seen evidence it's a globe. I mean, that would be succinct and to the point.
Still,
because we've been talking about this
earlier. Go ahead, dude.
I was just gonna say, me, AB brought this up the other day about the black swan. Like, why are we by using the argument, like, why are we even debunking the globe in the first place? Because like, why are we going like almost reversing the burden of proof and taking the burden of proof onto ourselves? And I understand that. But on the other hand, and AB often does this where he was like, no, we're here to figure out why you know the earth is a globe. And the guy and the person will often try to reverse it and say, well, why do you think it's flat? And AB would just like not answer. I mean, he has answered. I'm just saying, not saying he never does it. I'm just saying most of the time, you know, the guy's just trying to get off his burden of proof, which is fine. But I just think just for me, it's more simplistic to just go, you know, why do you think the earth is flat? How flat it is? Okay, next question. Like literally, it's the simplest question to answer because it's self-evident that the earth looks flat. I mean, that's all I need. I don't need anything beyond that. Once I say looks flat, then the burden of proof shifts to them. Right? I've met my burden. Because if their paradigm is empirical observation, the initial empirical observation is looks flat. Why do I need to go beyond that? And they'll come up with all sort of convoluted. I mean, we've all seen it, right? They'll come up with all sort of convoluted by somehow that's fucking not the true reality, right? Okay, fine, prove it. That's fine. But I've met my burden at least for empirical observation, right? Which is their standard. You got to understand, they're saying science proves it. Okay, that means their standard of truth is empirical observation of the natural world. What's the empirical observation of the natural world? Earth looks flat. Okay, bam. That's it. According to their standard, I've met their burden of what truth is. You understand?
Yeah, and most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. Yeah, most of their arguments after that, they have to agree. They'll say, yes, the earth looks flat, but...
Yeah. Now prove but
You're
your
right,
butt is
AI.
the case.
I overthink shit too much and just need to get straight to the point a lot of times.
Well, I mean, they've complicated it. Like the globe Earth side have complicated it intentionally to make it convoluted when it's actually a very simple proposition. How many times have you guys, you've heard it? I don't know. I'm not a scientist. They think it takes some freaking highfalutin science to figure out whether the fucking Earth is flat or not.
Yeah.
Of which they've disqualified themselves to be able to scrutinize by their own admission that they're not up to the task. So that what they've just admitted is they just trust what some dude said. It's really their position at the end of the day.
Based upon they not understanding what the guy said. The guy said a bunch of word salad. They don't understand, so that guy must be smarter than them because they don't understand what the guy said. So I'll just defer to him. I'll defer to his word salad. I mean, these are the guys that are like, what if we're in a simulation? What if our brain's in a jar? It offends them. Like, honestly, it offends them of being like, yeah, the earth looks flat, therefore it is. That shit offends the hell out of them. No, it can't be that simple. It has to be complex. It has to be complicated. It has to be hard to figure out. It just can't be the way it is. That's too easy. Flat Earth is so easy a caveman can do it, and they did do it. We all heard them when you ask them, how can you figure out what the shape of the Earth is yourself? And they'll either say no, or they'll say, yeah, all I have to do is go to space. Yeah, which is basically saying, no, they can't.
Yeah.
I mean, think about how silly that is to say, oh, how would you figure out what the Earth is? How could you prove what it is? Oh, I'd just go really high and I would just look at it. Well, freaking, I didn't go really high and I'm looking at it and it looks flat. That isn't good enough from you. But somehow if you go freaking up really high away from the Earth, somehow that's good enough if you look at it from there. And that whole idea that you can look at it from that place where they think they can go to take a look, that whole thing is 100% a belief. that they can reach that position, right? That location. And if they got to that location, they'd be able to see the Earth in its entirety in such a way that they could reach a conclusion about what its shape is.
Yeah.
That's a whole bunch of faith right there.
Even then, high altitude imagery is no guarantee that you would get an accurate representation of what reality looks like, because we've got phenomenon from under the sea, like Snell's window, that causes weird phenomena, causes weird shit to happen. That doesn't look like a flat line. So if something like that were to happen at a high altitude, I would not be surprised at all. The only thing that could change my mind is measurements for curvature that I would have to confirm on my own accord at this point. Like a field trip. Got to go out and look at it.
I posted a video earlier of, I think it's A Plain Truth. Hold on, I'm going to post it again. Did you see that video that I posted earlier when I
I'll
first
check it
came
out.
in? Hold on, I'll
If I
post
haven't
it again.
I'll watch it. Yep.
So he takes his camera and his camera's fixed. It's fucking crazy, dude. You have to see it. It's impossible. Like I mean, I could describe it. It's better to just see it. Look at that. Can you see the thumbnail, Grass? The thumbnail of the video. Can you see it in the chat? You see where that arrow is? Yeah, you see where that arrow is?
Yeah.
When he starts filming, that's where the horizon is. Is at the tip of that fucking arrow. And he don't move the camera. So the tip of the arrow is where the horizon is when he starts filming, and the freaking oil rig is above it. And as he's filming over time, it eventually sinks down. Yeah, you gotta see it. It's freaking badass. The Plain Truth has caught a lot of stuff, man. Yeah, he doesn't come on Discord, but man, there's a few flat earthers out there that do observations, man. Like, they do not get the recognition they deserve at all. It's because they have small channels and they're probably freaking shadow banned. And, they don't, go on Discord or go in the freaking chats or go on X.
Oh, dude, I skipped forward a little. That is a really good video. I'm going to save that one. We need more animated GIFs and stuff like that, too. You're right. There's a lot of good stuff out there that doesn't get the recognition that it should. And I think that we should be trying to promote it the best we can whenever we get a hold of it, because the algorithm might not present it again.
Yeah, when the Goldbergs come in here, right, and they've seen, they look for, ships over the horizon, whatever, and they've seen videos, that the algorithm promotes them, right? Those are like one-off observations. Like this dude, The Plain Truth, Pablo's dog. There's a couple other guys, not Curious Life. What the hell's his name? Yeah, Curious Life. Sky Free. They've never seen any of the
reconstituted.
Okay.
I got that Curious Life thing. I got the 5 parts. I gotta reconstitute and then pull out the music that he's got. Some of the music he's got can't be played through certain bots. So I'm gonna just figure out a way to mute that music, and then we should be good with this main 5-part series again.
Welcome to whoever just joined in.
Just watched Toronto show as always.
Awesome. And dang, I got so used to saying welcome over on the guest servers that I'm doing it here now.
I'm gonna post a link in the chat. So Sky Free has like a compilation of like different guys that have done observations. He's comedy. He did it one time. He had an underwater camera, so the water level was cutting halfway through the image. This was a while back. So, you can use the drop formula. You don't even have to use the obscured height. And he could see all the way like 7 miles across some water in Canada. Yeah, but I'm just, my point was is that there's flat earthers that are doing observations regularly all the time, documenting what is actually out there, right? And it ain't no freaking globe.
Is there an explanation for weather then? Because that also it's relative, right?
Weather.
Yeah.
Listen, everything works the same. Like, we're not proposing things work different.
Yeah, weather would work the same on a flat or a globe Earth. What can you be more specific? What you mean?
Like, if you what you're saying is like the sun moves away and then it gets dimmer, that means the sun is much smaller, right? Yeah. And is that what you're saying? Because that's what
Depends what the sun is. What is the sun?
不要吵啊！超小。
I've got a fun question, globe friends. So the sun changes its brightness throughout the day. The sun is 23,000 times brighter in luminosity when it's at its highest point in the sky compared to where it is directly on the horizon. 23,000 times difference in luminosity. How come stars don't do that?
Ooh.
Ever think about that? Stars don't change 23,000 times, and they're much dimmer to begin with.
Right.
So if it's air causing attenuation, and only air that we breathe causing attenuation of sunlight, then shouldn't that same air also attenuate the much weaker starlight?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a great point, Yoda. And also with the person that brought up the Burj Khalifa, climbing to the top to see the sunset again. Who's ever done that with a star? Who's watched a star set, climbed to the top of Burj Khalifa, and could see the star again?
I don't think you can do that either.
Well, stars are much further than the sun. The sun is also a star, but it's closer to Earth.
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth?
Is the sunlight parallel to Earth? Does it have like direct sunlight on Earth at all times? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the claim is that the sun is so large and the Earth is so tiny that the sunlight coming from the sun produces effectively parallel rays to each other. It's as if the sun's surface is flat.
Right. We're supposed to be engulfed in the sun's light.
So what are you trying to say? Like, it should be day at all times? From a globalist perspective?
No, not at all. No. Of course, if the Earth was a sphere, the sun was, as they say, then it's and there's only one side of that globe facing that light source. Then how could it possibly be lit on all sides? by the one light source from one direction. It's silly.
What evidence do we have that sun rays are parallel and that the sun's surface is effectively flat, but the Earth is curved and round? Meanwhile, we see the opposite, right? The surface of the Earth appears flat, and it's the sun that appears small and round.
When you guys are talking about perspective, that like when you see the sun so small, it's just far away. When the moon gets closer to Earth, it gets bigger. When
The
the
sun
moon
also
is
changes in solar diameter. You can see this with solar filters. Right. So back to the question. I mean, why would stars not change in their luminosity by 23,000 times if it's bound to the same effects as what's attenuating the sunlight by 23,000 times? The effects being caused by Earth's atmosphere, supposedly. That's not perspective. The point of this probing question is to get you to reconsider what the hell the sun, moon, and stars actually are.
Yeah, I think I'm getting to that. Yeah. So you don't think they work differently. They have different sizes. That's what you think.
Yeah, I don't know by what means they're manifesting themselves. I don't know what the medium is that they're in. We've got great stories from NASA and from anybody who accepts this cosmology that prevails today. But the stories are full of holes. We identify problems and we talk about those problems here.
Did you guys talk about how does the sun, we get like if you're in the northern hemisphere, for example, if you're in America, you get like a half day of sunlight and the other half is dark. But if you went south on a specific time of year, it's 24 hours. It doesn't disappear. So how is that? Is there multiple suns?
Not that you know, but I mean, it looks like it moves.
It moves, but it doesn't disappear from there. Like if you're in the southern hemisphere, like if you're
That's it. It moves away. It moves away, and you happen to be where it's hanging out. That's it. Those would be the tropics of Cancer and Capricorn. It migrates between the two, and that's called the tropical year.
Yeah, can I add something on this, Yoda?
Yeah.
I think ultimately we don't know what the stars and the sun and the moon is. There's lots of ancient cosmology you can look into in the old world where the sky was described as extremely mysterious, lots of reflective properties, lots of mysteries in the sky that wasn't explained or even alluded to, things that we wouldn't even sort of consider nowadays. I think we've made the mistake of assuming we know what the sun is, we know what the southern hemisphere is, we know what the northern hemisphere is, and what's causing it. Once you've taken that away, the sky could be anything, and the southern hemisphere could be completely different from the northern hemisphere. So I just want you to keep an open mind, that looking at a 24-hour sun in the south doesn't prove anything in terms of where we live. The heavenly bodies and the stars is extremely mysterious, and I think we've lost that after they gave us the globe model.
Yeah, and crazy calendars. I mean, we can continue on with the sun all day. I've got some more interesting facts about the sun you probably haven't heard of.
Tell me.
Okay. So we have 365 days in a year. Everyone knows this. And you can watch the sun go up and the sun go down 365 days. And they say due to Earth's movement around the sun, there's a little bit extra. They say there's like 365.24 days in a year. There's like this gradual accumulation of 1/4 a day every year. And this is why they say we need a leap year, because those hours accumulate, and every 4 years you slap on an extra day, and this uses up the excess time that was created that wasn't accounted for. And after the leap year, it resets. Well, here's a funny thing. No matter where you live, if you pick one day out of the year, potentially, let's say you can use an equinox or solstice as a starting point. So let's say you use the autumnal equinox. That's the fall equinox. As a starting point, you can then count 365 sun-ups and sundowns before the sun returns back to where it was, and you're at the autumnal equinox again. You can do this the next year and count 365 up and down. And then the next year, 365 sun-ups and sundowns. But on the fourth year, there are 366 sun-ups and sundowns by the time the sun gets back to where it started on the autumnal equinox. In other words, somewhere in there is an actual extra day for the sun to return back to the autumnal equinox position. How does that work under heliocentrism? The other funny thing is that 4-year pattern, the natural one that I talked about, doesn't coincide with the leap years on our calendar. It's offset by 2 years. So unless you were paying attention, you wouldn't know to look for it. Isn't that weird? There's an actual extra day every 4 years between autumnal equinoxes, or between spring equinoxes, or between summer solstices, winter. The point is you pick an exact precise moment in the sky where the sun is, and you mark it down. And there's this strange 4-year cycle where the sun exact period 365 times, sun up to sundown, for 3 years, and on the 4th year, it does it 366 times.
Yet there seems to be no change in sort of star alignments and constellations. I find that very strange.
Other explanation is that these things are so far away that you don't notice any parallax. And then in the slight case there is some kind of blip or bump in the motion of a star, they say, well, that's proper motion.
All right.
Yeah, those wascally wabbits, they make their claim unfalsifiable by saying it's happening so slowly, but it is changing, but so slowly that human beings, even over multiple lifetimes of recording these, are not going to notice or barely notice any change. And you know what? They may change somehow over time. It doesn't prove anything.
I was wondering, Yoda, for the gent before he leaves, he did ask about GPS. I was going to mention a few things, but I think I'd love you to touch on sort of, the reference in the flat Earth and the ECEF coordinates if you've got time.
Yeah, sure. So Most people don't understand that these things are just beacons that are providing a physical signal, and that they have to be at a certain elevation in the sky for you to acquire them. Or at least you have to be pointing a certain elevation in the sky to acquire them. Probably because whatever direction they're coming from, there's a lot of crap in the way on the horizon. Trees, hills, cars, buildings. So you're already not talking to all the satellites at once. You're using a limited view of the sky. And you're actually not talking to them. They're talking to you. They're one way. They transmit from wherever they are to your receiver. All the fun stuff happens on your receiver. The receivers, most of them actually, will provide 2 coordinate reference systems. And the primary one that it uses for you is going to be east-north up or north-east down. This is a planar flat Earth coordinate reference system. Most people are unaware of this, that yes, GPS spits out flat Earth coordinates for every receiver. For every receiver, rather, takes GPS beacons and converts into flat Earth coordinates. Why is that? At the same time, they'll also calculate ECEF coordinates. ECEF globally chains everybody's flat Earth locations together. So it's really funny. It's like how many flat spots can you put on a ball? If every receiver is using planar coordinates, how's that possible? How's it possible to be that accurate? Well, the funny thing is receivers can also swap out different references, different mathematical reference data. And what I mean by that is your receiver can take the same signals that everybody gets and calculate a different coordinate system out of it. Flat ones, globe ones, moon ones, using the same satellite signals. It's because it's pretty arbitrary, guys.
Jupiter, did you hear that? Did you get what he said?
Yeah, I was hearing.
Yeah, it doesn't prove anything. So like what surveyors might do is they'll use what's called differential GPS. So they will use local emitters that are patched into this network. And the receivers will use local emitters to enrich the accuracy of the data that they may or may not be getting from GPS satellites. And they can process those signals that they're getting, very accurate signals. They can process that into any coordinate reference system they like. On their total stations that they may use for this, they can select which reference ellipsoid to use. The one that was made in the 1860s, one that was made in the 1920s, one that was made in the 1980s, one that was made in the 1990s. And all of their coordinates don't match each other. They can also decide to use state plane coordinates, flat Earth coordinates. That's right. In some parts of the world, they may be required to actually use a flat datum instead of a globe datum. One case in point is something called the British National Grid System, which was created from the UK Ordnance Survey. This is a 2,500 kilometer by 2,500 kilometer square centered over Great Britain. And it's flat coordinates. They don't match latitude and longitude at all.
What's that grid system called?
British National Grid System.
What do they use that for?
Probably official surveying of the realm.
Right. Yeah. Just raw.
You know.
Surveying. Yeah, makes sense.
You know, and they will slap that onto a reference ellipsoid if they want, and they have done that. They've taken these squares and they've bent them onto WGS84, but that's optional.
So Jupiter, just to keep you involved, ultimately they're using data from flat Earth. They're mapping it flat and assuming a sphere, and they're transforming that data into a spherical coordinate system.
This is the same process.
ECEF. Yeah.
We see the same pattern, the same template, you could say, like everywhere we look. Physical measurements are flat. The ones in reality are flat. And then the calculations come in afterwards, or they bend it around a ball. They do this for navigation. They do this for surveying.
He's actually onto something there. If you could find a very large flat lake, a slightly buoyant string across the lake, he could easily prove there's no curvature.
They did this with light, with a laser pointer, and they flat earthed. They wanted to prove that the light will travel in a straight line, but it actually curved.
Where was this?
Yeah, I don't think that was a laser, my friend. That was just a light.
Kind of device that shine some kind of light.
Yeah, everybody thinks they know the story because they read about it on the internet. The internet gets it wrong because nobody actually watched the video. And nobody talked to the people that were there to do it. Let me tell you what happened. A guy, I think Steve or somebody from FE Corps, the guys, he set up a laser on one side and they left it running all night and ended up burning the collimator out, melting it. And this is responsible for basically creating the laser beam. So when it came time to do their observations and measurements, they'd already busted their own laser. So they didn't use the collimator anymore. They effectively used a flashlight. The problem with the flashlight is if you shine it through a hole, the diffraction that comes out of the hole will diffract the light in all directions, and the hole becomes basically a new source of light itself, diffracting everywhere out from the hole. So you're not going to be able to prove by looking at that source of light emanating from the hole that source of light emanating from the hole is level with the flashlight behind it. That's one problem. You don't have a continuous beam, in other words. At least nothing that you can prove using their means. Secondly, the geometry for it to be a globe, Jared's arms would have had to be something like 12 feet high when he was holding up, I guess, or climbing a ladder or something. Did he climb a ladder? It's been a while since I've looked at this. Regardless, the height, there's a height problem too on the receiving end. So whatever they did didn't prove that Earth was a globe, and they couldn't have any means to do it. Meanwhile, we've got much more professionally done, you could call it that, much more rigorously done laser tests by people who have PhDs in related fields of optics. I'd point no further than Dr. John Dee. Although I like FE Corps' laser tests. So if you're interested in laser tests, I'm sure someone in the text chat could post you a bunch.
Yeah, I can post the FE Corps one.
I'd love for somebody to submit what is presented as a globe curvature measurement with the laser. Nobody's ever done that. Same with infrared. I'd love for somebody to say, we found the globe horizon in infrared. Here it is. Nobody's ever done that. I'd love for somebody to do a planar survey and discover drop over distance without a reference ellipsoid. Nobody's ever done that. And when it comes to getting globe evidence from globers, they come up empty every single time. Meanwhile, we've got measurements all over the place that reveal no globe exists at all. And what's their best argument? Well, satellites, GPS. Well, guess what? We looked into how those things work, and no, they're not exclusive proof at all, the globe. Now, you have a story of how they work, of course, but how can you verify any of that? Right?
Exactly. It's just flat data with transformations, and people don't realize what's happening.
People are unaware that satellites in the GPS network, they don't know where they are. They're told where they think they are. At least that's how the technology is presented to work. Like, this isn't just me claiming this. This is how they claim it works. And I can explain it simply, that you've got basically ground stations all over the Earth. These ground stations are looking for these satellites, and they track them using elevation and azimuthal angles in the sky, noting their time and their angular displacement in the sky. And so the ground stations transmit their coordinates along with their observations of where they think these satellites are, all of them, to a central processing station. And then the central processing station says, basically, all right, if Earth is a globe and these things we're seeing there, then we're going to go broadcast to all these satellites where they think they are, based off of where they were seen, based off of the assumption of a globe. And so the main hub, ground processing station, prepares the data, and then that data is beamed in the uplink and the backhaul to the constellation of GPS satellites. So now the GPS satellites are told where they are based off of where people saw them, based off of where they thought they were on the globe. The whole thing's circular. Meanwhile, the receivers are not globe dependent whatsoever. They collect the beacons, and they can assemble and retransform that data into any shape they want.
Scared about Mama. It's okay.
The more I hear you talk, the more I'm realizing the globe is just a coordinate system. That's all it is.
It's actually not flat, though. Did you know that?
Right. So if you were to take the globe and remove all the land masses and water off of it,
because it's a circle,
you're basically left. You're basically left with the celestial sphere.
Stupid.
Yeah, he's upset. So yeah, you take the globe, remove the land masses, remove the water, remove all the markings. You got a celestial sphere. Just start rotating it around 15 degrees per hour. So the equator represents what's called the celestial equator, and this is where you measure declination from the stars. So if you have like a telescope and you want to aim it at the sky, you can obtain what's called like the right ascension of stars, which is where they are longitudinally with respect to how far away they are at declination from the celestial equator. And that's all latitude and longitude. It's just been translated. It's been projected from the sky onto the ground, and then the ground retains the same geometry that the sky was conceived to be.
I feel like longitude was the most powerful tool that they created for the globe.
Oh, yeah.
It's the biggest tool they've got, isn't it? Because every so-called globe evidence relies on this longitude coordinate system. Without that, they don't have any evidence whatsoever.
Yep. There's a lot of trickiness that goes on. Nevertheless, I mean, people in the South do witness an apparent location in the sky around which arcs of stars are traced. And that point is fixed. But the question is are you staring like in a long tube and you've got perspective? Or are you staring at a dome and you're seeing a point on it? Or are you staring at some other geometry? Is it something that's just so incomprehensibly complex you have no idea what the hell it could be? Nobody freaking knows. But people created a sphere out of the sky nonetheless. And the sphere was created from picking and choosing which stars work the best. And you're only supposed to observe those stars within the celestial sphere concept. You're only supposed to observe those stars between certain times and at certain elevations. So the sphere itself was an arbitrary choice based off of a selective and limited view of the sky. That's it. And there are other ways to conceive the sky geometry. That has profound implications for using it. Because if you're going to retain whatever geometry you created out of the sky, if you're going to use that for navigating and you want to simplify it, you're going to create the ground to be the same shape. And however you use it will be internally consistent. So if you can create a dinosaur nugget shape out of the celestial heavens at night, go for it.
I was about to say I could make any fucking shape I want if I create a consistent coordinate system.
Yeah, you just have to provide explanations. So how come the stars appear this way, but on your coordinate system it appears that way? Well, those stars are further than these stars. They're going to appear to move slower, but they're not. Pretty funny.
This is the hocus pocus of the globe, and it just goes over everybody's head. And I must admit, it's not easy to wrap your head around, right? It's very, because they've built so much technology that uses it. People don't realize that you can't put the globe on a flat. You can't put the globe on a flat map. You know what I mean? People don't even realize that, and that this system is to kind of correct for the fact that we can't actually map the globe as something in reality in terms of a map.
I gotta go. And Sheepdog, you're hot micing. Please mute.
All right, Yoda. Right. Always a pleasure to hear your input.
If you believe in a globe, did you know that you believe that you move faster at night than during the day? Did you know that? Did you know that if you lived on the equator of a globe, that during the nighttime you'd be spinning into the direction of Earth's orbit during the night, and then during the day you'd be slowing down away from Earth's orbit? And there would be 1,000-mile-per-hour difference. Constantly cycling and gyrating. Isn't that crazy?
Are you talking to me or to everyone?
I'm adjusting the whole room.
Okay.
Yeah, if you believe you live on a globe, you think you're not just moving and you're not just accelerating, but you're constantly accelerating and decelerating over a 24-hour period, getting yanked around and around and around and around. Nobody has ever measured that motion. Nobody.
Damn ground's trying to throw me to the east.
I know.
I want to.
Did you know that if you thought you lived on a globe, that when you look towards the east, at nighttime, that you're looking in the opposite direction of somebody looking east during the daytime. Kind of makes it hard to pray to Mecca, don't you think?
Just goes to show that for that reason, there's no standard cardinal directions on the globe. There can't be, because it's always moving. And also, that problem of the accelerating and decelerating gets more complex as you go through the different vectors. Like if you're talking about an elliptical orbit, that's even compounded even more as far as the acceleration, deceleration. So you would have to add that to the rotation, and then you have to add all of that motion to the motion of the sun going around the great attractor.
Galactic
so
orbit.
That's really, really complex, yeah.
Yeah, with all that Coriolis going on.
Yeah. Let's see them adjust for that with their conservation of energy. How do they account for that?
Yeah, do airplanes account for intergalactic Coriolis?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, they don't have to? Because just like the curvature, it's minimal, or it's what do they call that? Negligible.
Yeah, so negligible as if it's not there.
Yeah. So the negligible part of the globe brings it right back to how we actually experience the Earth: flat, stationary, and contained. Thank you very much. So yeah. So why would we use anything else besides what it actually exists as? We don't have to make up these silly stories that the Earth is doing all these crazy things that cannot be measured, have never been measured, and are isn't experienced by anybody. Yeah. So the globe's got a real problem. They basically have reverted to like psychopathy, because they've backed away completely from the geometric horizon. And we've even had Globers come in here fairly recently. I haven't been on that much, but fairly recently they say, oh, there is no drop over distance on a sphere. Really? So where do they come up with this shit, man?
Cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, because they have to back off. They have to back off from the geometry because they have no legs to stand on.
That's
when
right.
we start talking about geometry.
That's right. I'd like to see drag races going from east to the west to compare their times from going west to the east.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, why wouldn't there be a difference in that travel east to west, let alone, let's say, diagonal travel? Like, that would all have to be accounted for with aircraft landing on runways, like taking off from a runway, like the landing gear geometry would all have to be different. Like, how are they accounting for any of that? It's negligible, and and conservation of energy just is a blanket statement to take care of everything that they cannot show to be objective fact by any true measurement. So it's basically just like Dandelion was saying. These people are lost in an absolutely religious delusion with nothing empirical that they can stand on. to say this is how we know. There is none of that how we know for a fact and can be proven, repeated, observable, measurable, repeatable, and falsifiable, which almost every fact or proof that we talk about in this topic as flat earthers, it is most indeed empirical. It can be repeated, it's measurable, observable, and falsifiable. And if it's not, then it doesn't belong here. So stick that up your equation and smoke it. The equation.
Y'all gotta try this one day. Earlier today, I was talking to somebody. Well, India was talking to him. I got to butt in for a second. And I was literally trying to get this guy to answer. Said, how far away is the horizon? What do you mean? That doesn't matter. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm like, so when the sun's moving across the sky, and I was like, steel man the globe, right? So when the sun's moving across the sky, that means the Earth is spinning. And so when the Earth is facing the sun, that's daytime. And when the Earth is facing away from the sun, that's nighttime. And I was like, is that right? And he goes, I don't know. Let me ask Google.
Very strange indeed.
Because I'm the flat earther, I can't be right.
Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, as early as like 4, 5 years ago, I was thinking, and I think others of us in this realm were thinking that they wouldn't be able to keep the globe going because, you know, the evidence is just so overwhelming that at some point they'd have to do a new PSYOP, whether it be, you know, getting everybody onto some kind of flat earth model that may or may not be accurate, but at least it would be, you know, keep the white lab coats in charge of determining everyone's reality. But the way things are going now, I don't even think that's going to be necessary. They can just double down. You know, everybody's just looking to their Google search engine, you know, and their Chat GPT is their new god. Like, as long as they just keep the globe illusion there on the screen, they probably aren't going to have an issue. They can probably keep it going for quite a bit longer. It's just going to be an even scarier. I mean, flat Earth will just become an even scarier discernment test as they just stop even pretending, like you just said. They're not even going to pretend, that they are going to be looking for drop over distance. You know, it's just this whole brain in a jar. I don't have hands. Reality is whatever we determine it is. And you've seen person after person. You mentioned someone earlier. The person who was just talking to Cyclone was like that. We had someone last week who, if someone had, Gemsy had a turn of phrase that he couldn't find in Google, so he told him that it didn't exist, it wasn't real, even though it was just a creative expression that he used. You know, they honestly believe that when they're searching something up, the first Google result, that's reality. Like, it's just getting scary out here. Like, they won't need to tell the truth about the globe because these people don't even want the truth. You know, they like the comfortable lie and they like it more every day. Seems like it's going in the other direction.
It's even worse than that. Like, have you ever seen the movie Ready Player One? I know some people haven't, but it's an important movie to watch as far as psyops go.
No, I haven't. I think my sons might have seen it. I don't know.
So it's a dystopian future where everybody's wearing VR headsets and they all live in this virtual reality world and play video games all day instead of like going out in the real world and meeting each other and things like that. I was in a group chat. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was going to build off of that, but go ahead.
I was just going to say really quick, and I'll let you build off of that. But so I was talking to a group of people earlier, And they said it's coming down to people making a decision whether or not they like the real world or the internet world. And some people just prefer the internet world over the real world. Like, that's scary.
Right. And augmented reality and virtual reality is going to further immerse people into this delusion. You know, NASA's already been working on some interesting technology where you basically put on these VR goggles, right? And this stuff is going to present you NASA's view of other worlds. So you can go explore Mars. You could see what the rovers are seeing. You can be present virtually on Mars. Isn't that neat? So the two-dimensional projected screen is going to turn into a couple of 2D projected stereoscopic screens and upgrade your immersion into the same fantasy. I mean, can you imagine how many people are going to fall for this crap? Like, hey, I want to go see what's happening on the ISS. Let me put on my Facebook VR goggles.
What are you talking about? There's already flat earthers that fell for it. And what I mean by that is not necessarily that they're going to go along with NASA cosmology, but they're going to go along with a cosmology that they can't access, that somebody tells them is real, beyond the reach of where we can go into the sky. And they're going to live their life as if it's real, simulating the world that they live in their own minds, just like they were doing when they were Globers. You know, like, for example, stories about celestial entities, which may be angels or demons, you know, floating above us, doing this or that, having certain ways of transporting themselves, having certain lands that they inhabit that are floating above us, all these things that nobody can validate. But of course, they're going to have dreams and visions and use obscure scripture passages to make their claims, and a whole masses of people will believe them. That's not will, that is already happened. As a matter of fact, I would say the majority of flat Earth videos that I've seen outside of our venue, I would give it a 90 to 95% certainty that the majority of those flat Earthers believe in a cosmology that some other flat Earther told them that neither of them have any way to validate. Yet they think it's the truth. And they preach it as if it's the truth. So how are they any different than Globers, really, truly, when you think about it? A territory in an area and a function on the most base unit of reality I'm making claims about. I can't prove any of it, but I'm going to tell somebody else. They're going to believe me because I'm a charismatic speaker, right? And then they're going to live in a world that's a simulated reality based on the not necessarily lies I told them, but on my mistakes and misinterpretations I told them, as if I knew they were true. Like, how is that any different than the Glover syndrome? Isn't it the exact same phenomenon? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong. That's a possibility.
No,
But
I
then
think
again,
it's the same.
I
Yeah,
could be.
I think it's
Go
right.
ahead.
No, I agree. I'm just agreeing. Yeah, it's outsourcing, to someone else who's going to tell you things are this way and not accepting the basic truth that we are not going to know all things or know all things on that level, and that we can't, and accepting ourselves as having that limited knowledge, which is really the only way to fully embrace the reality that you're living now.
Yeah, a lot of people just got to resign themselves to understanding that they don't know about the extent of the cosmos, and they may never know, and they have to just make peace with that.
So, harm reduction. Which one of these two cosmologies would you least prefer to be taught to your kids in school? It's a tough choice.
I would like them all to be taught.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean, presented as though it was absolute truth.
Well, see, a lot of the globe claims in their quote unquote cosmological and cosmogenical models are just claims. And if they just had a primer before them, hey, this is claims that people made about the nature of the world, and this is how you can model it. Same like some of the guys that were instrumental in the formation of some of these ideas back in the past. In the books that were written about them, in the writings, they themselves said, hey, we're making models. But the underlying truth of the model can't be known because we can't access what we're modeling. So all we can do is do interpretive models. Mine could be accurate, the other person's could be accurate to the appearance of the celestials at particular times of day. However, that not need be the underlying truth of my model be actually reality. Right? So they were humble enough to know that they're not actually telling people what reality actually is. And fast forward to today, and people lost that humbleness. One day you're attacking Globers for using affirming the consequent logic and specious reasoning, all kinds of appeals to things they can't possibly prove. And then the next day, a flat earther comes along and tells you that, there's an ether vortex that's coming out of God's butt. And then you just believe it. And you think I'm joking with what I just said, but no, I'm not. I was being a little facetious that it's actually coming out of his butt. They just say it's coming out of him, from whatever orifice it's extruding from. Pick one. So a year ago, the person had an entirely critical mind towards worldviews that they're being imposed on by society or the mainstream or whatever you want to call it. And then a year later, they're just lapping up whatever some dumb flat earther tells them. And then you know what? Some of them have the audacity to say, "Oh, well, I trust him. He's a good guy. He's a good flat earther. He's very prominent, has a lot of good arguments. Why would he lie?" The irony. The irony. Yeah, so don't think because you transition from globe to flat that you've reached the pinnacle of critical thinking. You're still on a journey, my friend. All of you listening to the sound of my voice. The battle isn't over yet.
I think you're right. Mostly outside of our group, I think you'll find a lot more cogdissonance than you do with the mainstream cosmology thinkers. People like MC Toon are doing a service going after them.
Yeah, like you were talking just a little while ago about these Globers receding into the brain in a jar. Who knows what's going on? I could be living in a simulation. But see, the problem is they don't go far enough. See, true simulationists understand that you don't need the jar and you don't need the brain. It's not I'm a brain in a jar, quote unquote. It's I'm a mind, right? So that shows me that they're still unintelligent enough to understand the real ramification of their claims. Right? And that leads into a philosophy known as idealism, which is essentially all is mind. And the matter, temporal, and energy states that we perceive are, for lack of a better term, quote unquote, constructs, and for a worser term, illusions, which is kind of, silly because illusions are something the mind experiences, right? So if it's the case that the base construct of reality is mind, then that means that mind has to be preordinate to matter, which means that once they realize that, they're basically conceding that the sentient mind is eternal. Not how they used to believe, which is that dead matter, farted out of the Big Bang, and then eventually rocks decided to, get busy and make baby rocks. And then those baby rocks fought and died, and some baby rocks mutated into, Michelle Thaler millions of years later. Like, that's what they believe. Start dead, end up alive, then end up sentient. But actually, it's the other way around. You start sentient, and then you can create matter and stuff. So they're going to be forced to believe that in the end, because that's where all the evidence is leading. But in that worldview, then they can make some kind of weird construct where, the base laws of reality are somehow not permanent in any way. So then a simulation could be operating on a multifaceted instance where every user has their own instance. Plus, there's a hub world which, decides how the instances are displayed at any given time that you are located in the game world. Much like a video game where, you can use mods in your game and the other player isn't using mods in their game. So you're both occupying the same world, but it displays itself entirely different to each of you. So they can retreat into that ad infinitum, just keep kicking the can down the road into new levels of simulation. Just completely deny any kind of base reality. And then you end up with this. It's, well, if sentience is the eternal source of the physical and natural world, which I'm experiencing, and I'm a sentient agent, therefore I am the source of the physical and natural world, which I am experiencing. And therefore, what are you then? If you're the source of it, right, you're creating it. And if you're creating it, you're the creator. What does that make you? Yeah, see how easy that was to self-deify? The oldest trick in the book, right? The creation diluting itself into ascending into the role of creator. Very interesting, isn't it?
You guys are freaking out.
I've already talked about edges.
Oh, he reset
You've already
already?
agreed with. Yeah, now he's reset because he's got a new person.
No. I'm not resetting. I have been convinced by a lot of points you made, right? Like there might be a lot of flaws in that round Earth model.
Only
but,
flaws. None of it's true,
It's
dude.
not- it's
None
not-
of it's true.
It's not about being convinced or not. It's about understanding or not understanding. So it seems that you didn't understand the point of edge or no edge. So I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Does the surface of the table, if the table, you measure the table flat, you have a table, you measure the table to be flat. Does the surface of the table change if you find the edges of the table or you don't find the edges of the table? So you are trying to find the edge of the table. You didn't find the edge of the table. You verified the surface of the table. You find that the surface is flat. So can the table still be flat if it doesn't have edges?
Yeah, it can be because
Nice.
if there are edges, if there are no edges, it can go down a different path if there are no edges, right?
Maybe, yeah.
There is a
Draw that
possibility.
draw that for us. Draw that for us on a piece of paper.
If there are no edges, it can also continue to be flat infinitely. If the surface is
I mean, that's an assumption.
big, yeah, it's an assumption. They are all assumptions if you don't verify the thing. So the point is, no one knows if there is an edge or not. Well, what we are claiming is flat Earth. We are not claiming Earth with edges or Earth without edges. It's not the topic.
Okay. I mean,
just
it
does
count.
Stop.
This point should be.
Dude, it's weird that as soon as you find out space is fake, you want to know where edges are.
I mean, you are claiming that this surface is flat, so any flat surface would have
claim. It's measured that way. It's not our claim. Yeah. It's measured that way. It's not a claim.
Did you? I mean, where is it? Where is the whole Earth measured? Can you give me that? It isn't.
You don't even have one section of a globe Earth measured, but you want the whole flat Earth? You're weird, dude.
I mean, no. I'm not a glober. You're just assuming that I'm a glober, right?
Oh, yeah. Sure. I can tell. I've been doing this a long time. I've been doing this a long time.
Come on. Can't you keep a skeptical position? I mean, you can.
Oh, I'm not skeptical. You said flat.
You can be doubtful of both the positions.
I'm not doubtful of flat.
I've been listening.
I'm not doubtful of it. It's flat. That's it. The end.
I've been listening to all of your points, and I agree on a lot of things, right? But at least you should prove that where are the edges, because you're claiming.
That's a lie.
The burden of proof.
Edges. It's not the topic. No one is claiming
Dude, you just claimed edges. You need to prove it.
I mean,
no one is claiming any edges. We are claiming. Just listen.
How are you making it? It's an absolute claim, right? It's an absolute claim.
No, it's not. The absolute claim is.
It is a claim that you just made, dude. It's a claim you just made.
The absolute claim is that Earth is flat. That's the only claim that we make.
We can rewind to YouTube and listen listen to the claim that was made. If the Earth is flat, where are the edges? That's a claim, dude.
Okay, so how is the Earth flat? Give me the proof.
Measured that way.
Did you measure it? Did you measure it?
Yeah, water.
Did you measure it to a?
Oh my God!
Come on, man. Can you give me the evidence of the whole Earth measurement?
I'll let me know when you're done.
I mean, where does it end? Can you give me the proof?
The known Earth, the whole Earth. We don't know what is the whole Earth. If the Earth has something.
Let him get it out, or I'm not going to be able to talk.
Okay.
He wants to talk to me.
The one at one point you accept that you don't know about the whole Earth, and then you claim the whole Earth is flat. I mean, it is quite self-contradictory, isn't it?
No one said the whole Earth. You are the only one who is bringing that word to this discussion. You said the whole. What we are talking about is the known.
The known
Earth, the known surface of the Earth, the one that we live on, we are navigating upon, that one is flat. The unknown Earth, the one that was never discovered, but no one went to verify it, that place we don't know about it. We are talking about the known Earth. The entire globe Earth, that's the known Earth. So for all continents, and Antarctica and the North Pole. So that's the known Earth. That's flat.
Okay. So you did some bunch of laser experiments, and you came up with this, that the whole Earth, like the known Earth, is flat. But on the opposite, there are other claims as well, like the lunar eclipse, how it looks.
No, that's not the Earth. What's wrong with you, dude? What is wrong with you when you keep talking about things in the sky, and we're talking about the ground, and you want to point to the sky again? Because you've mentioned there's something wrong with you.
I mean, we can go to the sky and observe.
No, you can't.
Can't we? Why?
No.
Why?
Show me.
No, because you don't know anything about the sky. I'm going to stop him.
Why? Why can't we know anything about the sky?
You don't know anything about it. You're just making up stories.
People have. people have
You
went
are
there,
making
and
all the people are making up stories, and you're going along
okay,
with it. So
you think they're
you
all
can say whatever
stories?
you want.
They're all
You can't
lying. You
verify.
think?
You can't
Okay,
verify sky stories. Yes, they're
okay,
lying
okay. Well, how can you claim that they're lying?
Simple.
because I can't
You take
verify their stories.
Okay,
you
their
can
stories.
verify there's you can
I
verify
mean,
the story.
I can
The
also
example
I
that
can
you gave
also
us.
okay, you sent me some laser experiments. I can send you
No,
more
I'm talking
experiments,
about the eclipse that you talked about. You can verify their stories. You can take
Yeah.
two balls and see if the shadow that you ball casts on another ball is the same that you see on the moon. No, it's not. So a ball casting a shadow on another ball, the shadow on the second ball will never be as circular as you see on the lunar eclipse. That's one. You can debunk their claims. That's what we are doing here. If someone is claiming some bullshit, just here to debunk that shit. Like the lunar eclipse. So balls don't project circular eclipse on another ball, circular shadow on another ball.
Okay,
You
they
never
don't.
tested that. You never seen a ball casting a shadow on another ball. You just claiming lunar eclipses prove that the Earth is a ball. It doesn't.
No, not just the lunar eclipse. There are images, and the people went there. There are
Yeah.
many other
I
experiments
also
as
have
well.
I
Like
also
you
have
have
images of Santa Claus and unicorns. Will you believe that Santa Claus and unicorns are real because you saw them in some images? Like
I
you
mean,
believe that the
lunar
Earth is a
eclipse is not.
ball.
I mean, lunar eclipse is not Santa Claus, and those images are not Santa Claus because they went there. They literally went there, man. Come on.
We have images of people who went to Narnia. Will you believe that someone went to Narnia?
Okay, so you're making a conspiracy theory that that's all false, right?
No,
Because
I'm not saying that all false. I'm saying that you blindly believe in something that is not.
No. I'm not blindly believing. You're saying
That's
that
what
they
you are
are
doing.
lying, right? Because you
No, you
yourself
say
didn't go there.
No,
So
you're blindly believing shit, dude.
You're blindly
Okay.
believing because you say that they are not lying.
What about those cameras? What about those cameras?
What
Which
about those cameras? Have you ever placed them yourself and you checked the camera and the quality of the camera and the lens, if there is dust on the lens, and the lens, if the lens is curved or not, something like that? You never verified anything. You never saw the camera itself. You just saw the pictures.
Okay, you're claiming that unless I myself don't go there, I won't believe it. Okay, that's your point, right?
You yourself, you live on the surface of the Earth. You can see the surface of the Earth that is flat. You can see the water that is flat from your cup, from your bucket next to in your bathroom, your tub, the pool also, the lake, the ocean also. So you distrust all the reality.
No. I don't.
Blindly believe someone else who showed you some pictures.
I don't distrust all of the evidence you're presenting, but we can also consider some other possibilities, like there can be people who went there and are sending us this evidence. I mean, why are you not, considering that possibility? You're just all denying it. Why?
I considered those possibilities that maybe there is someone who went to Narnia. Maybe there is some other one who went to outer space. So I can
No, brother, that's not Narnia. That's not Narnia, brother. Don't compare. No.
Outer space can't exist because gas pressure needs a container. So if you have a container that is creating the gas pressure that you breathe in now, you can't have outer space. So if you have an outer space, it will have a vacuum. That will be impossible because you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. The exact same thing that you will say about Narnia. You can't have a word inside the closet. That's a violation of physics. You can't have a word, an entire realm inside the closet. It's impossible. Like it's impossible to have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Both are fantastic realities, Narnia, and outer space. You believe one, you choose to not believe the second, even if they both are just fantasy stories. I don't believe them both.
You're saying gravity is just a made-up concept, right?
Gravity. I didn't say anything about that. I didn't talk about gravity.
The pressure is being, is due to this gravity, right?
Dude, gases go in all directions. They don't go towards a ball. What is wrong with you people?
Like why? Why can't they be attracted or gravitated towards an object?
Because they're just not. So you're going to have to deal with it. Call university and ask them why they're not attracted to down. Just call them and ask them why aren't they attracted to down?
Because
you're just that's also an assumption that they're just not. They're just not because they're big bodies.
Not an assumption because we can't.
They have a gravitational pull. They have a gravitational pull.
I'm going to show you a balloon. I'm going to show you a balloon getting popped right now, and you're going to tell me which way the air goes, so that we can, I know that you actually know what the fuck I'm talking about. We're going to see if it goes down or if it just goes poof in all directions. Ready? Here we go.
Because
does that go? Does the air go down or in all directions? Which way does the air go?
That's elementary level chemistry, man. Come on, helium is a very light gas.
Nice. Okay.
Helium's white.
You should know that. It's light.
Okay, nice.
Light.
Nice. So because it's light, the gravity will forget it.
Yeah, it should be pulling it right down to the ground.
Yeah, to an extent it is. To an extent it is.
To an extent it is. I see it going everywhere.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay.
I mean, why do some gases
at this point? You sound desperate,
okay,
dude.
so
I'm telling you.
No. Why do some gases gravitate and some don't?
They don't.
Right. Why?
They don't. No gas.
They don't. Why do you keep making up lies?
Okay, you're saying that no gas is gravitated towards.
Correct.
Yeah, there is no gas that gets attracted by gravity.
Yeah, that's correct. No gas. That's right.
There's no gas.
You can show that by just listen.
I mean,
it's
how?
Not something that we deny. It's not something that you just deny. It's something that it can't be validated. So gases being attracted by. Just listen. You can claim that sand can be attracted by gravity. You can. You can. It's not a valid, but you can claim that sand gets attracted by gravity because when you pour sand inside the bucket, we see that sand going toward down. But gases never do that at all, ever. You can't confine gas without a container by just using gravity at all. You don't have any possible example that you can show us where you create gas pressure with just gravity and no container containing the gas.
Somebody posted an example for you of a fish seeing an apple. It says, look, see, the apple is attracted to the air and because it goes up towards the air. Isn't that funny? In the water. Isn't that funny? I think it's funny.
Man, you should go to school again. I would suggest.
But what does school have to do with anything? You don't know what I do for a living, dude.
Yeah, because you're just denying the basic physics, man. Come on.
Okay, nice.
I'm denying. You're the science denier, dude. You deny science. Yes.
So can you show us gas pressure? Can you create gas pressure with gravity without any container surrounding the gas? Just to show us what you studied in school. Because you're saying that school showed you that gas can be confined with gravity. Can you just show us the demonstration, please? Don't beg the question by pointing to the air that we breathe. Show us demonstration where you can show us that gas.
You just made a claim.
I'm not denying. I will admit it. I'm not denying. I will admit it directly. At the moment where you will show me that you can create gas pressure with gravity, no container surrounding the gas, and there will be just a vacuum. avoid.
You're saying no gas molecules get attracted by gravity, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna. Okay, there might be thousands of experiments related to it. They haven't just made this claim out blindly, you know. They haven't made this claim blindly.
I don't need them all. If you have thousands of experiments, I don't need them all. I just need one.
Dude,
you have thousands.
What makes you okay? What if there's no gases that get pulled down by gravity? What are you going to do about this? Are you going to? Is that it? Is your whole life now going to be focused on trying to find a gas that gets pulled down?
No. I mean, I have been studying it at school and the physics classes.
You've never studied anything like this at school.
Like how? Come on, man. Don't
because
lie.
I know a liar when I hear one.
You have studied. We all have studied the earth, the atmosphere.
Yep, and during all those studies, they never said, "Hey, gases go to the ground." During that, they didn't say all gases go to the ground because of gravity. Nobody ever said that in their life. Only you made that up.
No, I didn't.
You study the opposite. You study in school. We study thermodynamics. The thing that explains to us that gases.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Why does the balloon go up? And I, replied that because of the light gas. It is a lighter molecule.
I asked you why the balloon popped. Why, when the balloon popped, why did the gas go in all directions? I never said anything.
Because it's a lighter gas. Because it's a lighter gas. You put a heavier
gases going up. Oh, so heavier gases go down?
Yeah, they do. They do.
Oh, let's see that.
Do, yeah.
Let's see an example of them going down and staying there.
Okay. I mean, it has been already established. It has been already established. What are you talking about, man?
By who? Who already established all this?
You haven't studied anything, man. Come on.
So now it's studying. So you got to listen to somebody over and over and then repeat what they said. That's called studying.
No. It has been established.
By who?
By many scientists, man.
Name one that established this. Name one scientist that did this.
Okay.
I'm going to show you gases don't go down here. Ready? Look. Vacuum, and then you open the valve, gas goes up. Look it. I debunked you.
Yeah, gases don't go down. If gases go down, you will have a perfect vacuum. We can't have a perfect vacuum because gases never go down. If gases go down, they will settle in any type of container, just in the bottom of the container, because gravity attracts gases. And you will never have gas pressure in the top of the container because all those gas molecules were attracted down by gravity. But guess what? Gravity never do that. Gases always move every direction. And that's why, the reason why in any container of gas, the gauge, so the gauge, we put it in the top of the container because we know for a fact that gases are not attracted down like water. When we have a container full of wine or beer or water, the gauge, we put it down because we know that that molecule will just go down, follow that flow. For gases, no. The pressure gauge, we put it in the top. The gauge, the valve, to make that gas exit the container, we put it in the top because gases don't go down. They go all directions. You never studied that. You were dreaming or sleeping during class. So you don't know that gases all directions and they don't move down. That's why we put gauges and valves in the top of gas containers. Why we don't put a valve in the top of a beer container? Because liquids don't move all directions. They just settle down in the bottom of the container. That's why we put the valves in the bottom of the container to pour the beer. But gases don't.
gases are not attracted down. It seems that some globers forget that shit.
I put it in the side chat for him. I showed him a ball that's a vacuum.
So you're saying there's no
a vacuum.
There's no such thing as there's no such thing.
Ground gas goes up.
So you're saying there's no such thing as atmosphere, and it doesn't happen due to gravity.
No, yes,
right?
There is no such thing as air ball. Atmo means air, and sphere means ball. Yes, there's no such thing as air ball. Correct. No such thing.
Okay.
Literally, I don't breathe atmosphere. I breathe air. So there is no atmosphere around me. There is air around me.
There's no spheres around me. There's no stratospheres. There's no Elon spheres. There's no Trump spheres. There's no spheres over me.
There's no point to debate, right? I mean,
there is no debate. That's correct. Finally, you realize there's no debate. There's nothing that you can say that that turns the Earth into a globe. You're right. You lost.
You're
absolutely right. I'm just trying to congratulate you on realizing it.
You have denied the biggest experiment. The Earth itself. The Earth itself. The atmosphere itself. Right? You have denied the atmosphere right away.
There is no atmosphere.
And you're saying, I don't see it. I don't see it. The balloon goes up. I don't believe any NASA images, the footage. There's no atmosphere.
Reality.
Yeah. You have denied all the evidence.
Are you just mad because you're a blind believer?
You are just believing in selective evidence. You're just believing in selective evidence. Yeah. You're denying it just for the sake of your belief that the Earth is flat.
No, it's not belief.
You're denying everything, man.
The
NASA is fake. It's all conspiracy. Come on, man.
Listen. That's not the argument. So just listen. So for the evidence, it's not a belief. If you have evidence of something, that thing won't be a belief. So because belief, the definition.
Hold on.
You want evidence? You want evidence? You want evidence?
I'm going to mute you guys. Shut up. Why do you keep talking? Necros, he's mad because I told him that NASA was reclassified as an intelligence agency. And after that, he totally melted down.
It's normal.
NASA is an intelligence agency. The only the credible evidence is the people sitting in this Discord. Every space agency is a lie. The biggest scientists on this earth are sitting in this Discord. I should believe you rather than the people in NASA, right?
We are not asking you that.
You have published a lot of research papers, right? Can you give me those?
Yeah,
so I could read them.
Yeah, I have a whole bunch, but that you wouldn't understand them.
Oh, you wouldn't understand them. We don't even know your name, man. We don't even know your name. You have denied the biggest experiment.
You need my name?
You have
biggest experiment.
You have denied the biggest experiment.
You need my name in order to do experiments?
What is that biggest experiment? Can you tell us about that biggest experiment?
Yeah.
What is the biggest experiment you're talking about?
The Earth itself is the biggest experiment. You go out in the space, there is vacuum. You return to the Earth, there is atmosphere. This is the biggest experiment, man.
I'm going to mute you while I tell you something. Okay, ready? I'm going to tell you. You're right. The Earth is an experiment, dude. They tricked you into thinking it's a ball. That was the experiment.
I mean, when you go out in the space, it's vacuum. You return to the Earth, it's all atmosphere.
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as gas balls in a vacuum.
You are just assuming there is no such thing because you believe
I know
NASA is an intelligence agency, right?
I own a vacuum chamber. There's no such thing as gas balls in a vacuum.
Okay, so that experiment when the scientists go out into space and return to the Earth, that is fake. But your tiny little chamber, you have created.
Space. Who told you this stuff happens? Who told you these people are scientists?
He's just blindly believing.
I'm not blindly believing. There are footages available on the internet.
Dude, you're fucking going crazy right now because you can't deal with this. You should probably take a break. You're going to hurt yourself.
No. You should consult a therapist, right? You're saying all of those are intelligence agencies. They're all conspiring, and
I said NASA was reclassified as an intelligence agency. Now you just turned that into the whole world is an intelligence agency.
It's not just NASA that claims.
You need to seek help.
It's not just NASA that claims, right? There are many other space agencies. That
they must all be intelligence agencies then, huh?
Oh yeah, they're all intelligence agencies, right? You're fucked up, man. Your brain is fucked up.
Mine?
Because you see conspiracy theories all around you.
It's not a conspiracy. The conspiracy is you think water bends around a ball. That's the conspiracy.
No, that's not a conspiracy. You should go to the NASA, and you should go into a space rocket.
You want me to go to the? You want me to go to the intelligence agency that puts out propaganda and ask them to give me the truth?
Okay, what about other space agencies? Are they also NASA?
Yeah.
Don't they have any autonomy?
No.
Oh, that's your belief, right?
Oh, prove it.
Prove it. You're just making a claim. They're all intelligence agencies.
No, you made a claim.
You have just said it. I didn't say it.
Dude, I told you, they're all a scammer. And you were like, well, now they all can't be a scammer.
Why should I believe
they all
you?
Can't be. Yeah, why should I believe you? I like scammers. Why should I believe you? I'd rather be scammed. I would rather be scammed,
you can be an agent. Why should I believe you rather than NASA?
Yeah, that's what
an agent of what?
What credibility do you bring to the table?
That's what he was trying to explain to you from the beginning. Don't believe anyone. Don't believe him.
Don't believe anyone. Just believe me, right?
No,
just
reality.
Believe me that they're saying shared.
Shut up! Shut up! You're wrong. You're wrong. I was about.
Oh, you're just wrong. All of those images are fake.
So you're freaking out. Believe reality. You don't have to believe people because people can
you have
get
made
wrong.
such a big claim that all of those footages and those missions are fake.
Don't
Come
believe
on.
footages, because if I show you footages of unicorn, you will have to believe that unicorns are real.
No. You don't compare unicorn.
Don't
compare unicorn with experiments worth billions of dollars.
It's just
don't have any experiments. Necros, focus on his word. He said they're doing experiments. There's nobody doing experiments.
Okay, why is my government? Okay, why
the government isn't doing anything?
Why then my government is teaching me these things?
It's not teaching you anything.
Are they also involved in those great intelligence, conspiracies?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
They are teaching you that because they are blindly believing the thing like you. So you are now doing like your government. You're blindly believing and you have blind faith about something. Just wait till I finish talking, till I'm done talking. So you're blindly believing that thing, and you are here teaching us that thing that you are blindly believing. So that's the exact thing that your teacher is doing. So your teacher is blindly believing something that he were told. And he's teaching you that same exact thing, and he's doing the exact thing that you are doing now.
Okay,
you don't have any valid proof for the globe.
Not just my government. Many first world countries like China, the Russians during the Soviet period, all of those were intelligence agencies.
Let me talk for a second before I go to this meeting. So we'll break down government for you. Govern means to control, and ment means mind. Control mind. Love the government. Yes, it does. Look it up.
That's another topic. That's totally another topic. Government can be to organize as well. You can see it in a positive light.
No, you can't.
Yeah, that's your claim. That's your.
It's only for you. It's only for you. You think it's positive when they send you.
You might be an anarchist. You might be an anarchist. That might be your position. I don't believe in that. I don't agree with that. that the governments are not, good and they're evil. There should be no government.
What do they do good?
You are even wrong about anarchist idea. It's not.
There's much nuance to it, but I'm just stating it in general terms.
From the beginning, since the moment that anarchist movement were created, they never adopted that idea that governments are evil, something like that. No. For an anarchist, they just don't follow the
hierarchy. The hierarchy. Yeah, I know.
You don't put rules and you don't tie
the hierarchy. What are you talking about, dude? I'm above all those people. What hierarchy do I have to follow?
No. We are just deviating from the topic. It's not about anarchism, right? It was about space.
Yeah, space is fake, so we don't have to really talk about it, do we? I mean, if you can prove it, if you can prove water and gas balls exist in a vacuum, I'll become a glober.
You made a point that the government means to govern, control people. That's why it's fake.
Control.
That's not a scientific claim. That's not a scientific claim.
The word means control mind.
The word means to control. That's not a scientific claim.
No, it's not scientific.
You have to prove.
It's in English. It's a grammar. It's an English root word claim.
Okay, you have to first prove that all of those agencies, whatever they're presenting, is false. You're making this claim.
He doesn't.
Hold on. Necros, go right to his source with that. NASA just announced that they are now considered an intelligence agency. They put out propaganda. There we go, dude. We went right to it for you.
The world doesn't revolve around NASA. There are other agencies as well.
So all of a sudden now This 2 months ago, they announced it. Now we don't have to listen to NASA, right? But the other ones are telling the truth, but NASA wasn't. Is that what you're saying?
We can destroy them with one stone. Just show that the surface is flat, and it will just debunk all those space agencies, NASA or any other space agency. Just by showing that the surface is not curving, meaning that it can't form a ball, meaning that you can't have that globe Earth that you believe in. So you can't just use them as an argument. It's like talking to a Muslim. Why don't you believe that Muhammad went to Allah on the back of Pegasus? People from all around the world believe that went to Allah on the back of Pegasus. Why don't you?
He left. See how they just fall out of here? They fall out. They just quietly, he snuck out.
Yo, Professor, when you talked about gases don't get attracted by gravity and don't fall down, so the guy wanted to show you a demonstration with that heavy gas, the hexafluoride gas, that you can pour on a bucket and it will sit on the bucket. But he forgot the name. He couldn't.
That's okay. I gave him a demo of it going up.
Okay, so you don't believe that the gases are based on loosely bonded atoms, and the water is
No, that's just something made up by somebody.
And atoms, you haven't seen those atoms yourself, so those also must be fake.
Yep, that's also made up.
Yeah, all of the science is made up, right?
No. What science? What science?
The pseudoscience is made up. The science is not. Science is something that you can validate.
I work in the field of science. I don't work in the field of imagination, dude. I actually work in the field of science and physics, not imagination. Things actually happen here, and people die and are happy, depending on what happens.
Yeah, like the nuke, the electrons and the nuclear weapons, all of those, stuff that is made on those
Nukes are
foundations
fake,
are all
dude.
fake, right? And nukes are also fake.
Yes.
Look, we have
Yes.
we have
No one's
another
ever used one
proof bar
before.
here.
No one's ever used one.
Yeah. Because just
You're
because you
coping
haven't
bad,
seen.
dude. I can hear it in your voice that you're almost going to cry. You better
No.
call your therapist and tell him you
Oh
talk to
man,
us.
come on! Don't use ad hominem attacks. Just get to
I'm
the
telling you
point.
to call your therapist and
Yeah.
give him a warning that you were in here.
Oh yeah, that's how you debate. That's an ad hominem attack. You're not gonna make any point. You're not gonna win like that, man. You're just full of shit.
I'm telling you to call your therapist and warn him
That's a
ahead of
personal attack.
time that you were in
That's not
here.
a scientific claim. That's not a scientific claim.
You're a science denier. You wouldn't know science if it punched you in the face.
The nukes are fake. The electrons, atoms are fake. Everything is fake in your opinion.
So, brother, he just talked about you for 1 second, and you are just now trying to cry. Why?
No, brother, he hasn't given me any credible evidence. It's just all fake, made up shit.
Oh, he did.
No, he didn't.
He validated that the surface of water is flat. Can you debunk that?
No. That's not a credible experiment. That's not a credible experiment.
Can you debunk? That's not a credible experiment. So you're appealing to incredulity. No, you can't do that.
Because you are denying all the other evidences that has already been proved for centuries.
So now what you are doing is just debunking yourself. You just said, you by yourself, try to shut up, try to think about what I'm about to say. You just said that he didn't show you any evidence. And now I just showed you that he done that, and you're just jumping to compare his evidence to what you believe to be evidence, like photo space, testimonies of people from other space agencies in multiple worlds. So just something that is not evidence, something that necessitates 100% of belief. Photos are just belief, because if you consider that photos are evidence, the way I have just to show you a photo of a unicorn to believe that unicorns exist. Will you believe that unicorns exist if I show you a photo, or will you consider that photos are not evidence? Photos can show something that is not real.
Okay, so if you're that expert of a person, you should go to NASA and challenge those scientists.
So you're responding to something else.
We have already.
Yeah, because I'm pretty much convinced about the evidence.
Did you understand what I just said? Because what you are saying is not a response to what I just told you. Can you just focus on what I'm saying, what I'm telling you, and respond exactly to that?
Okay.
Will you believe that a unicorn is real if I show you a photo of a unicorn? Or will you admit that photos and images are not evidences because they can show something that is not real?
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to believe in a unicorn if you conduct an experiment and give me the details about it. I'm going to see
it. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
Here, put a microscope. Put a microscope and show me a unicorn. Put a
you have me blocked because I'll just get rid of you, dude.
Unicorn.
You have me blocked?
Yeah. Show me a unicorn by,
Are you going to let me do this or not?
Yeah, do it. Do it and publish a paper. And we're gonna see how the scientists respond to it.
You can't stop yourself.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're done.
Yeah.
So
let me
try
know.
to shut up and let him speak. Go ahead, Professor.
Yeah.
I'm going to prove that I have a unicorn.
That isn't even properly photoshopped, man. you're full of shit.
The second one that I just sent.
I haven't even done anything yet. You're talking about
no
pictures.
one's gonna believe this. No one's gonna believe this.
Yeah,
There's
no
no
one is
team-
gonna believe the images
No.
of the ball Earth that you are showing. So it's just an image. It's Photoshop, and it's admitted to be photoshopped.
No, not everything is Photoshop, man.
It's
Whatever they
Photoshop.
show-
It's all Photoshop.
How do you know what Earth is supposed to look like for it to not be photoshopped? When you've only seen images that you can't verify.
I've also seen video footages.
Yeah, but you don't know what it's supposed to look like.
How do you know that what it's supposed to look like?
I'm not claiming that these images are what it's supposed to look like.
So do you have any other proposition?
Yeah, like any vacation photo would serve as a base of reference. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, that's a microscopic view of this Earth. Yeah.
Yeah. So what makes it different is the fact that anyone can go verify these images that I show from my vacation. The problem is verifiability for your claims, because the only way you can have someone verify your claim is to have somebody take a rocket up into outer space using technology that you don't even understand how it exists in the first place to produce an image from an environment that contradicts what we know to be true on Earth.
Okay, you're saying.
So which one of these claims is more verifiable, right?
You're saying that's unnecessary that they use rockets to go out and observe the Earth, while you can stay on the Earth and do it yourself.
Yeah, specifically, it's verifiability or falsifiability. How do I verify that these images from NASA are true? I can't do it. Like, you can't go check.
So if you can check, so that doesn't equate to it being false. That's also an assumption. I mean, if you're adopting a truly skeptic position, then you should consider this possibility that those images can be true.
Well, here's the problem. We subject these images to an internal critique. Do you know what an internal critique entails?
Yeah,
I'll tell you. And for the listening audience, an internal critique is testing the internal consistency of the truth of a claim. So in this case, what they claim to be doing is presenting you evidence from an environment that contradicts the laws of thermodynamics in the first place. Secondly, they present images of curvature that should not be possible at given heights, like the ISS. You see the ISS footage of a curving horizon. Well, if you look at the geometry of the Earth, from the height of the ISS at 250 miles, you should only see roughly 3% of Earth's surface. Not enough to discern curvature. So we have what's really interesting. In some images from the ISS, it's really curved. In other images, it's not as curved. And from other space assets, like the Chinese space station, we have video footage of a flat horizon. So which one of these is supposed to be true? Going back to my earlier point, how do you know what it's supposed to look like to assess whether or not these images and videos are supposed to be true? I don't have a way to check. You don't have a way to check. But so we submit these claims to an internal critique, and we find out that these claims are inconsistent and contradictory. So why should I automatically accept these claims to be true when they contradict each other? They contradict known claims. They contradict what we can test and observe in reality. That's the problem. Right? So the reason why you accept all this is true is because of a trust factor. You trust that these images came from an environment that you believe has to exist. You trust the people, you trust the organizations producing them, and you don't even go to look at their own claims. We examine their own claims, and we put their claims to the test, and we find that they're not internally consistent. So, for example, they show you an image of Earth that they say is a composited image produced by computer graphics and renders, and you don't want to believe that that's true, even though the source is telling you that that's true. The same source that you believe for all other claims. So this means your own opinion on this matter is also contradictory.
So the fact that they rendered those images, in your opinion, makes them not reliable enough?
Yeah, they claim to produce artistic renditions that look no different from images that have no caption suggesting as such. And without us having any way to know what they're supposed to look like in the first place, we have no basis of reference to assess whether or not they're true.
So the claims made by the flat earthers are more consistent than the evidence presented by NASA.
I would say by people in this forum, yeah, we strive for internal consistency with our positive claims. And I'm here to tell you, we don't claim very much. We're very careful. The few things that we do positively claim to be true are things that we can absolutely back up and support 100%. You know, and here's the thing, the things that we know to be true that we can rely on with absolute certainty contradict all these beliefs that you and other people have about your world.
No, they're not beliefs.
Well, without you having a way to know for sure whether or not these images were produced in the manner that they're described, you can only believe the claims. You don't have any way to test.
Okay.
And that would be a belief, right? I mean, accepting without evidence.
So having a skeptical position would be a better choice rather than, leaning towards either position, towards flat earth.
That's what we are. We are skeptics.
Yeah. So you shouldn't call yourself flat earther.
Well, you know why we say it's flat? Because we measured it that way, and we know for certain that that's true.
You're certain. Like there's no
with 100% certainty. Yep. It's one of the few things in life that I know is true.
Like you're saying that, there's 100% certainty.
Yeah, that's right.
You're making an objective claim.
Absolutely. Yep. And we teach other people like yourself to go find out and also attain 100% certainty of this knowledge. Yeah, we teach people to go out and do these things. And that's what we urge everybody listening to do. Go out and find out. And then you'll know for sure too.
Like you yourself accepted that you don't know everything about this earth, where are its edges, where does it end, etc. And you're making
but those are all ancillary to the claim. I don't have to know the full extent of it to know that the places that it's supposed to be curving, it doesn't.
So there can be a possibility.
A possibility of what?
It's
a possibility of a bigger ball? Like, so NASA's still lying?
No. It's curvature, right? Like you haven't explored it to a fuller extent.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have to though. Listen, we know that it is not curving with the extent that the globe claims it has to be. In fact, there hasn't been any curvature to be detected whatsoever. And we're testing the places where they're supposed to be, especially over water, where there's a gravimetric claim where you got this spherical harmonic of gravity with respect to the distribution of mass within the Earth that's producing a curvature rate, pulling down on the water, forming a curving surface. We test that surface for deviation against an objective standard like a laser, multiple lasers at the same time, different frequencies, shining at different targets at different distances. We can't find that deviation anywhere all over the Earth that it's been tried. So we know for a fact that any attempts to go actually measure, to observe in the first place and then measure the curvature of the Earth that's supposed to be there ends up in failure. So far, this is the case. And we have enough examples right now to know that it can't be curving like a globe. This is one of the few things that I know for sure, and it is a positive claim that I'll make, that yeah, it measures flat.
So, do you guys have any, famous or credible thinkers that I can refer to when if I want to learn something more about it?
I don't care who provides verifiably true information. I mean, who's credible to you? That's a subjective opinion, right?
And I'm just asking about you. Who do you refer to?
Ourselves. I've gone out and tested it. You can go out and test it.
Like, you have tested it yourself?
Yes, I have, and so have practically everybody else in here on this issue that you're talking to.
Okay.
That's our source of information, reality. So we are not following someone. So every one of us just verified the reality we live in. That's not curved.
Do you have the equipment? Those big lasers that you project on this surface?
No, I didn't use lasers. It's not one single method. You can places, not lasers. And those places, if they are visible, meaning that they will use the same exact principle as a laser. It will be just light, a beam of multiple beams of light that will enter your eyes. And it will create an image inside your eyes. So if you are able to see, like, for example, myself, I was able to see a place that is 14 kilometers away from the coast where I was standing, me, 6-foot person, and I was standing on the surface, on the shore, so water was touching my feet, and I could see the beach of another country, which is Spain, that is away from me. Between us, there is the ocean, and I was able to see the beach from the other side. That is 14 kilometers. That were meant to be hidden by that curvature, because the Earth is supposed to be a ball.
Like, it's not exactly a ball. It's a like geoid.
Geoid. I understand.
Yeah, that's what I said we tested when I brought up gravity, right? The spherical harmonic. We know what the geoid model is about, and we tested.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's only going to be a 14-mile deviation between the semi-major and minor axes. You know what percent that works out to be? The first radius is 3,959 miles on average. What that 14-mile deviation represents in terms of the grander picture. I mean, astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson puts it very clearly. He says if you were to shrink the globe down to the size of a cue ball or a snooker ball to play pool, to play snooker with, did it be smoother than that? Right? No. But he's right. When you look at elevation profiles of Earth, the mountains and valleys, and you look at the claimed geoid, you're like, oh yeah, okay, so you do have a little bit of a flattening on the against the poles and a little bit of widening around the equator. And it's really funny to hear like NASA make a big deal out of it. And then when you look at the actual ratio, you're like, that's nothing, man. That's like that's better than a machined ball bearing for a high precision instrument.
Yeah, 100% correct. The depth and the heights on the surface of cue ball, real pool ball, there will be many differences and so much higher than if you shrink down the surface of the Earth, because from the deepest spot on the Mariana Trench to the highest mountain, that difference of elevation is so much smaller than the one that you will find on a cue ball.
My mom is kinda homeless.
If you use that tool that measures the roughness of the surface, so that will give you microns of deviation on the surface of a cue ball. You will have so much smaller than that if you shrink down the surface of the Earth, because the difference is so small. So if you scale it down, it will be so smooth that smoother than the smoothest thing that you ever touched.
Okay, so what do you guys think about the flat Earth position? Like, what do you guys think about the different irregularities happening in the seas, in the oceans, like the typhoons and the cyclones and that stuff? Because
The claim is that gravity's pulling down or pushing down in different vectors.
yeah, they claim that
So whether or not that takes place over an objectively planar surface or a curving one with respect to an ellipsoid, which is not the geoid, then that's what we're discussing right now.
like they claim the moon is because of the moon's gravity.
Yeah, and you can test that by taking a sample of water, put it next to the beach, next to the ocean. You will see that there will be high tides, low tides on the ocean, but no high tides on any type of water, like in non-connected lakes. In the sample of water that you will take, the moon will attract just the ocean and leave the rest. So now gravity is cherry picking what water it will attract. No, it doesn't. Because if it's the case, if moon is attracting water, scientists in those labs, like chemical labs, they will take that in consideration, because their cups, they have lines of measurements of written on them. So they will consider that during some part of the day, the flow of that water or that liquid in the cup, it will just be higher because of of high tide. So they will have to consider it. Nonsense. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. Water is never getting attracted by the moon. You never see that. You just claim that when you are trying to explain tides. So someone asking you, what is tides? Oh, moon attracts waters. Bullshit. Take it in consideration.
You know, Necros, even if that was happening, it still doesn't prove the globe.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm just saying that those claims are meant to be debunked. If you make a claim, just be careful. Like Sporadic told you, we are trying to be careful with our claims. So we are not claiming anything that we don't know for sure. So if you claim something, be ready to be debunked. And next time, watch yourself when you are peeing and the moon is above your head. Your pee will you'll shoot your pee on your face, because the moon will attract and create high tide. Oh my God.
So do you have any explanation? Why does it happen?
No, we don't know. We don't know for sure. There is some people who make assumptions, and they know that they are just assumptions, and they say that it's just an assumption. So you will find many.
That's interesting.
Like I told you in the beginning, our claim is just simple. The Earth is flat. That's the only thing that we claim. We are not claiming anything else.
So your ball, you know, the ball Earth, that known surface that you just wrapped around the ball, that one is not curving, so it's not a ball, it's flat. Is it limited to that known surface that was wrapped around the ball? No, we don't know if the limit is there, so there is no other part, extension of the Earth, or the surface is just extended so much more or unlimited. No one knows. No one claimed anything about that. So the claimed surface, the one that is claimed to be curving, making a ball, we found that it's not curving. And any surface that is not curved is just a flat surface. So because this Earth, this surface that we live in, is not curving, we found that. We've done many observations, measurements. Each one of us done his own measurements and observations. Some are recorded. Some people recorded that. Some are already shared in internet. You can find it in YouTube. So we couldn't find that curvature. It means that the surface is not curving. In a single word, the surface is flat.
I guess we can agree that the Earth is flat, right, Black Mamba?
Yeah, I mean, you convinced me enough to look these things up myself. I mean, I have asked all the questions I could.
Yeah, Black Mamba, think about it, yeah? If the Earth was really a globe, yeah, we will find evidence of globe outside reality. And there won't be no such thing as flat earthers. If the Earth was really a globe, the evidence would be overwhelming. And there won't be no such thing as flat earthers. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, it depends. I mean, there should be enough evidence to support anything. The amount of people believing in a thing doesn't equate to it.
Yeah. When they claim to you, when they say to you the Earth is a globe, we need to test that. Do you understand? Test their claims to see if it's true. Yeah? If you test the claim and you don't find it to be true, how can it be what they're saying is true? Once you test for the claim and you find your findings, your research findings, your study findings, doesn't correspond with their claims, then it can't be true. It's very simple. It's not difficult.
Can you accept an advice? So what I've seen till now during our discussion is you have a problem with your standard of evidence. So what I can advise to you, choose for yourself a standard of evidence first. The first thing that you can do. So you choose for yourself what will be your standard of evidence. Will you, for example, you can ask yourself, arguing with you about anything, any point, what you will consider as being evidence and what's not. So, for example, if that person is talking to you about unicorns, does that person have just to show you photos and you will just believe that that thing is real directly without anything else? So you find for yourself if your standard evidence is that, and you consider, like for another, testimonies. So what I've seen, you consider testimonies a lot because someone said, every time you said that, because those people said, you consider also the number of people who are saying that idea.
No. I haven't said that those people are saying. I was trying to make a point that those people showed me those things. I mean, they showed me those, pictures and satellite, the space exploration missions and through the images through the satellite technology.
That's the point. Exactly. That's the point. I know what they have done. They told you, they said the thing, they talked word, they said, oh, we went to space. In space, there is this. Jupiter is like this. You will find on Mars this and this. The surface of Mars is like this. And we sent those satellites. The satellite are like this. And they will just defend their claims with some bunch of photos. So if someone else come with another idea and do the same exact thing that they have done, they will explain to you, and they will have just to show you some bunch of photos. You will have to believe that because it's your standard of evidence. If it's not, just take it in consideration right now. You say it to yourself, not to me. I don't care about your standard of evidence. It's just for you. You ask yourself, is this shit my standard of evidence? If someone talked to me about my girlfriend, for example, and explained to me that she went, she did, he saw her, he followed her, he went to the same place, and he took some bunch of pictures and videos, will you just believe that shit?
No. Of course, I wouldn't believe him. If he instead showed me the video footages and the pictures, I would consider it.
Yes, he will show you the video. He will tell you the story of what he did, and he will just show you pictures and videos of your girlfriend with another man. And you will see that. Will you just consider it and go kill your girlfriend? Or you will say that maybe those images and videos are fake.
Yeah, there might be
and
a
it
possibility.
happened to be fake. It happened to be fake. The story that he told you is fake. He never went to that place. He never followed your girl. He never did anything of what he told you. And plus, the images and the videos that you believe to be real and you killed your girlfriend because of happen to be just fake, made up, like the cinema, like people are making cinema. So you can make video, fake things.
Okay.
So will you consider to be your standard of or not? So you can choose.
No.
It's if it is an evidence for you, we don't consider it. We don't consider images to be evidence. We consider images to be a part, like a starting point, like just to help, like a tool. And we can verify the reality by ourselves.
All right. Okay. So you don't consider the image evidence as empirical evidence, like
correct.
Yeah. And even if they're consistent, right? They have been posting the same images. They have been coming up with similar video footages. So you don't consider it as a consistent empirical evidence.
Correct. Because it's not an evidence, so it won't change. If the thing is not an evidence for the first place, it can't be, even if you just make many of it, it can't change the fact that it's not an evidence. Even if there is many images, if one single image, if the image itself is not an evidence, many images are not.
Okay, wouldn't you agree? Wouldn't you agree that it would be worth going out this flat surface out in the sky and once, just for once, observe it? Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for you?
Yeah, it would be great. Will you do that for me? I will really thankful.
Yeah, but
I will be really thankful if you can send me to somewhere, place where I can see that ball. I will be thankful to you. I will have to explain why it happens to be measured flat at that moment. But
No one will send me there. No one will send you there. You just believe that it's possible. That's the problem that some people have.
I
You
mean,
just believe
I haven't
it's
found
possible.
I haven't found any scientist. I haven't found any
Change
scientist,
that.
a flat earther scientist yet. You know,
Right here. I'm
all
right
of
here.
those.
I'm right here.
No. You know the famous ones. You know,
What do you tell? Why do you,
the
what makes you famous? What makes you famous, dude? What makes them famous?
That the ones who believe on a globe agreed that they are.
I mean, like in every ideology or philosophy.
Huh? Finish your thought.
Like in I was saying that like in any ideology or philosophy there are contradictory schools of thought, and the people are quite famous for their positions. I mean, there would be a flat earther,
Ooh,
definitely.
name
Yeah,
somebody.
I mean, like in conservatism and in progressivism there are people. So flat earther and the globalers, the globals, it's quite a famous debate, you know. So there would
No,
be
I didn't know
someone.
because there's nothing to debate, like you said earlier. I guess there's no debating you. That I said that's right because there's
No,
nothing to
me,
debate.
I'm not an expert, right? I'm not an expert, but
I am.
you guys would be debating. You guys would be debating
We
those.
do, and we do, or we try to. Usually, the people on the globe side run away before we can even get to the point.
I mean, you could share a debate. I would be very, you know, thankful.
You have thousands of them.
Okay, I would search them by myself.
All you have to do is click on one of our YouTube bots and go to the link, and then look at all of the videos. Look for type in debate, and then you'll find a
I
debate.
can share some with you if you want to look at those debates. But in reality, that doesn't help. It's if you just go with debates and you go with those stories that a flat earther or globe earther will just say, and you go with that, you just change your mind to be flat earther because of those debates. It will be just changing a blind belief that you already have with another blind belief.
No.
You haven't done anything.
It doesn't work that way. If I really have a scientific attitude, then I would be, you know, willing to listen to the other side as well in a debate.
Who told
If you
you
have
it
knowledge.
requires science to measure a surface? Who told you need a scientist to do that?
I mean, yeah, definitely, it's a scientific claim.
Who told?
No.
You're telling me
It's
the
not.
guy building the building across the street is a scientist?
No, I'm talking about knowledge. I'm talking about knowledge. It comes from science in this modern era.
There's no experiments you do to prove the Earth is a ball.
I mean, there are satellite images.
That's not an experiment.
I mean, the scientific experiment requires
It's not
empirical
science.
evidence. It's empirical evidence.
It's not.
Empiricism. Empiricism
science.
relies on.
It's not empirical evidence. Shit you're seeing on TV, on social media, and then you say, "Oh, I believe them."
I mean,
That's it.
doesn't imagery equate to empirical evidence?
Yes. I'm going to show you an image of my unicorn, and then
Like, do you
owe
know
me
the
money for me
definition of
showing you my
empiricism?
unicorn.
Like, what does empiricism means? What does it
It
mean?
means unicorns are real if I show you a picture of it.
No.
Yes,
No.
it does.
Yes.
What is your definition of empiricism?
Unicorns are real if I show you a picture.
No.
No, that's not true.
Okay, let's assume you have a camera in your hands, in your own hands, and you take a picture of something. Okay, wouldn't that be enough evidence of that thing being true?
It would be enough evidence that I took a picture.
Yeah, and those pictures are consistent. Those pictures
If
are
I took a
quite
picture of a
consistent.
unicorn, if I go to my friend's farm and put a cone on top of my one of the white horses and take a picture, now are unicorns real?
No. You're just making fun of
Okay.
You're
Claim for
trying
what
to
it
make
is,
fun of
right?
me.
You said all the photos are consistent. So what I need you to do is to look at all of the photos of Earth from space, and I need you to pick from that laundry list of contradictory images and tell me which one is the real photo of Earth. Because you've got American Earth, and they've got all kinds of different orientations and fixing of the land from NASA, and then you got Roscosmos. They've got their images of Earth from space, and the land is different colors than what the U.S. is producing, and their sizes of continents are different. And you've got JAXA, who's got theirs and their color schemes for the land of Earth. And then, of all of that, I just need you to give me the one real photo from space. And then I need to know how exactly you proved that that's the real one.
I mean, yeah, they might have put some color grading on that image. They just captured in the space.
So I guess
Yeah.
if they Photoshop it, then yeah, because it has to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, to make it a bit appealing, they might have done that.
So then it's not a photo. It's an image.
Yeah, it's an image, but there are videos as well. I mean, they might also be color graded.
So are you going to address the curvature of the Earth? Since you've admitted that there aren't photos, there are images from space, and they're depicting something that they're looking at, right? They're claiming they're looking at the Earth as a ball with curvature. Now, can you measure that curvature on the ground in real life to verify that that photo's true?
I mean, yeah, there might be ways to do that.
Okay. So how would you do that? Since I've already told you the method that I would use, and clearly we're away from that, what would you use to verify? Do you remember what I even stated? The process that I gave? Because it's been an hour or so.
Yeah, use laser beams.
No, I didn't say laser beams at all.
Wow.
I said laser
Somebody
beams,
else might have
but
gave you laser beams.
I'll stand by laser beams.
Well, I said that you could look at the horizon and identify whether the claim that they're making is true or false. Because if they're saying
I
if
might
it's
not have
3,959 miles, then the curvature rate to the distance to the horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. And then you can go and do this for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, on the Earth, you yourself have, conducted some experiments and came up with different conclusions, but there might be some limitations to it. There might be some limitations to it. I mean, compared to going out in the space and observing it, there might be some
We
limitations.
go begging the question again. How did they measure the Earth in the first instance to be able to go out to space?
I mean, there might not be any other way to do it. I mean, that would be a better way.
Well, like Kerbal Space Program, they just like crashed 10,000 times before they figured out spaceflight. I mean, did they not have measurements of the globe? Did they not know that the Earth was a globe until they went to space?
Yeah, they knew. They knew it.
Whoa.
Yeah, so
because
that's what we want to find out. How did they do it?
They circumnavigated the globe. They observed some eclipses.
Going around the block with my dog does not mean the Earth is a ball.
I mean, it does give you a lot of insights.
It does not. If I take my dog for a motherfucking walk around the block, it doesn't mean the Earth is a ball.
Yeah, if I head west in my boat and keep Polaris on my right, I just go around in a big circle on a flat surface.
I mean, it doesn't mean anything to you that you circumnavigate something. You know.
You can't tell the shape of the Earth that way. No, it doesn't mean that Earth is a globe. Like I said, if I take my boat and I sail west, I keep Polaris to my right the entire time. I just make a big circle.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give you a better example. You can go in a straight line, east or west, and you will not stay on the same latitude. How about that?
Yeah. Like, how can you go from Atlantic to the Pacific and
on a flat Earth?
Go from and come back to the same place again.
You would travel horizontally across
the Panama Canal.
You could either fly level at altitude,
There have been
or you can
different
drive across the
explorers.
ground, changing your elevation above sea level. You can go to the Panama Canal. You can sail around the American continent. All of these are using a reference of a horizontal plane. The boat is staying on water, which is level on its surface. Your height above the water, if you're in a plane, is measured from sea level.
Like, there would be no way to come back from Atlantic to Pacific and Pacific to Atlantic again.
You're not getting it.
People do that. People do it. So your claim is false.
So there's no. I mean, why are not they? Why there's no endpoint
on a globe?
Dude, did you reset again?
Your reset hard as fuck from the conversation
Dude,
we
this
started.
is the fourth time today you've asked for some endpoint. There's something mentally wrong with you.
I mean, I was just pointing out that I was just answering your question that how did the earlier people come up with this this evidence that the Earth is round?
They didn't. It was just written in a storybook for you.
No, it wasn't.
It was. Who do you think wrote it in a storybook?
Who?
Well, the Rockefellers put out our storybooks for education. I would assume it was one of those authors.
No,
I
brother.
guess you guys never take a plane.
Was way before that.
Yeah, now airplanes. Now airplanes all of a sudden. We got one guy who thinks flying in an airplane means you live on a ball. This is fucking crazy.
Yeah, the globe is just a mathematical model.
I already told you, if you're standing facing north, you turn 90 degrees left or right, and you go in a straight line. Even if you were flying, you would not stay on the same latitude. So therefore, the Earth is not a ball.
Exactly. They don't explain this because it's
that if we're going to argue about how to travel, you're going to argue about methods of travel. You're not arguing about the shape of the ground.
So if you go straight forward and you don't change direction, how come you end up in the same
You're
place?
moving horizontally over
You
Earth.
don't end up in the same place. You don't even stay on the same latitude.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't.
Nobody's ever done that. Nobody has ever done that.
A lot of people did this.
No,
No,
okay,
they haven't.
provide one example of one person using whatever means of travel you want, going in a straight line and ending up back where they started again. I want one instance
Doesn't
of
have to be straight, 100% straight. Can it be?
I'm going to tell you this, Axiom.
They go in a
When you
straight
were a little
line.
child,
It's flat.
When you were a child,
You're gonna end up in
you
the
were
same
told,
country. You're gonna end up in the same country.
You were told as a child. You were told as a child that if you go in a straight line, you'll end up where you started. No one's ever done that.
It's flat.
I mean, you said that those Rockefellers who claimed that the Earth is a globe. I mean, there were a lot of people in history who circumnavigated the globe. And
Yeah, but they never measured it like we did. We measured the Earth. How can you have circumnavigation on a flat Earth, right?
Like you
That's the
literally took a
question. Well, we
you
measured it flat. So
like you literally took a meter rule and you wrapped it around the Earth and you measure it.
no, we took. Geez,
at the beginning of the
we have to go
conversation?
back into this again.
You just put a
Laser
laser
test.
for 21 miles. I mean, you wouldn't even observe a bit of a curvature.
You know how much curvature there should be if Earth is a ball? You know how much curvature there should be over 40 kilometers over water if Earth is a globe? There should be over 90 meters of drop. There should be 90 meters of drop. 90 meters of drop. And the laser from 1.5 meters high hits the target 1.5 meters high. There's almost 90 meters of missing curve.
Earth is not a ball. It's a geoid. It can be flat.
Right, it is a geoid.
It can be curved at some point.
So where is it curving, for fuck's sake?
I mean, you can
If it
go
was
out
a
of the space. You can circumnavigate the globe.
And it could be just as noticeable to go out and find where all of the different rates of curvature would be, just like we can go out and measure hills and mountains and know exactly where they are in reference to each other.
Yeah, how do you know that Earth is a ball? If we go out and measure it flat everywhere, how many flat segments are there on your globe?
I mean, it's not a ball.
No, it's flat. The Earth is flat, but we have this atmosphere that is around Earth.
No, we don't have a ball around the planet Earth.
The atmosphere
No,
is there
Earth is not in outer space, dude.
Because of
not a planet.
I just saw your experiments. Those are just 21 kilometers of laser beam test. How much curvature there can be on
over
just
the
21?
geoid? Okay.
I mean, it's
Do you
negligible.
realize?
It's negligible, man. 21 miles is just a very low distance. It's very less distance.
21 miles.
Is 100 feet negligible? Is 200 feet negligible?
Of course, it's
so
negligible.
then the laser should So when the laser should be 100 feet over your head, it's negligible.
I mean,
yes, 20-story buildings are 20-story buildings are negligible.
Yeah. I look at the horizon and I try to see an object in the distance so I can identify distance between me and the horizon.
You
and
look
I
in the
measure that
horizon
distance
you
and
are
I
a
see
tiny
it
little
clearly
human
from top
being.
to bottom. And then now I make my triangle to the radius of Earth.
You are a tiny little object.
Miles at 1 foot observation height, that gives me a 3,959 mile radius. 10 miles gives me a 264,000 mile radius. I guess that's negligible.
Yeah, listen, if what you're saying is true, then here's what's supposed to be happening on your globe. At one end where the laser is, and at the other end where the observer is, when they both drop plumb lines, their plumb lines should be going in diverging directions and should not be meeting at a common center.
Yeah.
So
yes, it's negligible.
Yeah.
And nobody ever measures that. Nobody's ever measured that.
Have you done it?
Only you.
We used a laser. We used lasers to establish vertical.
Have you done it, placing one person on one end with the laser and one on the other end?
No, I've actually personally done mirror flash tests of the sun over bodies of water and determined it was flat that way.
Okay.
Same principle.
You're a tiny little object, man. That's negligible.
Yeah, so how did they measure curvature to begin with? If it measures flat everywhere anybody can go at all times, and nobody's ever been able to produce a curvature measurement, how did they measure that Earth was a globe to know it was a globe in the first place? Do you think NASA just got fucking lucky?
I mean, gravity. Yeah. I mean,
gravity. What did they measure for a globe with gravity? Are they measuring?
How does gravity measure curvature?
every object goes in a straight direction, and you
No,
listen, on a geoid. No, you said it yourself. We were talking about the geoid model. Do you know what the geoid model is? All right, hush for a second. You brought up the geoid. The geoid's a gravimetric model, okay? So you believe that on a globe that plumb lines are not straight and are also not meeting at a common center. So how would you derive that Earth is a globe if plumb lines are going in every which direction and curving? That's your geoid model. Do you know what the geoid is? Okay, let's start with there. Explain to the audience what the geoid is and how it was derived. If you're listening, I just did it for you.
I mean, geoid is not a perfect round, object. It can't. It's very.
I know. Do you know what makes it lumpy? What makes it lumpy? Is it the terrain? The answer is no. The geoid is not. The geoid is not a terrain model.
It looks lumpy because they take away all the water.
No, it's not even that. Not even that. It's not Earth without the water either. The geoid is a gravimetric model, in spite of what the terrain does. You could be on a flat part of the Earth, if it's a globe in your idea, and you can suspend a plumb line, and the plumb line is not pointing straight down perpendicular to the flat part on your globe Earth. It's actually pointing off center somewhere, and it could even be curving. The geoid model means that somewhere on your globe, you could have a concave section, and the plumb line points in front of you a little bit, or behind you a little bit, or to the left or to the right. The geoid model makes your globe claims unfalsifiable when it comes to arguments from gravity. The only way the geoid model forms into something that looks something like a sphere is because it's built on top of a chassis. It's built on top of WGS-84 or some reference ellipsoid. So in order to ascertain whether or not the geoid is true, you have to go to see what ellipsoid it was referenced off of to measure that to see if that was true. And what is that? Well, commonly used is WGS-84. WGS-84 is a mathematical model that is not based on measurements either. We can tell you how that was created with math. It's with math and assumptions about how the stars should be observed and interpreted. It has nothing to do with the surface of Earth.
Why don't you tell us about GPS?
Why don't you tell us about GPS? Why should I explain GPS?
What about it, dude? What about it?
I can explain it, but I want to hear your explanation because I'm not the one who brought it up.
To him. Yeah, you don't have to explain it to him. He's going to tell us how it works.
Because I know your explanation is.
I talk about GPS like 3 times a day in here.
You haven't told us how it works yet, so we can't determine if you know or not.
It's one of my favorite topics, so go ahead.
You want to know how it works, right?
No, I know how it works.
Okay, tell us how it works, since you already know.
Yeah, what coordinate reference system do GPS satellites use?
If you want me to, I cannot talk with this guy. So.
Okay, no.
I want to know what coordinate reference system do satellites use for GPS?
Well, relax, dude. Drink something. You had 3
I'm waiting for an answer. You're deflecting because you don't know. You could just say, I don't know, and we can move on.
Relax, chill. This is not a fight.
You're just trying to buy some time, aren't you? Yeah, what coordinate reference system? It's on the tip of your tongue, right? It's on the tip of your tongue. You just got to Google it faster, right?
Googling it.
Why you are so upset? You are
Tell us how it works.
Go to the gym.
I'm exposing you, clown.
Oh, clown.
So you've had 2 minutes now to tell us how it works, and all you said was, give me a minute.
You don't allow me to talk. You are talking on top of me.
Go ahead, talk. Tell us
not
now.
Even polite.
Tell us right now.
Besides being
Tell us right now.
Not educated.
Tell us right now. Tell us right now.
So you have satellites. You have satellites, and these satellites are sending data. I mean, wavelengths.
Wavelengths.
Everywhere. everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Wow.
Sending
Yeah,
wavelengths
And
everywhere.
then you have this. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Magical sky
Okay,
machines.
this is
So
great.
you have a receptor. You
Popcorn
have a
ready.
receptor. You have a receptor, and then according to the source, because of the power, you can triangulate
The
where
power.
you are. And this is so accurate. This is so accurate that you cannot deny this. So go ahead and tell me about the balloons and that these GPS satellites don't exist.
Where are the coordinates created? You got your
The
receiver.
coordinates,
Where do the coordinates
the
come from?
coordinates are created by the 3 satellites. You need at least 3 satellites to have accuracy.
Yeah, so where is the coordinate system created? By the satellites?
It's
He
by
doesn't
the
understand what a
receptor.
coordinate system is.
It's latitude and longitude. And
Yeah,
then
but you
how
know
come
what? My
this works so
receiver,
well? How
I can,
come this works so well?
my receiver can use planar coordinates.
Yes, and they will never work.
Yes, they do work. Surveyors use
Okay,
differential GPS
tell
for
me where
planar
the
surveys.
satellites are. If there is no space, if the Earth is flat, where are the satellites?
I don't know. I don't know where they come from. Do you know?
Oh, so are you denying that I can easily track everywhere I go with?
Oh yeah,
with
how do you know you're on a globe to track them to begin with? You're trying to get the measurements of the globe.
I didn't say I'm in a globe. I said I can track anywhere I'm in this planet by GPS.
Really?
Do you deny this? Do you deny this? Do you deny this?
Why should I deny? Why should I deny that you can track them?
You can use Google Maps. You can use Google Maps.
Google Maps.
You can use.
So can you?
You can use Waze.
More
You
than
can
you
use
have.
any. You can use any app. They are going to tell you where you exactly
Let me
where
give you
you
a
are.
lesson, okay? Hey, listen, you just.
No, you're not giving me
Okay,
any
you know
lesson
surveyors
because you know
use
nothing.
GPS all the time. Yeah, I am going to give you a
Because you are
lesson.
a
It's
clown.
not just for you; it's for the audience that's listening. Okay, so I'll give you a quick lesson.
Yeah.
Surveyors use GPS.
Go ahead.
Surveyors use GPS and total stations. Total stations are like computers with telescopes on them that they can use to measure angles to distant sites. Okay? In order to ascertain where they are, they can go into the total station and they can select any coordinate reference system they want. They can select a planar coordinate reference system for doing what's called state plane surveys, which are used by the government.
That's not GPS.
For example,
you are not explaining.
Yes,
you are not.
yes, they are using GPS. They are using GPS to get their coordinates, dude. They can use latitude and longitude according to. They can use latitude and longitude according to WGS 84, to WGS 83, to GRS 80, to NAD 27. These are examples of latitude and longitude coordinate systems that aren't the same as each other.
Okay,
you got that problem. You can also use planar coordinates. A prime example of this comes from the UK. There's something called the UK Ordnance Survey, in which they surveyed their realm, and the results of that survey are captured in what's called the British National Grid System. The British National Grid System is independent of Earth shape and is surveyed flat. You've got like 2,500 kilometers squared of flat planar coordinates that don't comport to latitude and longitude whatsoever. So people come in here and joke around and say, where's the flat map? Is it map flat? Well, the freaking UK Ordnance Survey, the British National Grid System is flat. And this is what's used in property boundary disputes between property owners. It's used to survey the realm. It's used to pinpoint with accuracy where critical infrastructure is for the UK. It's supposed to be accurate for these purposes. You've got the U.S. Department of the Navy that dispense with spherical coordinates for drone flights because they can achieve greater accuracy for precision navigation with their drones by using planar coordinates.
called the local tangent plane from GPS systems. Anytime that anybody needs highly refined, accurate, pinpointed locations on Earth, they stop using spherical coordinates. They switch to flat planar coordinates every time, including surveyors that are contracted by the government to conduct these state planar surveys, like with the British National Grid System or various states across the United States. So yeah, listen, when I say you don't know what you're talking about, I really mean it. So I'm going to unmute you guys so you can now provide feedback.
He left.
Oh yeah, both of them. The other guy left too. Well, there you go.
Okay, so you explained a lot of, complex stuff about the GPS system. So what about the Google Maps, right? You open up your phone, go onto the app.
Yeah, that's a computer program.
See your location on it.
That's a computer program, dude.
It's fake. It's fake,
Computer program.
Maps are not reality, bro.
Google Maps uses the cylinder Mercator map, so I don't know where you get the globe from in that one either.
The map is not the territory. This is an age-old problem. Humans have an amazing capacity to reify concepts into reality with the belief behind it that's so powerful that it allows them to excuse all observable evidence to the contrary.
Okay.
It's called the map territory problem in sociology and psychology.
So the satellites are not in the space? They're not?
I don't know where they are. They could be operating up there using some means that's unknown to us. How would we know how they work?
No, it's not. It's all available on the internet. It's all available on the internet.
Question 2 hours ago, and you're still resetting over and over.
Your answer.
This thing.
May I repeat your answer? Your answer
was
it's all a conspiracy. They're lying. That was your answer.
Water is not a conspiracy, dumbass. Water is not a conspiracy.
Not what I said.
No. You said all of those data.
The outer space is contrary to your experience. Entropy states that the vacuum of outer space that surrounds the sphere with no container having gas and liquid, that is a violation. Because that doesn't exist, then the perpetual free fall of objects around a sphere in that medium is false.
Just because it's not
you
your
followed on with
that makes it false.
Or lying. Well, yes, logically, it would have to conclude that if that's not true, then it is a lie. You're adding on the conspiracy. I did not point to it and say conspiracy. I said opposite of experience shows that it's false.
Your own experience, right? Your own experience.
Everyone's experience. I even showed you using your lungs and tires on cars, semi-trucks, and airplanes having a pressure differential. Whenever they get a hole in them.
Hey, hold on. Tactical droid. Listen, he's already at the point where he now doesn't think anything's real. I guarantee everything's 99% to him. He thinks he's a brain in a jar now. But I still want to know why his hallucination he's having with the Earth is flat in it.
His own experience matters. All of those circumnavigators' experience doesn't matter. The person sitting
going around the block with my dog is not a ball.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's a very negligible distance. That's not a. That's you're not going around the globe.
How far do you have to go?
Yeah, you have to go a lot far. The Earth is not a tiny little object. That's for sure.
How far do you have to go?
I mean, at least you have to go.
I flew from Kentucky all the way to Iraq and back. The Earth is still flat.
Okay, can you give us
Korea, Japan, Canada, United States, Ireland, Germany, Romania, Kyrgyzstan, Afghanistan, and Kuwait. It was flat there too.
Oh, you saw it, right? That's why it was flat.
I've been everywhere.
You saw it that way because you're dumb. You didn't.
No, I experienced all of this before I was a flat earther.
Oh, we're smart, dude. That's why we figured it out. You're dumb.
You were hanging around the plane all the time to see it. Oh, it's
I got
flat
on the
here and
plane.
there.
We increased altitude by pitching up, and then we pitched the nose back down until the aircraft was level, and then we flew level for hours.
That was
hey.
Oh,
Real
that was
quick,
quite the experiment you done, right?
When I went from Kentucky to Iraq and I went back, I wasn't even a flat earther then. And I remember looking out at the horizon saying, wow, the earth is really big. It looks flat still.
It looked flat to you, right? But not to many other people.
It looks flat.
Yeah. To you.
Flat to you too, dude.
Subjective experience.
To you also.
It was a subjective experience.
Dude, you see it flat, but you want to pretend that it's a ball. I don't get it. Why do you want to pretend it's a ball?
Oh, you see it flat. That's why it's flat. Do you conclude it?
And it's measured flat. Yep, we see it and measure it as flat.
No, it's not. It's not measured flat. It's not measured
yes, it
flat.
is, dummy. Called planar surveying.
It doesn't.
Hey, how far away? If you're a 6 foot person, how far away is the horizon?
I mean, that's an irrelevant question.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's the whole. That's the whole point of all of this. You say it's really big. You're a little ant on a giant beach ball. How far away is the horizon?
It could be 2 feet away. It depends on where you're at.
6 foot observer looking out over water. How far away is the horizon?
Yeah, it depends. What if there's like a tsunami coming or whatever?
I mean, I haven't measured the horizon.
You don't even need to measure the horizon if they tell you the Earth has a circumference of 24,900 miles. All you have to do is do geometric calculations.
Okay.
Right? So how far away is the horizon if you're 6 feet tall?
So, what is your point? What point are you trying to make?
How far away is the horizon if you're 6 feet tall? I'm not moving from this until you figure this out.
It doesn't make the Earth flat either way.
How do you know?
How do you know? You're asking the question.
Because I've done the calculations and I've done the measurements and the observations. How do you know it doesn't make the Earth flat?
You should post them on the internet for everyone to see.
We do every day.
You can go out and we talk about it all the time. You think you're the first person to come in here, and we're having this conversation for the first time.
Yeah.
So again, I'm going to ask you: if you're 6 feet tall, how far away is the horizon when you're standing at the edge of water?
That's too much work for him to figure out.
It's way too much. He can't even Google it. Just Google it, dude.
That's an irrelevant question. You're deviating from the topic. I'm not going to answer it.
No, that's the whole point of the topic.
No, it wasn't.
No, I brought this up to you almost 3 hours now. 3 hours ago, I brought this up to you first off, right out the gate. First thing I said. And you're still here saying, oh, no, that's not the topic. That's the first thing I mentioned to you.
If you understood how perspective worked, you would know that this is the topic.
If that's not the topic, what is the topic then?
Does it make
so again? If you're 6 feet, six feet tall, how far away is the horizon?
Does it make the Earth flat?
If it's not in the location they say it's at, yeah.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make the Earth flat because it is a geo. It's a geode. No matter wherever you're standing.
How far away is the horizon?
Wherever you're standing on the Earth, the distance is gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same.
Okay, so how far away is the horizon?
It doesn't matter. It's gonna be the same.
How far away is the horizon? Just tell me how far away is the horizon and the globe.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you the value, but it isn't gonna change the fact that it isn't flat.
How do you know?
Yeah, no, because it is flat. What are you talking about?
Okay, just because it's the same value everywhere, it makes the Earth flat, in your opinion?
No, it's not the same value because the problem is where the globe says it's supposed to be, it's not there.
No, it's the same value everywhere.
No. Okay, so how far away is the horizon?
According to the globe.
It's the same value everywhere, man.
A lot of people, when they come in here, and I walk them real quick. When people come in here, most people, when I ask them this question, and then they Google it, they're like, "That's not right. That's too close."
No. I know for a fact why it is the same value everywhere because.
Okay. Yeah, because it's supposed to be curving into an almost perfect sphere.
Yeah, just because it's curving, it's not gonna increase the distance.
Not curving.
No, it's the same.
If it's curving, then the horizon should be at a specific location. How far away?
No, it's
is
not
that observation if you're 6 feet tall?
If it's curving, we should be able to measure the curve.
Yeah, all you need is a few objects that are at a distance and as deep markers, so that way you can say, "Hey, yeah, the horizon is at this location."
No, just because of the gravity, you're gonna
because of the gravity. Well, gravity
because of gravity.
Yeah.
What does gravity have to do with it?
Because you're gonna be standing straight wherever you are.
So how far away is the horizon?
You said nonsense.
It's almost 3 feet.
Almost 3 feet? Oh, we live on a tiny ball then.
Yeah. But the horizon is not too far away. It's you just go.
It's only 3 feet in front of you.
Away.
A few feet above the ground, and it's horizon.
We've seen it. 10,
what's so mind-boggling? What's so mind-boggling about it? You just go up a few feet, and there is horizon. You find it.
Yeah. How far away was the
What's so special about it that it's gonna prove the Earth is flat? It's not gonna.
What's the horizon?
It's not doing anything.
What's the horizon? What's the definition of What's the definition of the word horizon? I don't think you know what it means.
No, you tell me.
It's the apparent location of where the sky and the earth meet.
Yeah, of course. I'm not a kindergarten student. Just go back to the point, and
Well, since you're not a kindergarten student and you actually understand math, how far away would the horizon be if you were 7 inches tall and you were 7 inches off the water? How far away would the horizon be?
No, you said 6 inches. It's gonna be the same anyway.
7.
All right, pick 6.
It's gonna be the same anyway.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the same.
And I said 6 feet, not 6 inches. Dude has a measuring problem apparently too.
Well, he doesn't
it's gonna be the same
understand
anyway.
what different lengths are. He just thinks when you say a number, like it's a 3, that means it's a 3. It's 3 long, 3 things. Because he doesn't even understand the concept of measuring things.
There you go.
You haven't proved it. You haven't proved the Earth is flat.
There you go.
You're just deviating from the topic.
I mean, you are trying to just be obnoxiously just not answering any question yet. Very obtuse. Can you actually answer questions? We can get to the point of what we're trying to actually get to.
You haven't answered my question.
Gotcha here. You haven't answered.
You haven't answered my question. You just denied everything. It's all fake. It's all Photoshop. It's unicorn. You answered me that.
No.
Okay, whatever.
It's denied.
So I can say the same for you.
and you're
can say the same for
purposely
you. Whatever you're saying is
answers
bullshit.
that have been given to you for the last 3 hours of my existence in
I'm
this
also
conversation, at
answering.
least.
I've also
3
I've
hours
also
ago,
given
I
you
told you
multiple answers.
directly the first thing off the bat was distance to the horizon. And then we got into other things. And here we are trying to get you to look at the distance to the horizon again.
Okay, not enough proof. Not enough proof. I have enough proof.
Oh, again, we're trying to walk you through it, and you just want to be obtuse.
But you are denying everything. It's photoshopped. It's this and
What
that.
are you talking about? I've just got in here. I haven't denied anything. If you talk to somebody else,
I can
that's
also
probably him.
I can also say the same thing for you. It's all unicorn bullshit. Whatever you're saying.
No, man. The thing is with
That's
us.
why I gave you the
This is the
equation
thing.
and told
If
you
you're
to do
pointing,
it yourself.
if you're pointing on the things of the sky, you can't validate none of that.
You're saying.
But when I'm giving you, when we're giving you is information, and you can actually test yourself.
You're telling me a bunch of numbers, and it doesn't prove anything.
Well, I'm giving you what the globes say. We're giving you what the globe says, where the horizon should be when your person is 6 foot tall. In other words, if the person was 1 foot tall, the horizon will be 1.2 miles away from you. But we have measurements at 1 foot.
What does it prove?
Shut up! You're talking into the middle of me. We have measurements at 1 foot tall of an observer, and the camera being that low to the ground, maybe even lower, that the horizon's been further than 10 miles away.
So what does that prove? The Earth
proves that the horizon is not where they're saying it is. Matter of fact, if the Earth was a globe with the horizon being at 10 miles away, it would be 200. The radius of the Earth would be 500,000 miles, 250,000 miles.
Quarter.
That would be the horizon. The horizon to the Earth. I mean the radius to the Earth. About 250,000 miles. Do you live on a ball that's 250,000 miles big? And the radius is 250,000 miles big, long?
So you think whenever you're standing on the Earth, you think whenever you're standing on the Earth, you are on the bottom side of the circle, right?
What are you talking about?
you
There's
see
no
it that
bottom
way.
side of the circle.
Where did you get bottom side of the circle from what it was that he said?
It doesn't work that way, man, because of gravity.
What are you talking about, dude? You are just right now. You're just being very. I don't know what you said. You just saying a bunch of gibberish. Where did I say bottom side of the circle?
Bro,
when did I say that?
On this sphere,
where are you?
What doesn't matter?
A sphere.
It would be a
you
flat
haven't
surface for
even
you
proven
because
that
of
you've been
gravity.
standing on a sphere yet.
And I gave you 3 hours ago. I told you, okay, if the Earth is a sphere and gravity is the way that they say, then the water is actually conforming to the sphere, and then that would be the perfect place to identify curvature rate of Earth. So
how do you know that would be the perfect place?
Because that's the way it's coming.
I've made this point.
Water lies flat and level, and Earth is flat, level, having to be curved because it's having to conform to the sphere, because gravity's causing all the molecules to actually pull towards the center or push towards the center of the Earth. So then it would be perfectly conforming to the curvature rate of the Earth.